If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 63, An Admirable Princess. Natsuo, of course, would not be easily treated by two ordinary people using the kind of drug that ordinary people could obtain. Although Kazahana Koihoki and Asama Sande had already used the best drugs they could get their hands on, it was simply wishful thinking to expect it to work on a ninja, especially a cage-level expert. Not to mention that the faint aroma of the drug had been detected by Natsuo for a long time. Even if he hadn't noticed, he would take a lot of drugs to truly incapacitate him. So, when he realized something was wrong with the wine, he didn't take it seriously. Plus, he had a rough guess of what they wanted to do considering the plot of the Naruto series. That's why he became interested and decided to continue the game with them. The result was really unexpected for Natsuo. I didn't think they were so decisive that the princess would want to give herself to me and then use a honey trap to help her. Okay, I'll let you sleep with me. Natsuo chuckled. Come on, I won't resist. Feel free to do whatever you want. Kazahana Koihoki blushed and kept her distance, her little toes clenched as if she wanted to dig a hole in the ground. Her hands seemed to remember the touch of Natsuo's chest, and she quickly put them in her sleeves, then covered her face, too embarrassed to show her face. On the other hand, Asama Sande smiled bitterly. It seems we underestimate ninjas. In that case, let's keep it simple. Without hesitation, he knelt down on the ground and bowed deeply. Lord Natsuo, I would like to ask what price we should pay to obtain the Uchiha clan's help for us. Natsuo raised an eyebrow at his words, taking a more elevated view of him. Unable to rely on emotions, he immediately switched to serious negotiations without hesitation or prolonging it. This person had the demeanor of a politician. He was a promising individual. Why did you think of asking me for help in restoring your country? Natsuo asked calmly. Shouldn't you be looking for the daime of the Land of Fire for normal restoration? Asama Sande could only smile bitterly. I have thought about that, but the Land of Snow is just a small country. We can't afford the interests of a powerful country like the Land of Fire. We have also requested help from the daime of the Land of Fire through our companions, but none of them have managed to return. Most likely, they have already been killed by the shinobi of Yokogakure who are pursuing us. To restore the country, it was not just Asama Sande and Kazahana Koihoki. In fact, Asama Sande had many like-minded comrades, and in the future, a group of them would die in the battle to restore the country. Perhaps the negotiations broke down, otherwise the daime wouldn't have allowed the shinobi of Yokogakure to kill them. Asama Sande spoke rationally. To restore the country, we can only seek help from a ninja like you. In fact, he felt that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. Suddenly, a shinobi appeared in the ninja world who kept his promises and assumed responsibility for the women who joined his clan. And this ninja, although his strength was not exceptional to a great extent, still possessed considerable influence. Enough to annihilate countless influential figures in the Land of Fire. He must have his own ace up his sleeve. The only problem was that their plan had failed. So, they could only rely on a direct transaction. Natsuo raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? So, are you prepared to offer a price that will interest the Uchiha clan? We are prepared, Asama Sande said without hesitation. What price? The Land of Snow. What do you mean? Your offspring with the princess will become the next daime of the Land of Snow. Asama Sande said firmly. The Land of Snow will be attached to the Uchiha clan and become your country. What a generous offer. Natsuo raised an eyebrow. But on second thought, they wouldn't dare to offer a similar reward to the daime of the Land of Fire. Otherwise, the daime could easily annex the Land of Snow. Only a ninja leader like Natsuo, who enjoyed having children, would accept such a reward. Do you agree? Asama Sande didn't even lift his head, but his voice carried a sense of calmness. Why wouldn't I agree? Natsuo suddenly smiled. The shinobi of Yokogakure is nothing to me. Getting a country for free, why wouldn't I agree? You've agreed. Asama Sande suddenly smiled. Well, as for your reward. Today will do. All right, I will prepare the forces on my side, and you, the people who will work to restore the country. Give me a few days, which should be enough. Then let's go. Natsuo smiled and stood up. As he left the room, he saw Kazahana Koihoki and approached her, then gently lifted her chin. Now the problem falls on you. Natsuo's lips curved into a smile. So, are you willing to marry me? Kazahana Koihoki's mind was in chaos. At first, Asama-sande had told her that they wanted to use Natsuo's sense of responsibility to gain the support of Uchiha clan. But why did Asama-sande suddenly change his mind? What did he and Natsuo talk about? What has been decided? Why does it feel like Asama-sande is selling me? Kazahana Koihoki felt a bit confused and couldn't come to her senses for a while. Princess Koihoki. Asama-sande knelt down again, crying, "Have you forgotten the citizens of the Land of Snow? Have you forgotten your father's instructions? What are you still hesitating for?" "Yes, what am I still hesitating for? Didn't I make up my mind and resolve from the beginning?" Kazahana Koihoki sighed softly. "I am willing." The Uchiha clan residence was shrouded in eerie silence under the moonlight. Natsuo looked at Princess Kazahana Koihoki with an intensity that seemed to cut through her shyness and dignified aura. They had agreed to a marriage in the name of restoring the country, but at that moment, words took a back seat. Kazahana Koihoki, the princess and former movie star, had a special charm that did not go unnoticed. Her eyes expressed a mixture of innocence and curiosity. Although inexperienced in relationships, she exuded a dignity that only someone of her royal lineage could possess. Natsuo slowly approached the princess, gently taking her hand. Her hands intertwined, and a warm shiver ran down Koihoki's spine. As they looked deeply at each other, Koihoki gave him a shy smile, her cheeks turning a soft shade of pink. Natsuo brought his face close to hers, and her lips met in a sweet and passionate kiss. Time stops, the world is forgotten. Clothes fall, passion unleashes. Two naked bodies, in a captivating embrace. Bodies linked, hearts in a beat. Desire guides them, without fear or sense. Natsuo and the princess unite as one, under the cover of the stars, their desire blossoms. The next day, Kazahana Koihoki lay on the bed, silent. In fact, she had just barely come to her senses until now. Did Asama-sande betray me? Kazahana Koihoki smiled bitterly, her face full of self-mockery. Partly yes, partly no. Natsuo lay on the edge of the bed, smiling lightly. After marrying me, your rights haven't changed. From the perspective of interests, you haven't really lost anything. In fact, your power will be enhanced when you ascend to the throne in the future. That person is only focused on interests and wants to restore the country. In the mind of such a politician, there is no concept of whether a woman can be happy. He just maximized the use of the cards in his hand. I guess he probably appeared in front of you recently after the Uchiha clan incident became big, right? Asama-sande is just an ordinary person and can't distinguish between Uchiha Itachi and the Uchiha clan. In the eyes of someone like him, who is not well informed, the Uchiha clan, who has continuously destroyed countless powerful officials who targeted them and even made the daime compromise with them, are powerful. But it turned out to be a fluke. Although all the information he saw was wrong, the final result was true. Natsuo can really help them restore the country. It's because he saw hope for the restoration of the country that he found you as a big banner. Natsuo smiled. If he hadn't discovered me, he would probably wait until he had some preparations and a certain chance of winning before finding you. But in the end, he would still find you. In the Naruto movie version, Asama-sande found Kazahana Koihoki after she filmed the Princess Gale movie. After finding Kazahana Koihoki, he immediately hired shinobi from Konohagakure as Kakashi and took Kazahana Koihoki to the Land of Snow. But now the movie hasn't been filmed yet, but he has already brought Kazahana Koihoki to Natsuo. In fact, it is obvious. He is just using Kazahana Koihoki as a tool for the restoration of the country. So, I was used. Kazahana Koihoki smiled bitterly. He wants to help me restore the country and then become the powerful figure in charge of the Land of Snow. When he found me, I thought he was a person who loved the Land of Snow. No. Natsuo shook her head. Your husband is me. With me here, what is he, a mere figurehead? Can he surpass you? His goal is still just the restoration of the country, but his methods are too direct, which you can't accept. Natsuo doesn't reject this kind of directness. The heads of clans are all politicians, and exchanging interests is the most basic thing. Family issues, national politics, feelings are unreliable. Of course, some small tricks are also allowed. And Asama-sande probably told Kazahana Koihoki a lot about the suffering of the people of the Land of Snow and the tragic fate of the previous dames, trying to arouse Kazahana Koihoki's fighting spirit. But in the end, the decision was still up to Kazahana Koihoki. If you don't want to restore the country, you can continue to stay in the Uchiha clan. Natsuo smiled and said, those shinobi from Yokogakure would never dare to come to me. At home, you will always be safe. Kazahana Koihoki remained silent for a long time, and finally sighed softly. Then she gently leaned against Natsuo's chest. No, after all, I am the princess of the land of snow. I should contribute to the land of snow. Saying that, she slowly got into the quilt. This contribution was just right, not too light or too heavy, with just the right amount of strength. Princess, you are truly admirable. Chapter 64, Natsuo's True Objective. Some days after, Natsuo, dressed in a ninja suit with a mask, appeared at the border of the land of snow. It's really cold. Natsuo shook the snow off his body. The land of snow has always been this cold. It's a country without spring. Kazahana Koihoki paused and continued. But the previous daimyos have always been frugal and saved a sum of money. This money is the treasure of the land of snow. My uncle, Kazahana has been chasing after me to seize this wealth. She couldn't help but touch the hexagonal ice crystal pendant on her chest. This pendant is the key to unlocking the treasure of the land of snow. Kazahana is the younger brother of the former daimyo, Kazahana Satsu, and the uncle of Kazahana Koihoki. He hired the shinobi from Yokogakure to take over the land of snow, killed his brother, and even attempted to kill Koihoki. However, Koihoki was saved by Kakashi, who was sent by the third Hokage to investigate the land of snow at that time. Kazahana has been trying to find Kazahana Koihoki, and what he wants is this treasure of the land of snow. No, there is no treasure in the land of snow. Asama Sandai shook his head and said, as the minister of the land of snow, I have never seen any treasure warehouse of the previous daimyos. If there really is this treasure, the daimyo would not have been overthrown by Kazahana, this rebel. If there really was money, it would be very simple to hire ninjas to deal with those shinobi from Yokogakure, and there would be no need to put in so much effort to restore the country. Lord Natsuo, although the land of snow is geographically barren and may not be as wealthy as you imagine, it will soon become your country. Please show the strength of the Uchiha clan. It may not be a place with much value in your hands, but for me that's not necessarily true. Natsuo smiled slightly. The land of snow is indeed barren, and the so-called ninjas of Yokogakure are nothing more than a few cats and dogs. But to say that there is nothing good in the land of snow is also not true. At this moment, Natsuo looked up. Suddenly, in the white snow, several figures appeared. They were covered with a white cloth, almost perfectly hidden under the snow. It wasn't until they stood up that they were visible. Are they ninja of Yokogakure? Asama Sandai exclaimed. The leader of the team was a man wearing a strange metal outfit, with light blue hair that resembled the snow. His voice was cold, with a hint of mockery. Welcome to the land of snow. Reganatore. How did you know we were here? Asama Sandai exclaimed, his face filled with fear. Reganatore is Kazahana's most trusted subordinate. His strength is at the Jainin level. At the same time, two ninjas stood up on the nearby cliff. One was a well-built woman, and the other was a very burly man. They were both wearing unique clothing and looked down from above. We welcome you here, Princess Koihoki. Did you bring back the hexagonal crystal? Kakyaku Fubuki and Fuyaku Mamizuri. Both of them are experts among the shinobi of Yokogakure. You all are actually here, why can you find our whereabouts? Asama Sandai stood there in a daze, disbelief on his face. Of course, it's because there's a spy. Natsuo sighed lightly, then pointed to the side with his hand. Right there. Asama Sandai followed his gaze. He saw a familiar person rushing out in a panic. The person who ran was the one Natsuo had pointed out. He was the spy. Kazahana Koihoki widened her eyes. It was a shinobi from Yokogakure. The shinobi of Yokogakure who *LLED her own father. Asama Sandai also looked shocked. He never expected a spy to appear in his own team. But his reaction was quick. Mr. Natsuo, the situation has gotten out of control. Asama Sandai looked urgent. Your Uchiha clan must have sent some people, right? How many did they send? We need their help. They are elite shinobi from Yokogakure. Due to their abilities, they can take on multiple opponents at once. How many? Natsuo was taken aback, then smiled. Just me. What? Asama Sandai was stunned. Kazahana Koihoki also turned her head in surprise. Don't you know? The Uchiha clan was massacred by a traitor. All the ninjas in the clan were K*LLED and now I'm the only adult left. Natsuo smiled slightly. We Uchiha have no one else. Asama Sandai was stunned. In fact, he had heard similar rumors, but recently the Uchiha clan had caused quite a stir, so she thought the rumors were false. But the result? Only Natsuo? Holding on to his last hope, he asked, Lord Natsuo, did you hire a group of powerful ninjas? With the Uchiha clan's wealth, it would be easy to do so. Natsuo still smiled. No, I came alone. You alone? Yes, just me. Asama Sandai swallowed nervously. Just one person? Kazahana Koihoki and the others beside her were also shocked. We were counting on the strength of the Uchiha clan to turn the tide, and now you tell me you didn't bring anyone? Then how are we going to fight? It's not necessarily impossible to fight. Asama Sandai tried to calm himself and found a reason. You are a Jainin from Konoha, your strength must be extraordinary. Dealing with these people shouldn't be a problem, right? Natsuo was about to speak. But then a voice came from afar. Do you want to trust this Uchiha? Do you know how he became a Jainin? A burly figure slowly approached from a distance. He became a Jainin because he was attacked in the village. The third Hokage had to give him the rank of Jainin to appease him. Kazahana Koihoki looked at the figure approaching, and her pupils contracted. She subconsciously murmured. Kazahana. He was her father's K***ler, the daimyo of the Land of Snow, and also the strongest man in the Land of Snow. Kazahana. Stepped forward slowly, sneering. Kazahana Koihoki, my niece. Are you really counting on such a ninja to help you restore the country? He's not that strong. Hearing Kazahana's words, Asama Sandai turned his head in confusion and looked at Natsuo, then asked, Lord Natsuo, is this really true? Oh, my position as a Jainin is indeed obtained in this way. Natsuo nodded calmly. Upon hearing his admission, the faces of the people next to him were filled with despair. On the other hand, Asama Sandai gritted his teeth and said, So what? Lord Natsuo is still a Jainin of Konoha, much stronger than you ninjas of Yokogakure. That is beyond doubt. We still have a chance. Yes. After all, Natsuo is at least a Jainin of Konoha, and he is also a member of the Uchiha clan. His strength should be stronger than that of the Yokogakure ninjas, right? Haha, that's not necessarily true. Nadarayurge laughed heartily. You probably don't know that there was a Konoha shinobi who fled in panic from my hands before. That person's name is Hitaki Kakashi. At that time, he was a Jainin, and now he seems to be an elite Jainin, right? I almost K***led him. In his smile, there was a hint of nostalgia. Hitaki Kakashi almost K***led by Nadarayurge. Asama Sandai and the others were completely desperate upon hearing this. Kakashi's reputation is not small. His mission completion rate is outstanding, and he is also an elite Jainin of Konoha. If even an elite Jainin almost died, what could Natsuo, who is only a Jainin, do? Princess. It's the fault of this old servant. Asama Sandai finally couldn't hold on and cried out in pain. It's the old servant's reckless actions that have ruined the last hope of the Land of Snow. Lord Satsu. Everything is the fault of this old servant. Not only did I die, but I also implicated the princess. Will you? Tears streamed down his face as he cried bitterly. The other peoples also wailed, their eyes filled with despair. K***ll them. Kazahana. Waved her hand. Take Kazahana Koihoki away. I can't wait to see the wealth accumulated by our ancestors for generations. Fuyakuma Mizuri, Kakiaka Fubuki and Ganadare all acted without hesitation. They formed hand seals with both hands and used a large amount of ice release, condensing into ice dragons and attacking the people below. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The huge flames surged forward. The heat wave emptied the air, like an angry dragon, instantly raising the temperature of the Land of Snow covered in ice and snow. The raging flames erupted fiercely. In almost an instant, the surrounding area turned into a sea of fire. The sea of fire extended for several miles, engulfing everything in flames. The ice release used by the Yokogakure ninjas melted almost instantly upon contact with the flames. And the surging waves of fire continued to rush towards them without stopping. How is this possible? Ganadare. How can you use such a powerful fire release in the land of snow? The land of snow is almost frozen, so even Yokogaku ninjas without Kekkei Genkai can use ice release. Even Kakashi can't do it, how could you? Raganadore's eyes almost popped out of his head. Oh. Maybe it's because I'm slightly stronger than Kakashi. Natsuo gestured with his fingers, smiling. Besides, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Did you forget what happened when Kakashi escaped? Kakashi was just a teenager back then. He still managed to escape with Kazahana Koihoki, who an ordinary person was, under the persecution of Raganadore and almost the entire country. And yet, you have the audacity to claim that you defeated Kakashi? Of course, Raganadore is still powerful, definitely at the level of a Jainin. Facing the surging flames, Raganadore's eyes revealed a hint of madness. It's okay, I still have chakra armor, the armor that even Kakashi can't break through, I can. The next second, all the ninjas of Yokogaku were devoured by the flames. The raging flames swept everything away, finally crashing towards Raganadore, who was standing at the back. He stood there dumbfounded, and the next second he was swallowed by fire release. It's over. Natsuo clapped his hands. This is also why he had discovered the spy early on but let him go. Clearing the field with fire release is so comfortable. Everyone behind him stood there dumbfounded, looking in shock at everything in front of them. Natsuo slowly lowered his hand and smiled at Kazahana Koihoki. All right, it's over. This country is yours now, I don't think anyone will oppose you. And if they do, I will simply finish them off. You should go and open that treasure, there will be surprises. And as for me... He took a few steps forward and stood in front of a charred corpse. With a few casual movements, he took out a damaged ninja armor. This was the main target of his operation. The chakra armor, a characteristic of the land of snow. This is the prototype of scientific ninja tools. Natsuo's eyes gleamed. Chapter 65, poor Natsuo, was deceived by that woman. Scientific ninja tools are the weapons that truly unleash their full potential during the time in which the Boruto series takes place. These ninja tools, manufactured through advanced scientific technology, largely replace some of the abilities of ninjas and can play a crucial role in emergency situations. However, these scientific ninja tools are different from those developed by Konoha Gakure in the future. The chakra armor can generate a protective barrier, blocking ninjutsu and genjutsu. The ninja tools can also allow the user to fly, and even seal the enemy's chakra. Of course, compared to the future ninja tools, the ninja tools in the land of snow are indeed the most advanced at this stage, but they are not as practical. Once ninja tools exceed their limits, they will explode, causing serious injuries to the user with significant side effects. Therefore, apart from the land of snow, other ninja villages do not pay much attention to these seemingly powerful ninja tools. But through research, it is possible to achieve the same effects as in the era of the Boruto series. Natsuo thought in his heart. He had already ordered no Katasuke, who was best suited to investigate this item, to come and accept the ninja tool technology in the land of snow. It's not just the ninja tools, there are many technologies in the land of snow that can be used. For example, illusion projectors, armored trains, artificial rain mechanisms, airships. These industrial products can provide a solid foundation for the Uchiha Research Center. Of course, it's not just these, there are also the treasures of the land of snow. Natsuo looked at Kazahana Koihoki. After Kazahana Koihoki uses the key to her father's treasure, she discovers that the treasure is a generator to change the land of snow into the land of spring. In their field of vision, the land of snow, which should have been covered in ice and snow, quickly turned green at a visible speed. The temperature rose at a visible speed, and after a while, several precious butterflies appeared. At the same time, there were also the images and words left by her father. She begins to remember the moments she spent with her father while contemplating her dream come true, the land of spring, and sheds tears of joy and truly smiles for the first time in several years. This was the unfinished environmental transformation machine left by her father. It could consume a large amount of energy in a short time to change the climate into spring, but eventually, when the energy was exhausted, it would return to winter. Although this technology was still incomplete, if they continued the research, the land of snow would truly become the land of spring. Lord Natsuo, I have a request. Kazahana Koihoki pleaded, I have heard that the Uchiha clan has considerable wealth. Can you please invest in my father's environmental transformation machine and make it a complete product? And let my land of snow truly become the land of spring. That depends on your performance. Natsuo lightly caressed Kazahana Koihoki's beautiful face, and her cheeks blushed as she lowered her head. Under the dim light of the moon, their two figures meet in the dark bedroom. Kazahana Koihoki, with her white dress like foam, and he, with eyes that reflect madness. His hands intertwine with passion. Natsuo lifts her dress, an invitation, to a world where desire is perfect. She turns, her back to him, her skin crawling from her gentle caresses. Each touch, an intertwined sigh, in this delicious dance. Muffled whispers, their bodies on display, the echo of her moans becomes a song. A suppressed scream escapes, without mercy, while overflowing passion ignites union. The land of snow belonged to Natsuo, and the daimyo Kazahana Koihoki was already in Natsuo's grasp. Increasing investment to turn this country into the land of spring was also beneficial to Natsuo. There was no reason to reject Kazahana Koihoki's request, so after enjoying himself, Natsuo immediately invested the 10 billion Ry provided by the daimyo. He even secretly used the wood released to plant trees and forests in the land of snow, facilitating the development of the country. However, even with such a huge investment, the results could not be seen in the short term. The dream of turning the land of snow into the land of spring had been the aspiration of successive rulers of the land of snow, and they had invested a large amount of resources, which only had a preliminary effect on Kazahana Koihoki's father. In the end, the country became poor and Kazahana Satsuo was unable to hire ninjas to protect itself, resulting in him being overthrown by his younger brother, Kazahana. Despite RYS injection of 10 billion, the land of snow still could not be considered rich. So Natsuo turned around and went to the land of the moon, plundering its treasury. The land of the moon, like the land of snow, was a country that appeared in the film version of the Naruto series. Unlike the barren, high-tech country of the land of snow, the land of the moon, although small in size, was very wealthy. And the royal family was somewhat styled like a Middle Eastern tycoon from Natsuo's previous life. After looting the treasure of the land of the moon, the research team entered the fast lane. This investment may not be profitable in the short term, but in the long term it can bring huge benefits. In the future, this place can be established as a high-tech research and development base, as well as a product manufacturing base. Natsuo thought to himself, from the land of snow, Uchiha clan's products can be delivered to countless households. After not spending much time in the land of snow, Kazahana Koihoki became pregnant. After arranging for the research personnel to assist no Katasuke, Natsuo returned to Konohagakure. Of course, when he returned, he could not directly express that he now nominally owned the land of snow. He only claimed that Kazahana Koihoki and Natsuo fell in love at first sight, and Natsuo helped Kazahana Koihoki hire highly SK*LLED ninjas through the channels of the Uchiha clan and paid the necessary rewards for the restoration of the country. Kazahana Koihoki then entered the stage of pregnancy, deepening the connection between Uchiha clan and the land of snow. It sounds like a normal love story. But after details of Asama Sandae's acquisition of aphrodisiacs spread, many people reacted thinking that Kazahana Koihoki had treacherously attacked Natsuo, resulting in her pregnancy. This led to Natsuo having to provide funds for the restoration of Kazahana Koihoki's country, fearing that something might happen to the child's mother. Kazahana Koihoki, this little bitch, actually drugged him. Humph, there are no good people in the entertainment industry. Poor Natsuo, he was deceived by that woman. Countless women angrily accused Kazahana Koihoki, moved by Natsuo's responsible attitude, their eyes filled with tears, and then they ran to the Uchiha clan's bar, hoping to run into Natsuo. For some reason, the price of aphrodisiacs in the vicinity of Konoha suddenly increased. The price was higher than poisons that could K*LL enemies and provide advantages in battle. Many Tsunagakure poison technique masters switched to producing aphrodisiacs instead of poisons, making money with tears. Natsuo's wives also criticized Kazahana Koihoki, angrily berating her for drugging her husband. But Natsuo gently calmed his wife's restlessness with his body. He worked hard and toiled diligently. Soon, many of his wives became pregnant. Among them were Yukino and Uzuki Ijeo. Natsuo immediately smiled. Although Kazahana Koihoki was beautiful, she was just an ordinary person, and occasionally trying something new was not bad. But the kunoichi were his true loves. And what made him even happier was, Anko gave birth. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 152, you gain +13 mental power, Genjutsu, Tsukuyomi. 13 points of mental power, in addition to the high-level genjutsu that is granted by Uchiha attack as Mangeki Sharingan. Even techniques exclusive to the Mangeki Sharingan are considered rewards. Natsuo revealed a delighted smile. This was an unexpected joy. In that case, it seems that I can cosplay as Itaka more conveniently. Natsuo smiled. After having so many children, the system has rewarded him with countless ninjutsu. Although Natsuo didn't dare to say that he knew all the ninjutsu that Itaka knew, he knew quite a bit. Coupled with the visual technique of the Mangeki Sharingan that no one could imitate, he felt that even Itaka might think that he had developed the habit of sleepwalking. Rather than someone impersonating him. Keep working hard. Natsuo was full of fighting spirit. The money problem is solved, all that's left is to have as many children as possible. And there's also the Jainin that Orochimaru sent, and Uzumaki Yoko. The future will be even more exciting. Natsuo continued to devote his limited time to the endless task of having children. 2 months passed. A message from the ninja school interrupted his progress in having children. Natsuo hurriedly rushed over, feeling a bit confused. What happened? Did Sasuke have a conflict with a senior student? And then Sasuke almost K*LLED that classmate. Yes. Teacher Irika said helplessly. If it were a trivial matter, I wouldn't bother you. But that classmate is currently being treated at Konoha Hospital. It seems the risk is not small. This is really... Natsuo rubbed his head, feeling a headache. Although the ninja school was also a school, it was different from the schools in his previous life. They wouldn't involve parents unless something major happened. After all, ninjas were warriors, and ninja students were reserve warriors. But now, with the upperclassmen being admitted to the Konoha Hospital, it was clear that Sasuke had been extremely ruthless. They had to involve the parents. Sasuke, what happened? Natsuo sighed lightly, looking at Sasuke beside him. Humph. Sasuke snorted coldly and turned his head away. Naruto, on the other hand, looked indignant and said, Natsuo, it's not Sasuke's fault. That guy's mouth was too vicious, he actually. He insulted Sasuke, saying he was a child without a mother or father to raise him. Sasuke got angry and took action. He started it all. Of course, what Naruto didn't say was that if he hadn't desperately stopped them, that older student wouldn't be being treated, but rather they would be picking up his scattered ashes. Sasuke had really tried his hardest to beat him. All right, I understand now. Natsuo sighed softly. Then he looked at Irika and said, the other students' parents are here too, let's talk. After a long time, Natsuo walked out slowly, smiling as he gently touched the restless Sasuke's head. It's all right now. Natsuo smiled and said, let's go home. Sasuke was silent for a moment and followed him. The two of them, one big and one small, walked slowly towards the Uchiha clan's territory. After a long time, Sasuke couldn't help but ask. Natsuo, I really, didn't seriously hurt that guy, did I? That classmate is in trouble. Natsuo calmly said. Konoha Hospital has determined that he can no longer continue to be a ninja. So, what will happen to me? Sasuke asked surprised. The incident is resolved. Natsuo said with a smile. I reached an agreement with the other students' parents. There will be no punishment for you, so you can rest assured. However, this made Sasuke even more sad. He bit his lip and said, you bowed your head to them because of me, didn't you? With Sasuke's proud personality, if Natsuo really bowed his head because of him, he might as well die. Not really. Natsuo smiled and said, I just gave them 2 choices. Sasuke didn't understand. Choices? Yes. Natsuo smiled and said, I told them that either the Uchiha clan would pay all of that student's medical expenses and provide him with a well-paying job since he can no longer be a ninja, and we would also give him annual compensation to ensure that he has a comfortable life. Or we could hand you over to them and let them do whatever they want, whether it's making you unable to be a ninja anymore, or completely disabling your limbs, or even directly K*ling you. But at that time, the Uchiha clan would have to K*LL all of them. Oh, sorry, we are all comrades of Konoha. How could the Uchiha clan do such cruel things? But it's normal for high bounties to occasionally appear on the black market for members of your clan, young and old. The Uchiha clan won't take responsibility for that. Natsuo said with a smile, as it turns out, our comrades in Konoha have a high level of moral integrity and are very reasonable. They quickly realized that their child also made a mistake, and both sides were equally at fault in this dispute. So, they happily accepted my first suggestion. Shizuke. At this moment, he didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. Natsuo's style is really... But Natsuo squinted his eyes. This time, Shizuke went a little overboard, but whether it was intentional or not is another matter. The mother who initially screamed that Shizuke should pay with her life for her son was demanding justice. She said, if my child can't be a ninja, then he should pay the same price. That's only fair. It sounds like the angry words of a parent, but maybe someone is trying to use this method to get rid of Shizuke. Like a certain root leader who has always been hostile towards the Uchiha? Well, maybe I'm overthinking it. Natsuo sighed lightly. The problem is that leader root has always been hostile to the Uchiha. Whenever something happens, I can't help but think it's his conspiracy and trickery. Maybe other clan heads feel the same way as me. This really affects the unity of Konoha. Should we remove dance for the sake of Konoha? Natsuo thought for a moment, and suddenly felt a pang in his heart. What's wrong with me? I'm Natsuo, a gentle man, the dream lover of countless girls in Konoha, and the leader of a peaceful and elegant clan. How could I think of such terrible things? This kind of thing is clearly what that terrifying Uchiha Ataka would think of and put into practice. It's too scary. The two of them walked for a while. Shizuke remained silent for a long time, then suddenly spoke up, Natsuo, I remember you're also an orphan, right? Yes. Natsuo nodded. Both my parents are deceased, and I have no siblings or relatives. Do you, sometimes feel uncomfortable? Shizuke paused. There were many reasons why he almost k***led someone today. For example, a few days ago, he secretly transformed and went to the club, but his Sharingan didn't change. Or the fact that his training hasn't been going well these days, and his strength hasn't improved. Or the fact that girls like Sakura are starting to annoy him again. All these things combined made him extremely irritated. But the discomfort in his heart was the main reason why he acted so ruthlessly. He missed his parents. Upon hearing this, Natsuo smiled gently. It's all right, I've gotten used to this kind of life, and being an orphan also has its advantages, you know. Advantages? Shizuke looked up. Yes. Natsuo smiled. For example, we don't have to worry about too many people shedding tears when we die. Shizuke fell silent for a moment. What about the disadvantages? Disadvantages? Natsuo thought for a moment and smiled. Maybe the disadvantage is that people like us are always the outnumbered ones when fighting against others, right? Yes, we're always outnumbered. Shizuke fell into silence upon hearing this. It wasn't until the two of them arrived at the Uchiha residence that he suddenly spoke up. Natsuo. Yes. You won't have to fight alone anymore. Shizuke gritted his teeth and said firmly, I will help you. I will always help you. No matter who the enemy is, I will help you. Natsuo was momentarily stunned, then he smiled. Is that so? That's really great. Chapter 66, Seeking the Help of the Uchiha Clan. Shizuke, aren't your eyes looking to the right? Be more vigilant. When your arm is not in use, always keep it near your ninja tool pouch. It is the basic requirement for a ninja to be able to draw their weapon at the fastest speed at any time. Illusions, ninjutsu, taijutsu, chakra is the foundation of everything. Your control of chakra is still far from sufficient. The Sharingan is just a weapon. How to use this weapon is the difference between the Uchiha. Yes, your brother surpasses all the Uchiha in the use of this weapon, that is why he was able to achieve the feat of annihilating the clan. Your movements should be fluid, don't stiffen up. Are you waiting for me to attack? The figures of Natsuo and Shizuke intertwine in the exclusive training field of the Uchiha clan. Their figures were like phantoms, their movements extremely fast. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to keep up with their movements. But fortunately, they both had a pair of exceptional eyes. Natsuo was training Shizuke. Since Natsuo's strength reached a certain point, he no longer has the worries that tormented him at the beginning. And because of the previous incident, Shizuke was not suitable for going to school for a short period of time. So Natsuo thought about it and decided to teach him some things himself. Bang! Natsuo kicked and Shizuke flew out, rolling several times on the sandy ground. Before his body could come to a complete stop, Shizuke twisted his waist and stood up, his eyes staring straight ahead, holding a kunao in his hand, assuming a defensive posture. However, the expected attack did not come. Instead, Natsuo stood not far away with his hands in his pockets, smiling. "Sasuke, do you feel any difference between you and me?" Natsuo smiled and asked. Sasuke remained silent for a moment. In fact, Natsuo did not use particularly strong chakra, and the speed and strength he displayed were self-restrained, similar to his own. But throughout the entire battle, he was completely suppressed. "Your attacks always hit me where it hurts the most." Sasuke thought for a moment and said, "Every time it's very painful. I've thought about fighting back, but it's not the right time to do so. How should I describe this feeling?" Sasuke frowned, not knowing how to explain it. But Natsuo laughed, worthy of being an Uchiha genius. He directly solved the puzzle and said, "It's rhythm." Rhythm. Sasuke was stunned, a flash of inspiration seemed to pass through his mind, but he couldn't grasp it for a moment. "Yes, rhythm." Natsuo smiled and said, "Do you know, Uchiha and Senju are two completely different types of ninjas. The Senju clan is much stronger than us in terms of chakra quantity, the lethality of ninjutsu, and their own recovery ability. But during the Sengoku period, our two clans were evenly matched, because we relied on rhythm. By relying on the subtle observations of the Sharingan, we attack the most vulnerable point of the enemy before they even exert their power. It's not about how strong we are, but about disrupting the opponent's rhythm and bringing it under our control. When the rhythm of the battlefield is in our hands, our movements will flow like water, and we will have complete knowledge of everything the enemy does. We manipulate them as if they are in the palm of our hands, leaving them with no choice but to be defeated." With a smile, he continued, "That's why among the many ninja clans of the Sengoku period, only the Uchiha fight with elegance. And an elegant Uchiha never fights with their life on the line, nor do they gamble with their chances of survival." Sasuke listened intently, his eyes shining. "This is the Uchiha way of fighting. With the help of the Sharingan, we calculate every detail of the battle, from the smallest to the largest, and have complete control over the enemy's every move. In the end, it's like following a script, performing the act of defeating the enemy. Sasuke, your movements are too risky, as if you're gambling on being able to hit the enemy with this move. A Uchiha would never do that." Natsuo patted Sasuke's shoulder meaningfully. "Remember, in any gamble, winning is the process, losing is the result. What the Uchiha pursue is an inevitable victory under our complete control. A true Uchiha is not a reckless brute. They are the victors who master everything through meticulous calculation. Therefore, every Uchiha's battle can be considered an art." Natsuo had received specialized combat training from the Uchiha clan. And now, he was passing on this knowledge to Sasuke. Sasuke's face was filled with excitement. "Yes, Natsuo. Mastering everything, manipulating the course of the battlefield. That is the power of our Uchiha. Train well." Natsuo said with a smile, shaking his head as he walked away. Sasuke was too fond of gambling. During the development of the plot of the Naruto series, Sasuke was too reckless and confident that he would be able to defeat Orochimaru, to defeat Uchiha Itachi, to overcome the Eight Tails. His arrogance, though cool, was not the Uchiha way of fighting. Itachi was able to accurately weaken Sasuke to the perfect level during their intense battle, forcing Orochimaru to reveal himself. Obito was able to accurately calculate every move Kakashi made during their intense battle, causing Kakashi to destroy his own heart's seal. And Uchiha Madara, the king of the battlefield dance, was on a whole other level. The other side of Uchiha's arrogance is an extremely precise control. Of course, perhaps it is because of the influence of this control over manipulating the enemy and oneself that makes each Uchiha arrogant, thinking that they can arrange everything for others as they do in battle. If Sasuke develops the habit of controlling everything, will he still recklessly gamble his life and directly seek revenge against Itachi? On the other side, Yai Kurane walks on the streets of Konoha, shopping with several of Natsuo's wives. "Do you think this outfit will look good on the child? This won't do, children should wear pure cotton, you should buy this kind. Hey, look at this hat with rabbit ears, it's especially cute when children wear it. That's right, this is a group of mom squads. And Yai Kurane is among them, she is interested in looking at the clothes of those children. She also wants to buy one for her own child. Of course, she can only buy it with the reason of a gift for Natsuo's wife's child, otherwise she can't explain her actions. Until now, Yai Kurane has not yet achieved her original goal of picking up a child outside. After all, since coming to the Uchiha clan, she has not been on a mission. Either she obediently stays at home while pregnant, or she is too busy taking care of the child after giving birth. Although the child is slowly growing up now, with the care of other Uchiha women, she can easily find time to go on a mission. But she is too lazy to do it. I heard that normal children need adults to watch over them all day, otherwise they will cry if they don't see anyone for a while. Yi Kurane thinks to herself. I can still leave my child to be taken care of by other sisters in the Uchiha clan, but if it's just me. If she leaves the Uchiha clan and returns to her own home, she will have to take care of everything herself. Baby food, clothes, supplements. Not to mention shopping, she will probably be busy all day. Missions and such are out of the question. Of course, she can choose not to do it. Children from normal families, when they are babies, drink milk and gradually eat adult food. Basically, they eat what adults eat and grow up the same way. But can Yi Kurane's child be treated casually while the other children of Natsuo eat and drink well? Can Yi Kurane let her own child fall behind from the starting line? Let's wait a little longer. When the child is a little older, I will pick up the child. Yi Kurane thinks to herself, and then enthusiastically starts picking out clothes. As a novice mother, she has a strong curiosity about everything related to children. She is also very enthusiastic about buying clothes. And at this moment, Kurane-sama, we finally found you. A middle-aged man runs towards her with an anxious expression. Kurama Unkai? What's the matter? Yi Kurane is taken aback. Kurama Unkai anxiously says. Kurane-sama, Yakumo is in trouble. Yi Kurane's expression immediately becomes serious. Kurama clan's residence. To think it has come to this. Yi Kurane looks at the house next to her that has been burned to ruins by flames, takes a deep breath, and asks, is Yakumo alright? For now, she's fine. Kurama Unkai forces a smile and says, only she seems to have forgotten that she did it herself. Is that so? It's good that he forgot. Yi Kurane forces a bitter smile and says, she still wants to. Yes, she still wants to become a ninja. Kurama Unkai also smiles bitterly. Kurama Yakumo is Yi Kurane's student. Yakumo has had poor physical condition since she was young and would get tired easily after practicing for a while. Therefore, last year, her parents stopped allowing her to study at the ninja school and brought her back home, inviting Yi Kurane to be her private tutor. Yi Kurane tried to train her, but in the end, there was no improvement in her physical condition, so she later convinced Yakumo to give up on becoming a ninja. Yakumo's parents also didn't want this child's health to deteriorate further due to excessive effort, so they agreed with Yi Kurane's approach. However, Yakumo didn't want that. A few days ago, it seems that she requested her father to train her as a ninja but was rejected. As a result, in an emotional outburst, she lost control of herself and used the Kurama clan's Kekii Genkai to set the house on fire, resulting in the death of her parents in the fire. And she seems to believe that it was the third Hokage at the time who sent someone to assassinate her parents, and now wants to assassinate her as well. Kurama Unkai smiles bitterly and says, Kurane-sama, do you really have no way to help her? If there was a way, I would have said it long ago. Yi Kurane shakes her head helplessly. She also feels sorry for this child, but she really has no solution. Even Kurane-sama can't do anything, it seems that there is no one in Konoha who can help her. Kurama Unkai sighs lightly. Yi Kurane's genjutsu is the strongest in Konoha. Yi Kurane is silent for a moment, as she hesitates. But in the end, she says, there may be someone in Konoha who can help her. Compared to me, the Uchiha clan is more *LLED in genjutsu, and they have a lot of experience passed down from their ancestors. Perhaps you can consider seeking help from the Uchiha clan. Chapter 67, Kakuzu brings a cage-level kunoichi. Uchiha. Kurama Unkai furrowed his brows. Will they be willing? Hearing this, Yi Kurane let out a soft sigh. The Uchiha clan could be considered the most powerful in the ninja world in the use of genjutsu. However, they have a high opinion of themselves and are very arrogant. When Kurama Unkai encountered a problem, the Kurama clan immediately sought help from the Uchiha clan. However, whether because they looked down on the Kurama clan or because they were dissatisfied with the Kurama clan's claim of surpassing Uchiha in genjutsu, they did not even consider the conditions proposed by the Kurama clan and flatly refused to provide support. That's when the Kurama clan turned to Yai Kurane. Recalling the arrogance of the Uchiha clan in the past, Yai Kurane also let out a soft sigh and said, the current Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Natsuo, is not like the typical Uchiha, he doesn't have as much arrogance. As long as you communicate well and present your conditions, he will definitely accept. Kurama Unkai nodded, he had also heard of Natsuo's reputation, well, actually, it was extremely well known. After all, Natsuo was the first Uchiha in history to take multiple wives and not want to do anything else except have children. While countless shinobi mocked Natsuo for willingly falling from grace, he was also relieved that this guy was not like a typical Uchiha. Natsuo, who lacked any Uchiha demeanor, might actually agree to the Kurama clan's request. But isn't Natsuo only a chunin in terms of strength? Can he really help Yakumo? Kurama Unkai furrowed his brows. Natsuo is actually quite strong. Kurane said, perhaps we can have some expectations. Having spent so much time with the Uchiha clan, she had more or less discovered some of Natsuo's hidden strength. Although he had not seen it personally, he believed that Natsuo was not just an embarrassment to the Jonin. At the very least, he should also be at the Jonin level, right? As for why he was hiding his true strength, that was easy to explain. He's worried about exposing his true strength and attracting retaliation from Itaki. Kurane thought to herself. But she wouldn't reveal Natsuo's true strength in front of others. She only expressed it tactfully. The Uchiha clan has a long history, so they might have a way to save Kurama Yakumo. Meanwhile, on the other side, Natsuo looked at the latest news that had come in and let out a sigh. It seems that the conflict between the five great nations has escalated again. Unexpectedly, there are even renegades occupying our Uchiha mine. He had originally thought that after impersonating Uchiha Itaki and dealing a heavy blow to all enemies of the Uchiha, no one would dare to lay a hand on the Uchiha clan again. But he didn't expect that there were still those who were not afraid of death. Kurosuke Reiga, hey! Natsuo rubbed his chin as he looked at the intelligence. Kurosuke Reiga, dissatisfied with the village's policies, decided to defect and later became the criminal boss of the Kurosuke family. He then used the Kurosuke criminal organization to take control of the Uchiha mine. He probably came here because of the conflict between the five great nations. Natsuo thought to himself. Due to Natsuo's actions, Konohagakure entered a state of alert and preparation for war. And other ninja villages, fearing that Konoha would attack their own countries, also sent ninjas to protect their borders due to Konoha's mobilization. Although a full-scale war had not broken out at the borders, there were countless hidden struggles and losses were not insignificant. Under the state of mobilization in case of war between nations, Kurosuke Reiga, as a renegade who was not good at hiding, probably couldn't stay in other places and had no choice but to come here. In reality, even the arrogant Kurosuke Reiga was not foolish enough to take on the Uchiha clan. For this reason, once he gained control of the mine, he sent a message to negotiate with the Uchiha clan. He probably aims to seek stability and gain a foothold with the help of the Uchiha clan. He must have noticed that the Uchiha clan is lacking in manpower, so the conditions for negotiation may be to form an alliance with his own strength and the Uchiha clan. Natsuo thought to himself. Perhaps in his eyes, the Uchiha's deterrent power now relies solely on Uchiha Itaki. The Uchiha itself is severely lacking in combat power, but they can use their business empire to help him conceal his whereabouts and resist pressure from other countries. On the other hand, he has considerable combat power and can provide protection to the Uchiha clan. An alliance between the two would be mutually beneficial. Who do you think you are to make demands on the Uchiha clan? Natsuo shook his head. Not everyone among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist is at the level of a Kage. Natsuo doesn't even need to personally take action to deal with him. Kakuzu, I have a task for you. Take care of this person. Natsuo pointed at Reiga. The reward is an S-rank mission. I understand. Kakuzu nodded. Coincidentally, I also have something to attend to. The organization has sent a message, and I will be recalled soon. We may not be able to continue with your mission for the time being. Natsuo nodded to indicate his understanding. In the ever-changing world of the ninja world, war could break out at any moment. Akatsuki, as a mercenary group, it was only natural for them to gather their forces and complete the contracted war missions. Although the compensation that Natsuo offered was quite high, but compared to large-scale war missions, it was only average. Natsuo didn't mind. His main purpose in hiring Akatsuki was to get through the initial weak period. And now that he had grown up, he didn't care if they protected him or not. Well, let's consider this our final cooperation, Natsuo said with a smile. During the following time, Natsuo spent most of his time working hard on his wives. Occasionally, he would also go and see Sasuke's training. It had to be said that as an Avenger, Sasuke had a fearless attitude towards training. As long as he doesn't die, he will train to the death. With this belief, Sasuke ignored the many wounds on his body. Some of these wounds had not yet healed and were torn open again. Many of the injuries were quite serious. But Sasuke didn't seem to notice. In his mind, wounds that don't cause death are just scratches. Even though Natsuo reminded him several times to rest, he would agree on the surface and then immediately start training. But there was one person who left Sasuke at a loss. Sasuke, we've come to find you. Naruto laughed heartily. Humph. Sasuke snorted coldly, maintaining his aloof posture and continuing his training. He gave a cold response, causing the people behind Naruto to sigh. Shikamaru, sigh, what a bother. Kaiba, so why did we come all the way here, Naruto? Chiji, to eat potato chips. Sakura, Naruto, stop bothering Sasuke. He's working hard on his training, why are you disturbing him? Sasuke, are you thirsty? Do you want some water? I brought some refreshing lemon tea for you. Naruto casually ignored everyone's reactions, including Sasuke's. He squatted on the ground with great enthusiasm. It's snowing today, Sasuke. Let's play snowball fight. Boring. Sasuke coldly snorted and proudly said, Naruto, I'm not a child anymore. This kind of game is more suitable for you guys. Ignoring Sasuke, Naruto picked up a snowball and threw it at Sasuke. 3 minutes later. Naruto, if you have the guts, don't run. Sasuke chased after Naruto, who was running ahead, shouting, take this, Uchiha Snowball Jutsu. Whoosh! 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 Several snowballs, with a spiraling force, flew towards Naruto's back like shurikens, hitting him hard. Bang! 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 You coward, Sasuke! Can't you handle it? Stop talking nonsense! Today, I'll make you realize the power of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, you two are a perfect match, just like Ashura and Indra. Not far away, Natsuo calmly took a sip of tea while watching the children play. A few days later, Kakuzu's mission was completed. The mere Riga was no match for this old and still strong grandpa. However, what Natsuo never expected was that Kakuzu, the old grandpa, actually brought him a valuable gift. Natsuo, I remember you paid a high price for a cage-level female ninja, right? A rare bright smile appeared on Kakuzu's old face as he pointed to a slender figure tied up with black threads. I encountered this person when I K*LLED Riga. She seems to be a kunoichi from the Kirigakure, trying to take the lightning blades. Although her strength is not particularly strong, she can barely be considered a cage-level kunoichi. Natsuo, how much are you willing to pay? Kakuzu's eyes sparkled. Natsuo fell silent for a moment, squatted down, and carefully looked at the resentful face of the kunoichi who is staring at him. Well, Kakuzu was right. This person can indeed be considered a cage level. Ringo Ameirai, I'll have to offer a good price for you. Chapter 68, Defeat me and I'll bear your child. Ringo Ameirai, a kunoichi from Kirigakure and one of the members of the future generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the next user of the lightning blades after Riga. Of course, now that Riga has just died, the lightning blades have fallen into Kakuzu's hands. Even Ringo Ameirai, who was responsible for chasing after Riga, has also fallen into Kakuzu's hands. She really is a cage-level female ninja. I almost forgot that there was someone like her. Sighed Natsuo. Natsuo had actually considered asking Kakuzu for help in capturing a few cage-level kunoichi, but cage-level individuals were rare to begin with, and the number of female ninjas was even fewer. The remaining cage-level kunoichi were either Jinchuriki or village leaders. Aside from Konan, Kakuzu had no idea of any other cage-level kunoichi, or rather, cage-level rank is not something that is easily made public. Cage refers to the position of the leader of the 5 major ninja villages. And cage level actually refers to individuals who are on the same level as them. Unlike normal rankings like Special Jonin, and Elite Jonin which are determined by the village, the cage level shinobi of a village are difficult to determine. Kakuzu also encountered this kunoichi in the process of capturing Rega. Ringo Amairi pursued and fought Rega for the lightning blades, revealing her own strength. Normally, when the opponent is strong and the mission objective does not require a confrontation, ninjas would generally avoid unnecessary battles. But Ringo Amairi was a kunoichi after all. Kakuzu immediately remembered the mission that Natsuo had issued back then, a mission that he couldn't complete. Without hesitation, he launched an attack and captured her at all costs. To capture her, I sacrificed 3 hearts. Kakuzu proudly said. With such strength, even if she's not cage level, the difference is not significant. Considering her age, I think it's completely appropriate to classify her as cage level. Kakuzu was a veteran cage level ninja, and he was considered a formidable opponent among cage level ninjas. By wasting 3 hearts, Ringo Amairi had truly approached cage level. Or perhaps a different title, semi-cage. Of course, no problem. Natsuo nodded without hesitation. You can rest assured that the reward will definitely satisfy you. Initially, Natsuo had set the price for a cage level at 300 million RY, plus ninjutsu. But after several subsequent increases in compensation, plus the fact that Kakuzu doesn't need ninjutsu, Natsuo directly set the compensation at 2 billion RY. However, Natsuo expressed that this number is too large, and it will take time to allocate the funds. It will take at least a week to process, but at the latest, within half a month, the funds will be transferred to your account. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's old eyes lit up brightly. I'll give this guy to you, and this thing, she seems to want it, so I'll give it to you too. Kakuzu suddenly became extremely generous, and even through his mask, you could tell he was laughing. As he spoke, he handed the 2 swords over to Natsuo. One of the mystical swords of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Kaiba. Then, Kakuzu, as if going crazy, his body trembled slightly, his steps were strange, and he rushed out the door. At the same time, he kept muttering. 2 billion. 2 billion. In fact, Ringo Amairi's strength is slightly inferior to a normal cage level, so the price can be suppressed. But Natsuo didn't show any behavior of bargaining. Isn't it just to fully mobilize Kakuzu's subjective initiative? Come on, Kakuzu! Natsuo secretly cheered for him in his heart. If you tie up Konan and bring her over, even if I have to sell everything, I'll come up with the money for you. Go, Kakuzu, you're the best. So, what's next? Natsuo lowered his head and looked at the woman with a stubborn expression. Ringo Amairi's expression carried a hint of resentment, but her eyes calmly looked to the side. Looking at the architecture, this is the land of fire, and this person. Uchiha, am I in the Uchiha clan's residence in Konoha? Natsuo didn't hide the clan emblem on his body, and Ringo Amairi easily drew a conclusion. That weird clan head of the Uchiha clan, the reason why that ninja brought me here is quite simple. Ringo Amairi sighed softly. The weird clan head of the Uchiha clan has a notorious reputation in the ninja world, but not a good one, but a strange one. As a Kirigakuer shinobi accustomed to dancing on the edge of a blade, Ringo Amairi has personally witnessed more than 30 unlucky ninjas discussing the weird clan head of the Uchiha clan. They all expressed that this clan head is simply full and has nothing better to do. What's the use of having so many children? What can children contribute to the battle? Then they used words full of hatred and insults to curse Natsuo. The kunoichi in the ninja world are already a minority, and you alone have taken up too many resources. So, what should we do? Many kunoichi have volunteered to carry out espionage missions to Konoha, so who should we marry? Then, they couldn't help but fantasize about living a day in Natsuo's life. It would be a paradise. Of course, kunoichi discuss Natsuo more. But what they talk about more is Natsuo's gradually spreading good looks, his wealth that can rival a country, and his care for women. Ringo Amairi has always despised these things. A true shinobi solves all enemies with their own sword. The result. So, I was sold to this guy? Does he want me to bear his child? Ringo Amairi quickly came to this conclusion and felt an immense sense of humiliation. Kirigakuer values strength the most. You, a mere Jainin, dare to lay a hand on me. And at this moment, Natsuo stood in front of Ringo Amairi and squatted down. Your name is Ringo, right? A shinobi from Kirigakuer. Natsuo smiled. Can we make a deal? I'll give you the lightning blades, and you help me have a child. How about that? What the hell are you thinking? Ringo Amaerai immediately cursed without hesitation. A mere trash chnin, you think you can have my body? Hey, hey, hey. Natsuo laughed. You're my captive now, do you have to be so rude? Aren't you afraid of what I might do to you? Ringo Amaerai almost laughed out of anger. You? You think you can do something to me? Let me tell you, don't think that just because I'm tied up now, you're safe. A mere Jainin, with the difference in strength between us, even if all my limbs are cut off and only my body remains, I can still tear open your throat with my mouth. As she said that, she fiercely bared her teeth at Natsuo. With her unique teeth, she had quite a vicious taste. Is there a need to be so angry? Natsuo touched his chin. I remember that shinobi from Kirigakure seem to value interests more and disregard ethical chastity. With your current status as a captive, would it be normal for you to refuse my request even if I promise to give you the lightning blades? Kirigakure is constantly engaged in internal conflicts and fierce battles. Under such conditions, they naturally worship power to an extreme degree, easily overlooking issues such as chastity, which are valued more in other countries. If an ordinary Kirigakure shinobi could exchange their chastity for the lightning blades, they would wake up laughing even in their sleep. Agree? No way. Ringo Amaerai was so angry that she wanted to bite someone. Although the atmosphere in Kirigakure is indeed like that, it doesn't mean that everyone is the same. With her pride and arrogance, she has no intention of compromising herself. Not to mention he's just an embarrassing Jainin. It would be better to k*ll him. No, it's not that I can't agree to your request. Ringo Amaerai suddenly lost her anger and smiled. Boy, if you agree to do something for me, I can even give you a child. No, I can give you several. Oh? What is it? Natsuo asked curiously. Defeat me, and I will agree to your request. Ringo Amaerai said without hesitation. Remove the restraints on me, fight me with real weapons, and if you win, I will give birth to 10 children for you. How about that? How about it, do you dare? Her expression was full of provocation. Aren't you planning to have a harem? Without some strength, how can you have a harem? Oh, don't believe that old guy's words just now. What cage-level powerhouse? I'm just a little woman. What cage-level powerhouse am I? Don't worry, I'm really not strong. Your chances of winning are high. Ringo Amaerai said, revealing an even more radiant smile. Mockery, disdain. And a tone that seemed like temptation. It's hard to imagine that in just a few sentences, so many meanings were intertwined. But even if she did the taunt perfectly, Ringo Amaerai still believed that Natsuo would not fight her recklessly. Just a shameful Jainin, what does he have to fight her? However, what she didn't expect was that Natsuo suddenly smiled. Okay, so it's agreed between us, no changes. Hey! Chapter 69, If I win, I can do whatever I want with you. Hey, isn't that enough? We're far enough from Konoha, where else do you want to go? Don't worry, I won't make too much noise when dealing with you. Hey, I said that's enough. Ringo Amaerai had a dissatisfied expression on her face. She was still bound tightly, carried on Natsuo's shoulder, running on the road. Ignoring Ringo's dissatisfaction, Natsuo continued to run for a full hour. I think we're far enough away now. Natsuo said as he finally put Ringo Amaerai on the ground. They were already very far from Konoha, near the border. Looking around, all you could see were mountains, desolate and uninhabited. It would take more than a day to walk at the speed of an ordinary person to reach the nearest town. Is it necessary to go this far just to deal with a Jainin like you? Ringo Amaerai twisted her body in dissatisfaction. She had been shaken the whole way and felt very uncomfortable. After all, you are the first cage-level kunoichi I've faced. I have to show you respect. Natsuo said with a smile. Ringo Amaerai pouted. The first cage-level kunoichi. It's as if you fought against some cage-level master. Hey, can you untie the rope on me? Ringo Amaerai snorted. Sure. Natsuo squatted down gently. He took out a kunai and began to cut the rope. The two of them were very close at this moment. Looking at Natsuo's handsome face, a hint of something flashed in Ringo Amaerai's eyes, but she still waited quietly for her liberation. Finally, the rope was cut. Ringo Amaerai couldn't help but move her stiff limbs. This is the feeling of freedom. Hey, aren't you going to ambush me? Natsuo chuckled and said, I think this is the perfect opportunity. Ambush? On you. Ringo Amaerai listened and couldn't help but laugh. Her lips curled up, laughing very loudly, almost doubling over with laughter. Hey, kid! Ringo Amaerai glanced at Natsuo and said, has lust driven you mad, destroying your reason? At least I'm a cage level, not like you, a shame for the Jainin. Do I need to ambush you to defeat you? Natsuo, I think it's still necessary. As a shinobi, ambushing is not shameful. Ambushing is not shameful, but as a dignified cage-level expert, ambushing a Jainin like you is quite embarrassing. Ringo Amaerai snorted and moved her hands and feet, saying, forget it, why am I wasting time with you? Kid, since you have a handsome face and haven't made any moves, I'll spare you. You can leave, I won't k*ll you. Saying that, she turned her head and was about to leave. Natsuo ran a bit far, making her have to travel for a long time before she could return to Kirigakure. But having fought against that strange, masked monster and not losing any limbs, she could already consider herself very lucky. Ringo Amaerai thought to herself, about to exert force with her footsteps, about to jump up in the next second. But before she could act, another figure appeared in front of her. Let's forget the idea of forgiving me. Natsuo smiled and said, remember our agreement. If I defeat you, you will have to have my child. I have been waiting for several years to find a cage-level ninja willing to have my child. You really are driven mad by lust. Ringo Amaerai's expression suddenly turned unfriendly. Fine. Then I'll give you a lesson, so you'll know to respect power. Crack. Intense lightning flickered. Ringo Amaerai's hands seemed to grasp thunder, quickly moving his body. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Natsuo. She clapped her delicate hands, and two thunderbolts followed her movements, roaring together. This lightning release may not be powerful, but it serves as a lesson. However, in the next second. Crack! Natsuo extended both hands and easily caught Ringo Amaerai's hands. Then, with a twist of his wrist, he picked her up and spun her into a somersault before throwing her hard. Hey! Ringo Amaerai was stunned, feeling as if the world was spinning. In the next second, she crashed into a pile of withered leaves not far away. Her body didn't hurt, but she was dazed from the impact. Natsuo chuckled lightly and walked up to her. You lost. Natsuo revealed a foxy smile and said, now it's time for you to fulfill our agreement and have my child, right? Ringo Amaerai finally regained her senses and stared at Natsuo with wide eyes. Aren't you a Jainin disgrace? I never said I was a Jainin disgrace. Natsuo replied. Ringo Amaerai. No one would admit to such a thing. Anyway, you lost. Natsuo smiled. Come on, future mother of my child. Come home with me and let's have our child. Mother of my child, having a child. Hearing these words, Ringo Amaerai's face was filled with shame and anger. Do you dare to deceive me? Kid, prepare to die. She became furious and thunder roared, surging towards him. Intense thunder, wild flickering. Boom! The thunder struck down. For a moment, everything turned white. But there was no sign of Natsuo. Ringo Amaerai's face was filled with anger as she turned her head to look beside her. There, Natsuo's figure appeared without her noticing. I knew a cage-level female ninja wouldn't easily surrender, so I deliberately chose this remote and uninhabited place. Natsuo sighed. But we had an agreement, isn't this going a bit too far? I don't care. Ringo Amaerai angrily said. Just die. Shouting, the thunder was about to burst forth again. However, before the intense lightning could strike, Natsuo had already approached her directly. His Sharingan eyes spun rapidly, and his hands quickly and accurately grabbed Ringo Amaerai's wrist, then exerted force once again. I'm done for. Ringo Amaerai was dumbfounded, she was thrown onto a pile of withered leaves again. But this time, it was a different pile of withered leaves. Miss, isn't it bad to break your promise like this? Natsuo sighed, casually picking up a grass stem and putting it in his mouth. What about your reputation? I don't care. Ringo Amaerai's face was filled with anger and embarrassment. Besides, I'm a shinobi. Deception is the most important thing for a shinobi. So, what if I don't keep my word? Natsuo sighed. Well, then I'll just have to catch you again. Speaking, the figure disappeared in an instant. The next second, he appeared above Ringo Ameirai's body, leaning down and firmly suppressing Ringo Ameirai's arms with both hands, and also pressing Ringo Ameirai's legs with his knees. The entire weight of the person also pressed down. Damn it! Let go of me! Ringo Ameirai felt the man's breath on her body, becoming even more embarrassed and angry, shouting repeatedly. On the other hand, Natsuo was still enthusiastically commenting on various topics. When you were tied up earlier, I didn't realize it, but now that I see you, you really are small. At a height of 1.4 meters, you look like my child who hasn't graduated yet. Ringo Ameirai is only 143.5 centimeters tall. What concept is this? Even Sakura, who will graduate in 2 years, is a full 148.5 centimeters. This Ringo Ameirai is already an adult, but she is still smaller than 12-year-old Sakura. And she also has a fierce-looking face, a fierce yet cute look. What a fierce and cute legal loli. You. Ringo Ameirai became even angrier. In Kirigakure, anyone who commented on her height would have their feet cut off by her, forcing them to be the same height as her. But now, Natsuo is suppressing her, and she struggles with all her might, but to no avail. She can only vent her anger by shouting helplessly and desperately twisting her body. Feeling Ringo Ameirai's struggles, Natsuo suddenly smiled. Hey, how about this? If I let you go, we can fight a few more times, until you surrender. Are you really that kind-hearted? Ringo Ameirai sneered. Of course, I'm not that kind-hearted. Natsuo smiled and said, so every time I beat you, I get a prize. A prize. Just by defeating you, I'll be able to make tease of you, he said with a mischievous smile. You bastard! Ringo Ameirai was extremely embarrassed and angry, struggling even more. But after futile resistance for a while, she finally gave up in helplessness. Her small body was not SK*LLED in competing with strength. Even if she used chakra, she still couldn't match the strength of Natsuo, who had more abundant chakra. In addition to her small stature, even though she was struggling desperately, it looked like she was acting spoiled in Natsuo's arms. How could she bear it? Good. Let's fight again. Ringo Ameirai angrily said. This time I will definitely slaughter you. Although she had lost before, she still had strong confidence in herself. That was the confidence that came from K*ling in the bloody world of Kirigakure time and time again. If I hadn't been careless just now, how could he have won against me? She still firmly believed so. Then I can let you go. Natsuo smiled and said, remember, now that you have agreed to this agreement, you can't play dirty anymore. I will also use force. Let go. Ringo Ameirai said firmly. If I play dirty, you can use force as you please. I allow it. Anyway, she won't lose. Upon hearing this, Natsuo smiled. He stood up. Ringo Ameirai also instantly stood up, taking a few steps back. The restless anger in her eyes dissipated, revealing a calm and composed gaze. This is the gaze that a shinobi uses to exert their maximum strength. Ringo Ameirai's sharp eyes stared at Natsuo intently, her hands sliding slightly downward. She looked like an arrow ready to be released. But Natsuo just smiled calmly and said, aren't you going to make a move? Fine, then I'll make the first move this time. Bang! With a dull sound Natsuo rushed forward. Ringo Ameirai also hesitated for a moment, then suddenly rushed over. Bang! Fists and feet collided, emitting a muffled sound. Sweeping punches, striking palms, poking elbows, kicking legs. Both sides engaged in a back and forth, punches hitting flesh, close quarters combat, fighting head-on. This time, Ringo Ameirai displayed the strength of a cage-level kunoichi. Clean and precise movements, powerful force, and lightning-fast speed. Ordinary shinobi couldn't even catch her shadow. Natsuo, on the other hand, had a smile on his face as he continuously threw punches and kicks. Every punch accurately hit Ringo Ameirai's points of force, every kick perfectly disrupted her balance, every step perfectly avoided where Ringo Ameirai wanted to step. Natsuo could teach Sasuke to perfectly control the Uchiha fighting style, so how could he not do it himself? Ringo Ameirai was trapped, feeling extremely uncomfortable. But she was, after all, a cage-level kunoichi. She firmly defended herself and took the opportunity to find a flaw to counterattack. However, they only exchanged a few moves. Suddenly, Ringo Amayuri's expression changed slightly, and her movements showed a momentary pause. It wasn't because Natsuo did something, but rather her own injuries were affecting her performance. She had just clashed head-on with Kakuzu and was completely defeated and captured. She was already injured. Although Kakuzu intended to sell her for a good price and didn't go all out. But the injuries left behind inevitably became the biggest flaw in the battle. Natsuo seized this opportunity. Just like before, he effortlessly threw Ringo Amayuri out and smashed her onto a pile of dry leaves, pressing down on her with his whole body. Damn it! If I wasn't injured, how could you have defeated me? Ringo Amayuri's face was full of unwillingness. She clearly shouldn't have lost so easily. That's true, I did take advantage of you this time. Natsuo nodded in agreement, then smiled. So let me solve your problem. As he spoke, his hands emitted a green light and gently touched Ringo Amayuri's body. Suddenly, a warm feeling spread throughout her body. Is this medical ninjutsu? Or a rank healing jutsu? Ringo Amayuri was stunned. Medical ninjas were rare treasures in Kirigakure, which valued combat power. Not to mention a medical ninja who mastered A-rank healing jutsu. The effect of A-rank healing jutsu was very strong. Before long, Natsuo withdrew his hands and stood up. Ringo Amayuri was completely healed. She stared blankly at her body, no longer feeling any pain. And all of this was thanks to that man. Being defeated 3 times in a row by this man, and having him personally heal her wounds. A complex feeling arose in her heart. Thank you. Natsuo, wait. Why are you taking off your clothes? Ringo Amayuri looked at Natsuo, who had taken off his shirt, revealing a body full of masculinity, and her eyes widened. Did you forget? Natsuo smirked. We made a deal earlier. If I won, I would. He. Ringo Amayuri. Chapter 70, Ringo Amayuri surrenders. Ringo Amayuri, with her long reddish hair tied up in 2 large pigtails. Her white skin illuminated by the sunlight. She wore a cloth around her head, tied on both sides, which gave her a mysterious air. Natsuo stared into her eyes with an intense look. A subtle smile played on his lips as he advanced towards Ringo Amayuri's face. The cold expression on her face did not prevent his from feeling the fire that burned inside her. Ringo Amayuri. Natsuo whispered in a low, commanding voice, his warm breath brushing against her ear. You can't escape what you promised. She struggled desperately, trying to resist, but Natsuo gently pinned her down, his hand firm on her waist. Passion and desire burned in Natsuo's eyes, and he leaned in to kiss her with overwhelming intensity. Her lips merged in a passionate and dominant kiss, in which Natsuo took control of her, exploring every corner of her mouth with authority. Ringo Amayuri fought with apparent strength, but his eyes betrayed surrender to the passion that burned between them. Her bodies intertwined, and he brought her even closer to him, her hands running over the delicacy of her skin as if they were the notes of a forbidden melody. The cloth around her head slipped, revealing her reddish hair that flowed like the fire of passion that consumed them. With each kiss and each caress, Ringo Amayuri's facade crumbled, and his submission to Natsuo became more and more evident. In the end, she was still conquered by Natsuo. I'm going to K*LLU. Ringo Amayuri gritted her teeth in anger after recovering. If it weren't for Natsuo pinning her down again, she would have already rushed forward. This was the first time she felt so humiliated, even more so because of how her body reacted to the situation. She swore to avenge this grudge. Natsuo innocently shrugged his shoulders. Hey, we had an agreement beforehand, and you even allowed me to use force. Can we talk it out? He suggested. Natsuo was not the kind of man who took advantage of others. Although he had many wives, none of them were forced by him. If he had not noticed that Ringo Amayuri was not resisting him as much as he seemed, he would not have continued. But since the other party allowed him to use force, Natsuo was not the kind of person to let such an opportunity slip by. Ringo Amayuri's face was filled with anger and embarrassment as she recalled the encounter just now. She wished she could bite this despicable man to death. Her teeth made a grinding sound. I'm going to K*LLU. K*LLU. Clearly, she was not a reasonable woman. Whatever. Natsuo shrugged. But I can continue to let you go, as long as we stick to our agreement. Ringo Amayuri struggled angrily. But in the end, she was powerless. After a battle, she was also feeling a bit weak, her limbs sore. She struggled in every way possible, but there was no way out. Let me go. I can promise you. Ringo Amaerai finally said in anger and embarrassment. But you have to heal all the wounds on my body first. She believed that if she were in her prime, she would never lose to Natsuo so easily. As long as she had the chance, she would definitely KLL him. Natsuo was puzzled. Didn't I treat you already? I'm talking about the places where you made me bleed just now. Natsuo. Are you sure you want treatment? If this wound heals, you will have to experience it again later. Natsuo kindly said. He was then glared at by Ringo Amaerai. You don't need to worry about it. Natsuo shrugged and began the treatment. As a ninja who spared no expense to hire the chief instructor of Konoha Hospital, learning medical ninjutsu and cellular knowledge, Natsuo's medical ninjutsu was not top-notch, but it was not bad either. However, with so many wives, no one would ask him to treat this injury. However, the fierce and cute young lady of Kirigakure seems to not care much about this injury, she only cares if it will affect her combat power. Well, treating this type of wound is probably a valuable experience as well. Although it was the first time encountering this injury, Natsuo still managed to heal it. Just after Ringo Amaerai finished her treatment, she decisively took action. Natsuo activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and fought her head-on. Ringo Amaerai's movements were even more fierce than before. Because the injury had healed, her movements were large and intense, and every attack aimed at vital points. However, it only took a little effort, and soon Natsuo regained control of the situation. Not long after, Ringo Amaerai saw that her taijutsu was gradually being suppressed, so she took the initiative to use lightning release, and intense lightning flickered. Natsuo silently took out wind release. His wind release was not particularly strong, but he had received rewards from several children for his wind release, including powerful nature transformation ninjutsu. Although it couldn't compare to his most frequently used Manjiki Sharingan. But wind release has a strong restraining effect on lightning release. Furthermore, he now has huge chakra reserves and generously infused chakra into the wind release, shattering the lightning release. Ringo Amaerai finally ended up losing. Damn it! If I had the thunder blades! Ringo Amaerai gritted her teeth. This time, her purpose in infiltrating the land of fire and assassinating Rega was to obtain the thunder blades. Otherwise, why would any village bother to deal with Rega with so much effort in this tense atmosphere due to a possible war? Even if Rega was an embarrassment to the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, he was still part of that group. However, Natsuo smiled when he heard this. It seems like you are still not convinced. In that case, I'll give you another chance. This time, I'll give you the thunder blades. The rules remain the same. I will fight until you are convinced. And of course, don't forget, now that you've lost to me, you owe me one. Saying this, he slowly pressed down his body. Ringo Amaerai gritted her teeth, her voice escaping through the gaps in her teeth. Fine. Only when Ringo Amaerai held the thunder blades did she truly possess cage-level combat power. Before this, she was not considered a strong individual even among the Jainin. However, once she possessed the thunder blades, she firmly believed that she would not lose to anyone. For revenge, I will endure this humiliation. Ringo Amaerai's eyes were filled with shame, anger, and resentment. Perhaps to obtain the lightning blades faster and seek revenge against Natsuo, she unexpectedly took the initiative to attack with clumsy movements. I will definitely KLL you. After a while, Ringo Amaerai, holding the thunder blades, attacked crazily. She had a crazy expression, as if seeking revenge. After all, even though wind release restrains lightning release, Natsuo's level of wind release is definitely not a match for her lightning release enhanced by the thunder blades. The violent lightning release wrapped around the thunder blades and fiercely slashed towards Natsuo. This time, I will definitely. Natsuo, Susanoo. Clang. The thunder blades struck Susanoo, as if a child hitting a stone with a plastic knife, and was instantly repelled. Ringo Amaerai looked confused. What kind of ninjutsu was this? Taking advantage of her momentary confusion, Natsuo directly pounced on her. It seems like it's too much to bully you with the Manjiki Sharingan. How about this time I don't use the Manjiki Sharingan, do you want to fight again? Bring it on. If it wasn't for that inexplicable ninjutsu, how could I possibly lose to you? Being teased once again, Ringo Amaerai tried to gather her spirits and firm her beliefs. She swung the thunder blades towards Natsuo. And in response, Natsuo calmly said, Genjutsu, Sharingan. Not *LLED in Genjutsu, and unable to decipher it, Ringo Aimeirai was directly hit. In a one-on-one situation, without worrying about teammates breaking the illusion, the Sharingan was this dominant. Natsuo was also not polite and directly pounced on her. This time I won't use Genjutsu, do you want to fight again? If you don't even dare to agree to this, what kind of member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist am I? Ringo Ameirai's eyes turned red. In a normal battle, who would restrict themselves to this extent? If she still didn't dare to fight, she wouldn't need to be a shinobi anymore. Ringo Aimeirai once again pounced, her movements swift. Natsuo's movements were also fast. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Fire release, great fire extinction. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Boom. 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 Fire release swept the ground. Ringo Aimeirai was once again dumbfounded. The Uchiha clan emblem is a fan that manipulates flames, and Natsuo didn't even care about the consumption of chakra. Although he could use some earth release, the overwhelming fire release directly overwhelmed poor Ringo. Then Natsuo calmly walked over, pressing his body against hers just like before. Cough, cough. This time I don't even need to use fire release, do you dare to fight me? I don't believe I can't beat you. Ringo Ameirai's eyes were red, her voice no longer as fierce as before, but rather with a hint of pitiful cuteness. Just like a child whose self-esteem has been shattered. Regrettable. Natsuo commented on her appearance, then aimed with both hands. Wood release, nativity of a sea of trees. Ringo Aimeirai. After a long time, Ringo Aimeirai collapsed onto a pile of withered leaves, her eyes lifeless, as if she had been played with too much, murmuring non-stop. Why is it like this? How many more cards do you have left? She was like a girl being stared at by a strong man, no matter how much she resisted, she couldn't change the final result. Natsuo touched his nose. Was this his fault? He couldn't restrict himself, tie his hands and feet, seal his chakra, and then use his head to fight her, right? But it was already enough. He walked towards Ringo Aimeirai and sat down gently next to her. How about it, still want to fight? Natsuo smiled and said, are you planning to obediently have children with me? What do you want to do to me? Can I even resist? Ringo Aimeirai laughed bitterly, self-mockingly. It's Manjiki Sharingan again, would release again, and that exaggerated chakra. This is the power that a shameful Jainin should have? The entire ninja world looks down on this guy. Don't say that I've never liked forcing girls. Natsuo smiled. Even between you and me, didn't you agree to it? Upon hearing this, Ringo Ameirai's face turned red with anger. Yes, I did agree to it. But I never expected you to be this strong. If you help me have a child, I'll give you the Thunder Blades. Natsuo smiled. Actually, I originally planned to trade the Thunder Blades with you, but you insisted on being difficult. I was originally going to give you the Thunder Blades for giving birth, but now if you don't give birth to 3, don't even think about leaving the Uchiha clan. So, are you willing? What if I'm not willing? After all, I can't resist you. Ringo Aimeirai turned her head away, since I'm a defeated subordinate, naturally the winner can say whatever they want. Seeing this, Natsuo finally showed a happy smile. This guy finally surrendered. He slowly pressed down on her body. Ringo Ameirai's body stiffened, but she didn't resist. Cage-level kunoichi, indeed difficult to handle. After all the struggle, she finally surrendered by lifting her legs. But the sense of accomplishment is indeed fulfilling. Chapter 71, Team Up at the Club. Before long, another wife joined the Uchiha clan. Although this cage-level kunoichi's agreement with Natsuo was only to bear 3 children, Natsuo still treated her as a wife. After all, she was a cage-level kunoichi. In Natsuo's harem she is the first cage-level kunoichi. Natsuo, who rarely revealed most of her strength, repeatedly defeated Ringo Aimeirai. He completely crushed her in every shinobi aspect. Although he still had the techniques of the Manjiki Sharingan and other secret techniques and had not used the Susanoo to its full power. But if this news were to be exposed, it would definitely shock the ninja world. Of course, he wasn't worried about Ringo Aimeirai doing anything impulsive. The agreement between Natsuo and Ringo Aimeirai was to simply have 3 children and give her the Thunder Blades, which was considered generous. Until these 3 children were born, Ringo Aomeirai had to obediently stay at the Uchiha clan's residence and would find it difficult to act irrationally. And after bearing 3 children, it takes 10 months to carry a child. Considering the time for nurturing and preparing for the next child, it would take at least a year to give birth to another child, and then another 2 months for the body to recover enough to conceive again. And this is the fastest speed. In reality, it's not so easy for a woman to get pregnant, right? According to Natsuo's experience, even if he relentlessly attacked the kunoichi during their dangerous periods, it would generally take 2 months of effort to barely get them pregnant. So, 3 children would take about 4 years. And 4 years later, even according to the Naruto series timeline, it would be close to the end. What would Natsuo be afraid of at that moment? With his current rate of becoming stronger, he might not even be defeated if the entire ninja world attacked him together. Natsuo brought Ringo Aomeirai to the house and began his crazy attack. After finally subduing a cage-level kunoichi, wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't work hard to have a child? For a while, Natsuo almost stayed in Ringo Aomeirai's room day and night. Even during non-dangerous times, he worked hard, hoping to make her pregnant as quickly as possible. A child born to a cage-level mother, how amazing would that be? Along with the growth of his own potential, Natsuo was sure that it would bring him a big surprise. So, he worked like crazy. A month and a half later, Ringo Aomeirai successfully became pregnant. At the same time, Yui Kurane, who had resisted so much before but now had become accustomed to the Uchiha clan's life, also became pregnant. Her pregnancy was actually an accident, although the child had already been born, and Yui Kurane was becoming more and more accustomed to the life of the Uchiha clan. But the few remaining traces of pride in her heart still held on to her bottom line of not becoming Natsuo's wife. But the bottom line is something that can be broken after all. After getting used to the hugs and caresses, the actions became a little more inappropriate between them and she gradually accepted all of that. After that, whatever was done became more and more normal. As a result, after an accidental moment of passion, Yui Kurane gradually let go, and then an accident happened. At the same time. During this time, in addition to Natsuo's ordinary wives, the Jainin sent by Orochimaru also began to give birth. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 101, you gain chakra +8, magnet release, hidden magnetism technique. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 103, you gain chakra +8, storm release, great raptor technique. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 106, you gain chakra +8. Impressive, as expected of a Jainin. In addition, Natsuo, who is constantly getting stronger, actually received a score of over 100. Natsuo's body is constantly getting stronger at a visible speed. As for those jutsu as rewards that can only be used with a specific Kekii Genkai, Natsuo doesn't really give it much thought anymore. Among the Kekii Genkai, apart from a few major clans like Uzumaki, Hyuga, Uchiha, Senju, there aren't many that are particularly powerful. Or rather, it's not that these bloodlines aren't strong enough, but for Natsuo now, he doesn't really think highly of them anymore. Magnet release, storm release, no matter how much he accumulates, it's only at the level of a cage. For Natsuo now, they are useful, but not as useful as the chakra and mental power rewards. At most, they can be considered as enriching his own means. Perhaps in the future, he can use these unique Kekii Genkai to go to other ninja villages and establish an identity. But that's about it. Continue to work hard, keep it up. Natsuo cheers himself on, I can do it. Then he turns and walks into the chambers of his wives, starting a new round of efforts for the revival of the Uchiha clan. During this period, Natsuo continues to work hard as usual. Apart from occasionally teaching Sasuke in his training and teaching Naruto how to pick up girls, he doesn't have much other work. The shinobi world is still in turmoil, as if a full-scale war is about to break out at any moment. But no one dares to say when exactly and who will be the one to start the first battle. Of course, all these upheavals do not affect the children of the ninja school. They are in their daily classes. Today is the most revealing segment to showcase the students' abilities, combat practice. You guys just wait. Naruto proudly puffs up his chest and says, I've been consulting Natsuo for a long time, and I feel like I've mastered the essence of picking up girls. This time, I will definitely make Sakura and the others look at me with new eyes. Oh, is that so? Sasuke responds indifferently, his mind seemingly replaying a certain battle. Sasuke was now able to return to school and the previous incident of violence had completely dissipated. He remains the center of attention, the school's #1 ninja who countless classmates admire. In the eyes of these classmates, someone like Sasuke who attracts the attention of all the girls is enviable. But in Sasuke's eyes, this attention is really useless. Even if many women beat around the bush and say things like, "Sasuke, I also want to help you revive the Uchiha clan," which is almost like a confession, Sasuke dismisses it. You all talk about wanting to contribute to the revival of the Uchiha clan every day, why don't you go find Natsuo? Sasuke sneers in his heart. Besides, you can't even bear children now, why bother me? It's just that he thinks his classmates are too young and can't bear children yet. Otherwise, he would have taken this group of self-proclaimed willing to contribute to the revival of the Uchiha clan female classmates to find Natsuo long ago. You want to contribute to the Uchiha clan, right? Then go and work with Natsuo to have children for the Uchiha clan. Just talking won't revive the Uchiha clan. Of course, Naruto has no idea about Sasuke's inner thoughts. When he sees Sasuke's indifferent attitude, he gets angry. Sasuke, do you think I'm insignificant? Do you think I can't be handsome? I'll tell you, this time I specifically learned the essence from Natsuo. Soon, I'll be popular, and you, Sasuke, can only envy and hate me with your saliva. Sasuke. I envy the hell out of it. I even want to push the women who surround me every day to Natsuo. Do you think I would be envious? And at this moment, Iruka finally calls the names. Now, the next match. Sasuke vs. Naruto. It's finally my turn. Naruto shows excitement on his face. He jumps up suddenly, walks towards the center of the training field and adopts a cold and indifferent expression. Sasuke, on the other hand, walks slowly, advancing in the opposite direction of Naruto, with his hands in his pockets, as if to say, I am Uchiha Sasuke, I don't know what it feels like to have a worthy opponent. Suddenly, many girls screamed. Ah! Sasuke is so handsome. So cool, is this the young master of the Uchiha clan? I really want to help him revive the Uchiha clan. Are you trying to help Sasuke revive the Uchiha clan? You just want to take advantage of him, you scum. A series of screams made Naruto's mouth twitch. Looking at Sasuke, he also felt a bit envious. It's okay. Naruto encouraged himself. Yesterday, I shamelessly pestered Natsuo and asked him to help me come up with a cool line. This time, there will be no problem. Compared to Natsuo, Sasuke is nothing. He's just my... Naruto thought to himself. Naruto took a deep breath and regained his composure. Sasuke, come at me. He beckoned dismissively. Considering you're Natsuo's younger brother, I'll give you 3 moves. After 3 moves, then I'll make my move. The girls nearby were indignant. Naruto, how dare you let Sasuke have 3 moves? Sasuke, beat him up. Naruto, you can't even beat me, and you want to fight Sasuke? Take a look at yourself. Sasuke also looked helpless, what's wrong with this guy again? Did you drink expired milk today? Sasuke sneered. Loser, when did you start thinking that I need 3 moves to defeat you? Naruto's expression turned angry upon hearing this, and he approached with a domineering momentum. Very well. You have completely angered me. I promise you won't see tomorrow's sunrise. His voice carried a hint of gloom, mixed with a chilling intent to k*ll. Even the girls next to him were stunned and dared not speak for a moment. Seeing this, Naruto's eyes shine with joy. Yes, this set of lines was designed by Natsuo for Naruto. Using it really had an outstanding effect. Are my popular days finally coming? Looking at the girls who were overwhelmed by his momentum, Naruto felt ecstatic in his heart. On the other hand, Sasuke remained silent for a moment, then sighed. Tomorrow. You idiot, Naruto, as a ninja, you can't even see that there will be a heavy rain tomorrow. On such a day, there is no Sunday. I'll give you a chance to repeat it, how about that? For example, can't see tomorrow's heavy rain. Perhaps it was because he was familiar with Naruto, or perhaps it was the influence of Naruto saying, lines designed by Natsuo. Sasuke, rarely serious when considering Naruto, offered his own suggestion. Pfft! The girls couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Sakura even laughed until tears came out. Unable to see the sun tomorrow? Well, because it will rain tomorrow. Damn it! Naruto. What should I do now? Natsuo, what should we do about this question that is beyond the scope? Damn it, Sasuke, it's all your fault. Naruto finally became angry and rushed forward. In the end, Naruto was suppressed by Sasuke. Although compared to his version from the same period in the Naruto series, Naruto has received some guidance from Natsuo during his free time when Natsuo was teaching Sasuke. The wealthy Natsuo occasionally treats them, the students, to meals, providing them with sufficient nutrition. Compared to his other version, Naruto's strength could be said to have changed greatly. But Sasuke's changes are even greater. Not only does Natsuo occasionally guide Sasuke's training, but even Natsuo's wives occasionally give Sasuke some advice. After all, Sasuke is their younger brother-in-law. Although he is full of arrogance, Natsuo's wives still take care of him. And the weakest of Natsuo's wives, Yukino, has now learned many ninjutsu from the Uchiha clan's ninja library and has the combat power of a Chunin. Among them, strong individuals like Kurane and Anko even have the strength of a Jonin, so teaching Sasuke is naturally effortless. Sasuke's progress is much greater than his version in the Naruto series. Damn it, how did I fail again? Why is my luck so bad? Naruto walked out of the school gate with a troubled expression. The lines taught by Natsuo seem to be flawless, and the female classmates are also amazed. It can be said that if Naruto defeats his opponent with overwhelming advantage next, he might really gain a group of fans. But the problem is that Sasuke is not cooperating. A single phrase, "It will rain tomorrow," completely crushes Naruto's style. Maybe cool quotes don't go well with Naruto. The plan was clearly perfect, but in the end, it failed. Never mind, I'll go home and train properly. One day, I will defeat you, arrogant Sasuke. Naruto thought as he walked towards his home. However, just as he reached a sparsely populated area, his shoulder was suddenly grabbed by someone. Naruto, wait! Sasuke. Naruto was stunned, then immediately showed an expression of "So this is your level, isn't this the wrong way to your house, you useless Sasuke? Don't you even recognize the road?" Sasuke looked at Naruto helplessly, but still grabbed him. "Don't talk, come with me. I'll take you somewhere." After a while, Sasuke brought Naruto to the Uchiha nightclub. Sasuke looked at the club's sign, determined. "I secretly arrived at the club earlier, but my Sharingan did not evolve. Research shows that it's because there were no acquaintances present, and my emotions couldn't be stimulated to the highest point of shame. Now that I brought Naruto here, I'm definitely going to evolve the Sharingan." "A club? What is this place, Sasuke? Why did you bring me here? Stop talking nonsense, come with me." To action. Chapter 72, The Visit to the Uchiha Club. Sasuke transformed as usual and moved forward. Although Naruto was lacking in other ninja techniques, he was quite *LLED in the transformation technique. In the future, he could even develop jutsu, sexy and jutsu, harem. Although the two of them were young, they entered together quite easily. However, the further Naruto went, the more anxious he felt. "Sasuke, what kind of place is this?" Naruto looked around at the sexy and alluring ladies in black stockings, shocked. Despite always saying lines like "I want to have a harem, I want to learn from Natsuo," Naruto was actually still innocent. "This place?" Sasuke pondered for a moment. To put it in Natsuo's words, it's a place that is incompatible with gambling and drugs. Naruto. Naruto didn't understand and wanted to ask further. "Don't waste time, Naruto." Sasuke grabbed Naruto's hand and said, "Follow me." He didn't have the heart to explain in detail, as Sasuke was also inexperienced. Sasuke held onto Naruto and headed straight for the lobby manager. Although he was shy, Sasuke had some experience. Naruto, on the other hand, was being pulled along by Sasuke. Along the way, he saw the teasing gazes of the ladies around him and heard the soundproofed rooms in the hotel, which had excellent sound insulation but couldn't block the hearing of a ninja. His face suddenly turned red. Could this be a nightclub? Naruto didn't say these words out loud, but as a ninja, he actually understood it. He was already sure that Sasuke had brought him to that kind of place. And he became even more embarrassed. "Sasuke, why did you bring me to a place like this?" Naruto panicked and whispered to Sasuke in a deliberately low voice, "Let's just leave. This place isn't suitable for the two of us." Sasuke, however, glanced disdainfully at Naruto and said, "In school, you were always talking about wanting to have a harem, wanting to slay 100 people. Now you're scared. Coward. I can't believe you were still shouting about wanting to be Hokage. Isn't it just like shouting about having a harem, just empty words? Using Naruto's life goal of becoming Hokage as a provocation. Naruto immediately became indignant and said, "How can I be a coward? I am the future 5th Hokage. How could I be a coward? It's just a nightclub, right? Sasuke, no matter how big of a game you play today, I, Naruto, will accompany you." But even though he said that his words were full of momentum. However, Naruto still looked around nervously. Sasuke saw it but didn't say much. Because he was also quite nervous. But his pretending to be calm saved him at this moment. Even though he was not much calmer than Naruto in his heart, he still approached the manager and called for escorts in a seasoned manner. Sasuke doesn't have much interest in women. Although he doesn't love the flat-chested Sakura, he can eventually accept her. He ignores the sexy Ino. He ignores the innocent Hinata. He ignores the exciting Karin. But as a person full of utilitarianism, Sasuke understands which type of person can stimulate him the most. So, he left all the big-breasted and big-bottomed ones. And then, he called them all to his side. "Come on, start serving me." Sasuke took a deep breath, resembling a martyr about to sacrifice himself. "Yes, young master." The escorts bowed slightly and walked up with radiant smiles. Beside them, Naruto was momentarily stunned. He originally thought that Sasuke would share something with him, and he was still conflicted about whether he should accept it or reject it to show his stance before accepting it. But now reality told him. "You're thinking too much." "Wait, Sasuke." Naruto couldn't help but say, "You're paying for all of them." Yet. Sasuke took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner shame. Honestly, doing something indecent in front of classmates was indeed quite exciting. It's just a pity that the person is Naruto. If it were a girl like Sakura who admired him. Sasuke pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it. Although he was indeed willing to pay any price for the advancement of the Sharingan, he didn't want to make himself infamous. Although Naruto was mischievous, he was still very tight-lipped about such matters and wouldn't make a big fuss about it. "No, don't you understand what I mean?" Naruto said, "I mean, can you handle so many people? I have no choice. I have to persevere no matter how hard or tired it is." "Well, actually, I can help you." "Okay, you can watch over me." Naruto hesitated, wanting to speak but also wanting to stop himself from speaking. In the end, unable to hold back, he directly said, "Sasuke, what I mean is, you called me over just to watch you enjoy it. What else? At the very least, maybe, you shouldn't have invited me along." Naruto pondered for a while before finally uttering these words. Sasuke, upon hearing this, raised his head and glanced at Naruto expressionlessly, saying, "If you want to play, you have to pay for it yourself. It's a joke." He was here specifically to experience shame. After all, the first time he came he managed to awaken the Sharingan. He didn't really form a group with his classmates to find girlfriends. Naruto. Paying money. Well, spending money can indeed provide the same services as Sasuke. Girls are not a problem either. Besides, there are other people. Just talking about the girls that Sasuke rejected earlier, there are many who fit Naruto's preferences. But the problem is that Naruto doesn't have money. Actually, Naruto has quite a bit of money. Although the third Hokage used various means to make many people in Konoha resent Naruto, in order to facilitate his own warmth towards Naruto, establish a stable relationship, and hold on to the Jinchuriki. But when it comes to money, he is also generous towards Naruto. At the very least, he doesn't have to worry about food and drink. Even if Naruto has the personality of a child who always likes to buy this and that, he can still ensure that there is milk and other food in the refrigerator. Konoha wouldn't be short of a little child's money. But the nightclub is a place that sells gold, and the Uchiha Club is specifically aimed at the high-end crowd. How could Naruto, a mere student, afford it? It's only Sasuke. Although he gave up the position of Uchiha clan leader to Natsuo and left most of the Uchiha's inheritance to Natsuo as well. But Natsuo also gave him a lot of pocket money. His pocket money is even higher than a Jonin's income. Sasuke has enough money to buy enough services and maximize the enhancement of his eyes. For revenge, I can spare no expense. A hint of madness flashed in Sasuke's eyes as he suppressed the embarrassment in his heart, his muscles completely tense. Naruto, beside him, also had a hint of madness in his eyes. However, his thoughts were different from Sasuke's. He was contemplating a question. May I ask, is throwing a classmate out of a third-floor window considered illegal behavior? Chapter 73, Kurama Yakumo. Sasuke naturally won't resort to real action. After all, if he really did it, what if he ended up getting used to it? The emotions she might experience on future occasions would decrease considerably. But even just by observing, after experiencing so much stimulation. Although Sasuke didn't directly promote his Sharingan, he felt as if he had made great progress in his mind. A warm current flowed through his mind, but due to issues like lack of follow-up, it ultimately only lightly brushed past. Could this be a precursor to the promotion of the Sharingan? Sasuke suddenly became excited. Although I failed this time, if I put in more effort next time, I might be able to promote the Sharingan again. The feeling of shame can truly stimulate the progress of the Sharingan. Sasuke successfully proved this point. Of course, he believed that the main reason for his failure to promote this time was Naruto. Although Naruto initially glared at Sasuke with gritted teeth for a long time, he soon couldn't help but want to leave. Since I don't have any money, I can't do anything. Is staying here just for the sake of looking into the distance? Sasuke made a decision and made countless promises. Like buying new potato chips, buying new manga, buying new ice cream, grilled meat skewers. But it only kept Naruto stable for a while, and in the end, he couldn't bear it and chose to leave, even if it meant not having these things. Sasuke sighed helplessly and could only follow along and leave. Next time I'll bring Naruto along. I should be able to promote the Sharingan. Sasuke thought to himself. Of course, he also took care of Naruto's mood as the tool, and after leaving the club, he headed straight to the commercial street, buying all sorts of delicious food and stuffing Naruto's arms full. Sasuke believed that with this premise in place, he should be able to bring Naruto along next time. And then he would definitely be able to promote the Sharingan. But Naruto was thinking something else. I need to save money. Naruto secretly encouraged himself. Next time, I absolutely can't just stand by Sasuke's side. I also want to experience it. The feeling of just being able to watch from the sidelines was too pitiful, it was simply something a man couldn't accept. As for now, eat. Eat more. Eating enough, I can skip dinner when I get home tonight and save a meal's worth of money. Naruto took a big bite of meat skewer and felt very satisfied. Sasuke looked at Naruto's happy expression and also felt satisfied. The camaraderie between classmates quickly warmed up. Meanwhile, the Uchiha residence welcomed a unique guest. Hello, I'm from the Kurama clan. I've come to visit. Kurama Unkai, accompanied by Kurama Yakumo, dressed in formal kimono, with a respectful attitude. He finally came. There's no other way. The problem that even Konoha's strongest genjutsu ninja, Yi Kurane, can't solve can only be resolved by the Uchiha clan. Kurama Unkai, welcome. The Uchiha clan greets the esteemed guest. Natsuo also spoke with formalities and welcomed him in. Or rather, this is the only job Natsuo has besides having children and maintaining the Uchiha clan's business empire. Building good relationships with other clan leaders, that's the chief's job. He brought the two Kurama clan members to the reception room. After a few cups of tea, Kurama Unkai didn't hide anything and directly explained his request. I hope you can help Yakumo. Kurama Unkai lowered his head and said in a deep voice. This is the only hope for our Kurama clan. The Uchiha clan has a long history and rich heritage. You are the only way for me to solve my niece's problem. Please. As he said that, he bowed down directly. Yakumo. Let me assess the situation first. Natsuo pondered for a moment and spoke. Saying that, he walked to Yakumo's side and confidently observed this unique girl. Kurama Yakumo was very beautiful. Perhaps because she hadn't been outside for a long time, her skin was extremely fair, almost pale, which formed a sharp contrast with her reddish-brown hair. Placed among the beautiful wives of the Uchiha Harem, her appearance is top-notch. Natsuo pinched her hand, pressed her muscles, and activated his Sharingan, carefully staring into her eyes. A very powerful mental power. Natsuo withdrew his hand. Even without taking action, I can feel a faint pressure. This child should have the highest talent among your Kurama clan. Yes, that's true, Kurama Unkai sighed bitterly. But it's precisely because it's too high that her body can't bear it. Yakumo's situation is simple, her body is oppressed by an excessively powerful mental power. The Kurama clan's training method is related to illusion techniques. The more they train their mental power, the stronger it becomes, but it also oppresses the body, making it weaker. The gap between the two sides becomes larger and larger. Of course, the Kurama clan has also considered methods to first train the body. However, under the influence of the overpowering mental power that has already oppressed the body, it is difficult for the body to even practice. It has become a deadlock. However, Yakumo carries the expectations of the clan. She desires to become stronger and always wants to train. In the end, it triggered that disaster. Kurama Unkai fell silent for a moment, and finally revealed the incident of Yakumo's subconscious K*ing her parents. Yakumo scoffed at this, clearly thinking that the third Hokage wanted to K*ll me, not like what you said. Her expression was visible to everyone, but no one paid attention to it. After all, people with mental illness always claim that they are not mentally ill, which is an unsolvable problem. In essence, it is the problem of her excessively strong mental power and the inability to train her body. We can consider finding a way to seal off Yakumo's mental power. Natsuo thought for a moment and said, I also don't have a way to quickly strengthen her body, so while I seal her mental power, I will train her body until it is strong enough to withstand her own mental power. This should be the best solution. The third Hokage also said the same, but, Kurama Unkai paused. There is no one in Konoha who can complete this task. He and the third Hokage initially relied on Kurane to solve this problem. But she ultimately failed as well. Faced with the formidable mental power of Kurama Yakumo and the monster deep within her heart, she was completely powerless. Is that so? Then I have no other options. Natsuo calmly said. But considering the relationship between our two clans, I can allow Yakumo to go to the Uchiha clan's library to study literature on mental power. Perhaps it will be helpful to her. The relationship between the two clans? What kind of relationship do the two clans have? With Natsuo's strength, the problems that Kurane cannot solve may not be unsolvable for him. But why bother? To solve Yakumo's problem, it requires a stronger mental power than Yakumo's in order to suppress his subconscious. This requires exposing Natsuo's strength. Although as Natsuo becomes stronger, he cares less and less about hiding himself. But the Kurama clan is not important enough for him to expose himself just to help them. Allowing Yakumo to go to the Uchiha clan library to consult literature is already giving them enough respect. Anyway, even if I help, Kurama Yakumo won't marry me. Natsuo thought indifferently. Then, it is better to wait for when I expose my strength, and at that time I will see if I will save her. Kurama Yakumo is the most talented bloodline of the Kurama clan and will not marry just anyone. Not to mention that Kurama Yakumo is still young, not yet of legal age, and not suitable for marriage. Of course, he also doesn't want to see such a lovely girl looking sickly. So, helping to solve this problem in the future is the way to go. Anyway, this time won't be too long. According to the original timeline of the Naruto series, the Fourth Great Shinobi War will end 7 years later. And judging by the tension between the great nations, war could break out at any moment, which would reduce the waiting time even further. By then, Yakumo will surely still be safe and sound, so there's no problem in waiting. Thinking of this, Natsuo calmly picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. The conversation is almost over, it's time to serve tea and send off the guests. However, what he didn't expect was. After a moment of silence, Kurama Unkai suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke up. Uchiha Natsuo, if I allow Kurama Yakumo to marry you, will you do everything in your power to help her solve this problem? Pfft! Natsuo sprayed out a mouthful of tea. He looked at the determined Kurama Unkai, then glanced at the slightly lowered and somewhat shy Kurama Yakumo. What? Marry me? Marry this underage girl? Chapter 74, Kurama Yakumo moves to the Uchiha clan. Natsuo's reaction was intense, causing him to spit out the tea he was drinking. Are you sure you want to do this? Kurama Unkai. It doesn't seem quite appropriate, right? Kurama Unkai let out a sigh. He actually didn't want to marry off Kurama Yakumo so early. After all, she was the only bloodline successor of the Kurama clan, the only one with an awakened Kekkei Genkai, and a peerless genius whose body was collapsing due to her overwhelming talent. But not doing this was even worse. Because she was already at a loss. The excessively powerful mental power made Kurama Yakumo's body weaker and would continue to deteriorate over time. If there was still a glimmer of hope now, the longer they waited, the smaller that hope would become. And the power of the Kurama clan in Konoha was becoming increasingly weak. Originally, the Kurama clan had contributed several Jonin and Chunin to Konoha, but as time went on, the Kurama clan gradually declined, and now they didn't even have a single Jonin. Apart from the prestigious reputation inherited from their ancestors, they were just a small and unremarkable ninja clan. Of course, similar to the Uchiha clan who experienced annihilation, the Kurama clan, which had no internal conflicts, still had a solid foundation and never lacked money. Just like the Uchiha clan, which has been oppressed by others after its decline, the Kurama clan has also been subjected to various forms of bullying. Their weakened strength has made it impossible for them to preserve the wealth accumulated by their ancestors. Now, Kurama Yakumo is the only hope of the Kurama clan. Her existence is more important to the clan than the clan leader, Kurama Unkai. The Kurama clan needs a strong individual who can handle the situation, and Yakumo is currently the only clan member who has the potential to support the Kurama clan. Kurama Unkai sighed deeply. To the best of my knowledge, there is no one better than the Uchiha clan at dealing with mental power. Clan leader Natsuo, you are Yakumo's only hope, and the Kurama clan's only hope. Then, she described the current situation of the Kurama clan and made an effort to express her sincerity. Natsuo nodded slightly. The Kurama clan has a low presence in Konoha, and he doesn't know much about them. But precisely because of their low presence, it proves the truthfulness of Kurama Unkai's words. Even Yakumo's obsession with training, and even the fact that her parents forbade her from training, leading to the eruption of her inner demons and the death of her parents, is probably influenced by the current situation of the Kurama clan. As the only awakened bloodline in the present, the Kurama clan has placed too many expectations on her. These expectations have overwhelmed her and created her inner demons. For your Kurama clan, this is like shaking their foundations. Natsuo sighed softly. No kunoichi with an awakened Kekii Genkai has the right to choose her own marriage in a shinobi clan. Kunoichis from families with Kekii Genkai usually only marry within their own clan, and it is rare for them to marry outside. For example, in the Naruto series, in the future Yamanaka Ino would marry Sai, but it was Sai who joined the Yamanaka clan, instead of Ino forming a new family with Sai. For the Kurama clan, it would be a huge loss for one of their members to marry outside the clan. Well, we have to solve the problem on her body. Kurama Unkai sighed bitterly. If this continues, Yakumo may not live past 20. As long as you can solve the problem on Yakumo's body, the Kurama clan will have no objections. Of course, Yakumo's situation is special. She is allowed to marry you, but we hope that she can still carry the name of the Kurama clan and complete missions for Konoha. Kurama Unkai said in a deep voice. We hope that the first male child she gives birth to will be raised by the Kurama clan. And unless the Uchiha clan's Sharingan awakens, we hope that child will belong to the Kurama clan. Yakumo's talent is too high. According to bloodline theory, her child will definitely inherit a considerable amount of talent. The rise of the Kurama clan is within reach. Of course, all of this is on the condition that Natsuo can solve the problem on Yakumo's body, but Kurama Unkai doesn't think it's a big issue. Although Uchiha Itachi has a notorious reputation, he definitely has some kind of connection with the Uchiha clan. Kurama Unkai thought to himself, maybe he regretted wiping out the Uchiha clan and still hopes to return to the Uchiha clan. Even though Uchiha Itachi committed the act of wiping out the clan, can you see any signs of a clan annihilator in his subsequent assistance to the Uchiha clan? There are rumors that he personally told Daimi, everything related to the Uchiha clan belongs to me. If you harm the Uchiha clan, you harm my interests. This information has been circulating among the major clans for a long time and cannot be faked. Perhaps Uchiha Itachi has a close connection with Natsuo in secret. Natsuo may not be able to heal Yakumo, but Uchiha Itachi might be able to. If the chances of healing were not extremely high, Kurama Unkai would not have directly approached with the intention of marrying off Yakumo. This marriage, which involves the most talented individuals within the clan, cannot be decided by the clan head alone. It must have gone through high-level discussions within the clan. Natsuo certainly didn't think of this at first, but under Kurama Unkai's repeated hints, he quickly understood. So, you came for Uchiha Itachi? Natsuo said helplessly. But it doesn't really matter, the difference is not significant. Yakumo, what do you think? Natsuo turned his head and asked. Do you want to marry me? Yakumo's fair face blushed with shyness, but her words were resolute. As long as you can heal my body and allow me to practice normally, I am willing to do it. In her eyes, there was a firm determination. I want to become a shinobi, this is my dream. Moreover, this is also for the clan. She and Natsuo met for the first time today, and there were no feelings between them. Although she was very satisfied with Natsuo's appearance, it was too exaggerated to say that she liked him and wanted to marry him at first sight. But many times, people are not in control, especially shinobi clan. They all have the responsibility to give everything for the clan. Like Natsuo, who works hard to take wives, and find excellent partners at all costs, and works hard to provide for the family every night and soothe the emotions of each wife during the day. Why is he working so hard? Isn't this also for the revival of the clan? Who made Natsuo love the Uchiha clan so deeply? I understand. As a fellow clan member who also needs to go through fire and water for the clan, I understand your feelings and admire your dedication. Natsuo pondered for a moment. But your age? What's wrong with my age? Kurama Yakumo looked puzzled. According to Konoha's laws, I am already eligible for marriage. Kurama Unkai seems to have more thoughts and understanding than Yakumo. Are you saying that Yakumo is not at the optimal age for conception yet? But that shouldn't be a problem. Her body is weak, and she can't start getting pregnant right away. Natsuo opened his mouth. Well, according to Konoha's laws, Yakumo doesn't have any problems. After all, Konoha's laws have always encouraged girls to have children early, which seems to be a custom passed down from the Sengoku period, considering that the average lifespan during the Sengoku period was only 30 years. If you don't have children early, you won't see them grow up. Although I don't feel comfortable in my heart. After all, Yakumo is fair and beautiful. Let's consider that I am raising another future wife along with Karin. The key is that the Kurama clan is comparable to the Uchiha clan in the field of genjutsu, and Yakumo possesses the strongest mental power of the Kurama clan, to the extent that even Yi Kurane, who already has Jonin level strength, cannot solve it. Considering Yakumo's young age, her mental power has not yet reached its peak. In comparison, if it were the Uchiha clan, this is equivalent to being born with the formidable talent of the Mangeki Sharingan. If her body can withstand it, this girl could at least become Kage level. Since that's the case, then wait for my news. I'll think of a way to see if I can solve Yakumo's problem. Natsuo pretended to ponder for a moment and spoke. Previously Natsuo said that he couldn't solve Yakumo's problem, but the moment they said she could marry you, then you can solve it. Natsuo didn't want to embarrass Kurama Unkai too much. Just pretend to prepare for a few days, just to give a hint. Kurama Unkai and Kurama Yakumo, however, thought that Natsuo intended to contact Uchiha Itachi and needed some time. So, Kurama Unkai pondered for a moment and said to Yakumo, Yakumo, you should stay in the Uchiha clan for now, it will also be convenient for some inspections. Yes, uncle. Yakumo also understood the deeper meaning in his uncle's words and nodded. From then on, Kurama Yakumo moved to the Uchiha clan. She worked diligently, helping Natsuo's wives take care of the children, and with a clumsy but hard-working attitude, she took the initiative to help with some household chores. Even though as a member of the Kurama clan, she had never done such things before. But she still tried her best to perform well. Every time she saw Natsuo, she held her head high, showing her most spirited appearance. At the same time, she clumsily imitated the appearance she saw in a movie somewhere, playing with her hair and posing to seduce Natsuo. Seeing this, Natsuo couldn't help but want to laugh. But Yakumo was still trying her best. Despite marrying into the Uchiha family, which she didn't know at all, she was filled with anticipation. She didn't care about the benefits of marrying into the Uchiha family at all. But the premise of marrying into the Uchiha clan is to solve her own physical problem. This means that once she marries into the Uchiha clan, she can start training. This has been her dream since she was young. So, in reality, she wants to marry Natsuo as quickly as possible. Natsuo has also started to put on a show these days, occasionally going to the Uchiha clan library to look up some information. Although it is a waste of time, it is worth it when you consider the potential benefits of having a wife with the potential to reach the Kage level. At the same time as reading, he can also take the opportunity to do his own experiments when no one is around. With Natsuo's increasing medical knowledge, his experiments have gradually made new progress. A potion derived from Jago's cells that can enhance a person's physical strength has been made. Once used, while exchanging for power, the ultimate result is a significant reduction in lifespan, and it may even die in the explosion of power. This is obviously not what Natsuo wants. He just casually sells these semi-finished potions on the black market in exchange for experimental funds. After all, he spent quite a bit of money on Ringo Ameirai, a cage-level kunoichi. In order to encourage Kakuzu's enthusiasm, this money must not be owed. This has led to some financial constraints in the Uchiha clan recently. I have to continue researching. Natsuo looked at the various reagents in the bottles and jars, feeling excited. It's not far from being able to research a potion that is suitable for all my wives. Chapter 75, My brother is just a little weak. While Kurama Yakumo tried to gain Natsuo's goodwill, she received praise from Natsuo's wives after a series of efforts. Who wouldn't like a cute, beautiful, good-looking, and obedient little girl? Only Suzuki had an extremely negative feeling towards Yakumo. Not only did he not give a good face to Yakumo, his future sister-in-law who was actively trying to please him, but he also coldly snorted at her. Brother Natsuo, why did you choose her? Suzuki was very dissatisfied. She's giving birth to children for the Kurama clan. Isn't it delaying our time for the resurgence of the Uchiha clan? Actually, I think the possibility of our children awakening the Sharingan is very high, Natsuo hesitated to say. Then there is no need to risk it. Our population is scarce, and time is pressing. You should take advantage of every moment to focus on the resurgence of the Uchiha clan. Why bet on her? What if her first male child really does not awaken the bloodline Uchiha? That would be a waste of time. Suzuki argued. Suzuki had a negative perception of Yakumo mainly because the first male child she gives birth to will be sent to the Kurama clan. Although the Kurama clan will return the child if he awakens the Sharingan, but why take that risk? Isn't it better to directly find someone else to give birth to a child? Natsuo didn't mention the fact that Kurama Yakumo has cage-level potential. He was just casually comforting Suzuki, saying that he should believe in the Uchiha bloodline, and that any child born will definitely awaken the Sharingan. In fact, Natsuo doesn't care if the boy awakens the Sharingan or not. The system only cares if the child is Natsuo's. If he is Natsuo's son, even if he is just born and his name is changed and given to another shinobi clan, Natsuo will still receive the corresponding rewards. Based on this characteristic, when the system first appeared and Natsuo hadn't returned to Konoha yet, when he inherited the Uchiha heritage, he even almost considered joining another ninja village. Please treat me as a stallion, gentlemen. I will definitely strive to procreate for the land of lightning, land of earth, land of wind, and rebuild the Uchiha bloodline, completely integrating the Uchiha into your ninja village. After all, if he joined another ninja village, they would definitely want to absorb the Uchiha bloodline and provide Natsuo with many women. It would also be safe and there would be no need to worry about political struggles affecting Natsuo. But later on, he realized that being a stallion might not necessarily be so happy. After all, he didn't know if the women arranged by other ninja villages would be shy, cute, and well-endowed women, or if they would be rough and tall women with a waist circumference of 7 feet. In the end, Natsuo decided to take the risk and return to Konoha to inherit the Uchiha heritage. Suzuki snorted lightly, still somewhat dissatisfied. But he at least knew that Kurama Yakumo, although possibly wasting Natsuo's energy, is still a member of the Kurama clan and a guest of the Uchiha. He did not have any worse actions towards Kurama Yakumo. He just picked up his ninja tools bag and walked away. Brother Natsuo, today Sister Ameirai said that she wants to teach me swordsmanship, so I'm leaving first. Natsuo watched Sasuke's figure, lightly laughed and shook his head. Suzuki is indeed the reincarnation of Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths, and naturally possesses unique charm. Don't be fooled by his cold appearance, he is actually quite likable. Natsuo's wives are quite concerned about Suzuki, after all, he is their only younger brother-in-law. If they are lucky, if Suzuki mentions Natsuo a few more times, the probability of sharing the same room today will increase a lot. After all, the Uchiha clan is now scarce, even if there are many wives who are pregnant, they are unable to share the favor. Of course, Ringo Ameirai is not like that. Her teaching Suzuki is more of a product of boredom. Now, thanks to Natsuo's efforts, Ringo Ameirai has successfully become pregnant. And pregnant women should not engage in excessive physical activity. However, as a shinobi of Kirigakure, Ringo Ameirai has long been accustomed to a world full of danger, to K*ling, and to the constant sense of urgency that one must strive or die. She has been unable to fully embrace the peaceful life of a pregnant woman. It's not just Ringo Aomei. In fact, when female spies from other countries arrive in the Uchiha clan, similar situations occur. Ringo Aomei is a typical example of Kirigakure Kunoichi. She herself cannot engage in intense physical activity, but she simply cannot sit still and always wants to do something. After a few boring moments, she eventually sets her sights on Sasuke. She begins teaching Sasuke ninja training, guiding his practice, with a particular emphasis on swordsmanship. My swordsmanship is among the best in the entire ninja world, proudly declares Ringo Aomei. As one of the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, she has been practicing swordsmanship since she was young, so she has the confidence to say such things. And coincidentally, Sasuke himself also possesses lightning attribute chakra, which complements her attribute very well. Sasuke himself is also very interested in swordsmanship. In the future, he will obtain the sword of Kusanagi from Orochimaru and make it his weapon. The master and disciple immediately agreed and began training. After all, Ringo Aomei has cage-level strength, so even though she cannot engage in intense activities due to pregnancy, teaching a small Sasuke is not a problem. It can even be said that her teaching is more effective than Natsuo's teaching. After all, Natsuo would not casually display his strong power. But Ringo Aomei doesn't care about these things. However, after experiencing Ringo Aomei's teaching a few times, Sasuke became puzzled. Her background seems to be that of a commoner, but the strength she is displaying now, not to mention a commoner kunoichi, even a kunoichi from a large shinobi clan wouldn't have it, right? Ringo Aomei's background is still arranged by Natsuo. It is difficult to obtain the identity of a shinobi, but it is very easy to obtain the identity of a commoner. The management of Konoha is relatively negligent. Sasuke knows that some shinobi will pretend to be commoners to gather intelligence in Konoha village. After mentioning a few words discreetly in front of Natsuo, Sasuke received Natsuo's response of "I know, it's okay, you can rest assured to accept her guidance," and he felt a little relieved. However, soon he began to worry about something else. Sister Aomei, she is so strong, she won't look down on brother Natsuo, right? Sasuke frowned, feeling worried. There's no way around it. The shinobi world is a fight for the survival of the fittest, and the weak are naturally subject to ridicule. And brother Natsuo is the head of a clan. So, during training breaks, Sasuke tried hard to promote Natsuo's excellence to Ringo Aomei. Brother Natsuo is a good person. He sacrificed his own glory as a ninja for the good of the Uchiha clan. His talent is average, although his strength is a bit weak, but he is willing to work hard. If it weren't for the Uchiha clan holding him back, he would definitely be a qualified Genin. The core idea is just one sentence. Although Natsuo's strength may be weaker than yours now, he can make money and care for others. Please don't look down on him. Ringo Aomei was speechless. She recalled the scene of Natsuo showing off and beating her in the empty and uninhabited forest. You dare call this weak? Yes, yes, I won't belittle him. Ringo Aomei responded perfunctorily. Or at least I won't until I can beat him. She told herself in her mind. He can earn money, support his family. Ringo Aomei continued saying. While in his mind she said to herself, it's better that he focus all of his energy on making money, instead of continuing to get stronger. I'll k*ll him once I get stronger. He's a good person. Indeed, a good person. I want to become a good person too in the future. Once I can defeat you, I will definitely learn from you and beat you in various ways. Although Ringo Aomei had a very superficial attitude when answering, but Sasuke was still young after all, and she managed to calm Sasuke's worries. Sasuke even felt that he had made a contribution and decided to talk to his sister-in-law more during this time, praising Natsuo. Ringo Aomei. Training ended. Watching Sasuke's departing figure, Ringo Aomei couldn't help but shake her head. This guy Natsuo, really? After all, the struggles in Kirigakure were bloodier, and she could understand the reason why Natsuo hid his true strength. But can't your younger brother stop talking to me about these things every day? Every time he mentions it, I remember the miserable state of being beaten by you back then. Ringo Aomei was full of hate. Just you wait, Natsuo. Once I surpass your strength, you'll see how I'll beat you. A few days later. Natsuo hadn't started dealing with the problem of Yakumo yet. But a group of guests took the initiative to enter the gate of the Uchiha clan while it was late at night. "Long time no see, Lord Natsuo." Yakushi Kabuto revealed his elegant face and pushed his glasses. He put on a business-like fake smile. "This time, I brought a gift from Lord Orochimaru." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Several graceful kunoichi stood obediently to the side, all of them medical ninjas. Chapter 76, An Incurable Disease. Orochimaru and Natsuo had already agreed on the deal early on. But it's not easy to get Jonin-level kunoichi. Who can train Jonin-level kunoichi in large numbers? Although Orochimaru is SK*LLED in training shinobi, he cannot easily produce excellent Jonin-level kunoichi. Now, after nearly a year, Orochimaru has finally gathered a new batch of products for the trade and immediately sent them over. "I've been waiting for so long, and you finally came." Natsuo shrugged. He glanced at the 5 kunoichi brought by Yakushi Kabuto. They exuded a calm aura, standing on the side, subtly positioning themselves closer to the shadows. Obviously, they were accustomed to the daily battles of shinobis. Even subconsciously, they chose positions that were convenient for them to dodge. Each of them had a smile as bright as flowers, revealing their white teeth. Their attire was also extremely enticing, beyond what ordinary people would dare to wear on the streets. This truly showcased the level of the products. "Natsuo-sama, you can inspect the goods," Yakushi Kabuto said with a smile, as if selling merchandise. He continued, "I can guarantee that these women are all pure, and they are willing to marry you. 2 of them possess Kekkei Genkai. Although not very strong, their strength is by no means weaker than the Jonin of the 5 great nations. The rest have also undergone qualified training and would be considered Jonin level in any small country's ninja village. All 5 of them have received a certain level of education. We have hired a professional madam to provide specialized education, ensuring your satisfaction in every aspect." Yakushi Kabuto spoke calmly, as if casually promoting human trafficking. Especially the last sentence, it was particularly tempting. And each of the kunoichi stood obediently on the side. Even though they heard Yakushi Kabuto's words, their expressions did not change in the slightest. They even had the same expectant smile on their faces as before. It was evident that they were completely willing. "Orochimaru truly lives up to his reputation," Natsuo exclaimed. "No one can match his brainwashing SK*LLS. Of course, Natsuo wouldn't be involved in these matters. He simply went around asking the women one by one if they were willing, and then personally fought with them on the training ground to confirm their willingness and their actual Jonin level strength. After that, he started talking business with Yakushi Kabuto. "I'll take them all," Natsuo said without hesitation. The price had already been negotiated with Orochimaru, and Natsuo had no intention of changing his mind. However, the price for 5 Jonin was not cheap. Orochimaru, like Kakuzu, only wanted money and not ninjutsu, so extra money was needed. The Uchiha clan had a large business, but recently there had been too many expenses and cash flow were slightly insufficient. Natsuo said he would transfer the money to Orochimaru within 2 months, and Yakushi Kabuto accepted this. Like Kakuzu, Yakushi Kabuto also understood that this amount of money was too large and withdrawing such a large amount of liquid funds at once would be detrimental to a company. Being able to balance the books within 2 months was already quite an impressive ability. With the size of the Uchiha clan, it shouldn't be easy. Did the Uchiha clan do anything recently to increase their capital? Yakushi Kabuto wondered in his heart, thinking of the news from the land of snow, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Both sides did not intend to only have a one-time transaction. As cage-level powerhouses, this small amount of money would not make them break their promises. Natsuo actually understood that Orochimaru wouldn't joke around with him in the transaction. The previous inspection was just a routine matter to prevent future troubles. So, the communication between the 2 parties went smoothly. After chatting for a while, Natsuo learned about the second task Orochimaru sent him here for, apart from the trade with Natsuo. "So, you're here in Konoha as Orochimaru's spy?" Natsuo rubbed his chin. "That's a bit of a pity." Yakushi Kabuto was taken aback. "Pity? Why would you say that, sir? Someone as talented as you, being a spy is a waste. You should help with research." Natsuo shook his head. Yakushi Kabuto was one of the leaders of the 4th Great Shinobi War in the Naruto series. Although most of the techniques he possessed were from Orochimaru, he had indeed single-handedly compensated for the weakness of the White Zetsu Army's high-level combat power. Apart from Sage Mode, which felt a bit like gambling with his life. Many of his other methods were mastered using the techniques he learned from Orochimaru. You flatter me, sir. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses. He was undercover in Konoha not just to be a spy and gather intelligence, but also to prepare for an attack on Konoha. Of course, he didn't think Natsuo knew about this. He thought Natsuo was just speaking casually, so he smiled and said, Orochimaru has many capable assistants, many of whom are much stronger than me. No, I think everyone is on par with you. Natsuo shook his head. By the way, you're going to become a Konoha shinobi and infiltrate the village, right? Yes, there's nothing to hide about that. If I were to give you a mission through Konoha, would you accept it? A mission? Yakushi Kabuto was taken aback. What would you want me to do? Research. Natsuo said seriously. I need a method to make ordinary kunoichi stronger. This method must be safe and capable of enhancing the kunoichi potential, as well as strengthening the potential of their children. I think you can help me. Well. Yakushi Kabuto was speechless for a moment. To conduct research specifically for the purpose of having children? Truly worthy of the legendary Uchiha stallion, this is something he would actually do. However, Yakushi Kabuto understood that Natsuo was not joking. Just by looking at his dealings with Orochimaru, he knew that the targets were young, beautiful kunoichi who could become pregnant. If he really wanted to enhance the strength of the shinobi clan, shouldn't he seek ninjutsu or stronger shinobis who dare to fight? I haven't tried this kind of research before, but I can try. Of course, you will provide adequate compensation, right? I'm a genin in Konoha, you won't pay me just with D-rank mission rewards, right? Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses up. Orochimaru's research focuses mainly on Sage Mode, Kekkei Genkai, and powerful secret techniques that can be used even in cage-level battles. It is completely different from Natsuo's goal of universality, harmlessness, and enhancing the potential of children. Yakushi Kabuto couldn't guarantee anything, but he was willing to give it a try. As for the last remark, it was just a joke. How could the wealthy Uchiha clan be short of money? Natsuo laughed heartily. Although the Uchiha clan's finances were a bit tight, they still had enough to pay Yakushi Kabuto's fee. Of course, this entrusted money will naturally go directly to Yakushi Kabuto. As for Konoha, they will only give a D-rank mission that appears to be clearing weeds from the Uchiha residence, making it convenient for Yakushi Kabuto to accumulate missions like a genin. Yakushi Kabuto smiled faintly. Although he didn't care much about money, it was more valuable to spend his time and energy on high-paying Uchiha missions than to waste it on ordinary genin tasks like cleaning up garbage. But speaking of which, Natsuo suddenly thought of something. Maybe there are some other things I'd like to ask you for help with. Yakushi Kabuto was taken aback. After a while, Yakushi Kabuto looked at the freshly printed test report, his brow furrowed. Natsuo-sama, you truly are something. He sighed bitterly. You've given me a difficult problem right from the start. I'm sorry, but I can't solve the problem with this young lady. Perhaps you can try asking the legendary medical ninja, Lady Tsunade, to take a look at her terminal illness. He looked helplessly at Ringo Ameirai in front of him, then glanced strangely at Natsuo. But Natsuo-sama, how did you discover this? If it wasn't for your constant requests for me to carefully examine her with medical ninjutsu, I wouldn't have been able to detect this lesion in such a mild condition. It's nothing, just a slight feeling. Natsuo calmly said, but he turned his head and glanced at Ringo. Ringo Ameirai's face remained calm, but her hands clenched tightly, clearly indicating that her inner state was not as calm as it appeared. I actually have a terminal illness. She never would have imagined that she, with cage-level strength, would suddenly develop such an illness. When Natsuo forcefully brought her in for an examination this time, she was not very willing. How could there be a problem with my healthy body? But as she watched Yakushi Kabuto manipulate various testing instruments and looked at the results, she clearly had a bright future ahead of her. As long as she stayed with Natsuo for a few more years, she could bring back the lightning blades and use her formidable cage-level strength to suppress any opposition, even to the extent of changing the leadership of the village. But now, why is it like this? Chapter 77, Uzumaki Yoko gave birth. Ringo Ameirai is known as the lightning release genius shinobi. After the death of the first Mizu Kage, Kaiba, one of the mystical swords of the seven swordsmen of the mist, has been passed down from generation to generation among the members of the group. And now the ninja blades were obtained by Ringo Ame Arai. In the Naruto series, Kaiba reached its ultimate potential in the hands of Ringo Ame Arai, but unfortunately, she passed away at a young age due to a serious illness. This is the information that Natsuo remembers clearly. However, he secretly investigated, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Now that Yakushi Kabuto has appeared, he will naturally catch him to investigate. Unfortunately, it seems that even Yakushi Kabuto cannot solve this problem. Do you really have no means at all? Natsuo asked. If I use conservative treatment, with my abilities, I should be able to extend her life by 5 years. Yakushi Kabuto estimated and said, but if we want to cure her, perhaps only that legendary medical shinobi can solve it. He is powerless. Tsunade, hey? It's still difficult to track her whereabouts. Natsuo sighed softly. Don't be fooled by Jiraiya catching Tsunade every time. But in reality, Tsunade has been running around to escape her creditors. In the face of the strength of a cage-level powerhouse, do you think you can track her? Don't even think about it. It's okay, don't worry. Natsuo smiled, touched Ringo Ame Arai's head, and said, I'll release a few missions, and we should be able to find her soon. With Tsunade's abilities, there shouldn't be a problem. Ringo Ame Arai reluctantly dodged Natsuo's hand. Being a fierce and cute girl who is only 1.4 meters tall, what she hates most is others touching her head. But she has also heard of Tsunade and couldn't help but say, a few missions to find Tsunade? Natsuo, are you dreaming? How can it be so easy to find a cage-level expert? Let's not even mention the cage level, even Riga, who wielded the lightning blades and is only considered an elite Jonin. If it weren't for complete martial law in the shinobi world this time, she wouldn't even have been able to find his location. Finding Tsunade is not that easy. It should still be possible. Natsuo pondered for a moment and said, although Tsunade is evading her creditors, she won't intentionally hide her whereabouts, and her characteristics when gambling are very obvious. The reward for 4 S-rank missions should be enough to find her. Yakushi Kabuto. 4 S-rank mission. This is usually a high-level mission that involves confidential matters related to the entire country. The job may involve participating in wars based on the invitation of other countries, assassinating important figures, transporting confidential documents, and so on. To be more specific, the missions that the Konoha shinobi risk their lives for in exchange for intelligence are often only A-rank missions. A mission to find someone, or rather, someone who wouldn't even harm a Konoha shinobi, and you want to classify it as an S-rank mission? Do you have so much money that you don't know where to spend it? The impact on Ringo Ame Arai is even more apparent. When she was looking for Riga, she also issued a tracking mission for the Kirigakure shinobi. The total cost: 1 A rank and 1 B rank. And for this mission, several Kirigakure shinobi died by Riga's blade. Yakushi Kabuto sighed. No wonder you are an Uchiha, you really have money. This is not a trivial matter, it concerns the safety of my wife. Natsuo said with a smile. Money is something that is used in situations like this, isn't it? Not only does it concern the safety of his wife, but also the child inside Ringo Ame Arai's body. Upon hearing this, Ringo fell into a slight silence. Soon, Natsuo put the mission to find Tsunade on Konoha's mission board. He made it very clear that the purpose of finding Tsunade is for medical treatment. The wives of the Uchiha clan have encountered health problems, and they hope to receive help from the legendary medical shinobi. Mission level, S rank. The mission reward is 4 million RY, equivalent to 4 ordinary S-rank missions. If there is recent information about Tsunade, an A-rank reward will be given. This mission instantly caused a sensation in Konoha. In fact, Konoha is currently in a state of readiness, and missions are not scarce, including S-rank missions. But what kind of missions are Konoha's S-rank missions? Infiltrating enemy countries, destroying enemy weapons depots, attacking important enemy facilities, disguising and framing to disrupt the relationship between enemy countries and other countries. Which one of these doesn't require a shinobi to risk their life? Of course, Tsunade is not easy to find. As a cage-level ninja, she can easily detect trackers and gather information. But she is also a kunoichi from Konoha. At worst, they will be discovered by Tsunade and beaten up. Could it be that Tsunade would k*ll someone over such a small matter? In an instant, almost all the ninjas were envious, and even some ninjas who were on missions couldn't help but search for Tsunade in their vicinity. For a while, Every Konoha shinobi had their eyes wide open, carefully searching for someone who resembled Tsunade. Meanwhile, Natsuo entrusted Yakushi Kabuto to maintain Ringo Ameirai's physical condition, and together they entered the research room, preparing to develop more practical potions. Yakushi Kabuto looked at the latest equipment with a hint of surprise in his eyes. These instruments, are they from the batch that Root lost? Not many people can make use of these things, and Yakushi Kabuto paid special attention to the manufacturers, but they haven't fully delivered yet. So, it was Natsuo who attacked Root back then. Dan spared no expense in investing in research. Although the results are not as good as Orochimaru, the equipment is not inferior in the slightest. With the support of Konoha's funds, some of Dan's equipment is even more advanced than Orochimaru's. Looking at these new guys, Yakushi Kabuto couldn't help but feel a little itchy. Then let's take a look at Natsuo's research results. So, you used Jago's cells for this? Yakushi Kabuto was taken aback. But this product you've made is very similar to what Orochimaru made a long time ago. It was abandoned because the side effects were too severe. This path you're taking won't work. Orochimaru has already verified that the use of natural energy requires a large amount of chakra. The average person's body cannot produce so much chakra, and it can only shorten their lifespan. Hearing this, Natsuo silently took out a cell from a culture dish. What if we combine it with this? Hashirama's cells. Yakushi Kabuto was shocked, but quickly realized. Indeed, if there are Hashirama's cells that can supply a large amount of chakra, maybe it can succeed. If the dosage of both is minimized, although the amplification effect will be very limited, an ordinary kunoichi should be able to withstand it. Yakushi Kabuto muttered calculations in his mouth, his eyes shining. His hands unconsciously started to move. Although Orochimaru also has these materials, even if they are in Orochimaru's possession, they are precious experimental materials with limited production. How could Yakushi Kabuto be allowed to play with them casually? Natsuo silently followed behind, preparing to make a move. It must be said that Yakushi Kabuto is definitely a research genius who has been buried. Especially when it comes to conducting research based on others' work, he is extremely *LLED. He quickly combined Orochimaru's experimental records, figured out Natsuo's experimental methods, and then made improvements based on both. Not long after, he miraculously developed a unique potion. Well, although it's not what we wanted, it's still good for enhancing men's abilities. Yakushi Kabuto coughed. Perhaps it could be useful for you, Natsuo. So, I clearly wanted to develop a strengthening potion. But instead, you gave me a potion to make men stand up? Natsuo didn't need these things. Whether it was Uzumaki Yoko's physical healing or his own Mangeki Sharingan, they were far more useful than this stuff. But since this medicine ended up being invented, we're going to sell Viagra. Minimize side effects, reduce the cost of the potion, and see if you can create something that an ordinary person can afford. Natsuo glanced at Yakushi Kabuto. When the product is ready, deliver it to the Uchiha clan. You'll get a 10% share of the profits. Yakushi Kabuto, yes, Lord Natsuo. Yakushi Kabuto not only served as a doctor to maintain Ringo Ameirai's body, but also as a researcher to explore new things. At the same time, he could also become Natsuo's teacher in medical ninjutsu. This guy was also a genius medical ninja who almost mastered all of Konoha's medical ninjutsu. It can be said that in the entire shinobi world, besides Tsunade, his medical *LLS were the strongest. Oh, well. He was still young, and his *LLS had not yet reached their peak, so it might not be so absolute. But in a few years, it could be said with certainty. While Natsuo accompanied Yakushi Kabuto in research and development, he also continued the revival of the Uchiha clan. With the unlimited funding for experiments, he actually had a decent level of research. However, since he couldn't invest all his time like Yakushi Kabuto, it seemed that his efficiency and progress were immediately surpassed by Yakushi Kabuto. But Natsuo also had good achievements in the revival of the Uchiha clan. The Genin of Konoha, who had recovered their bodies, started getting pregnant. And what is more important? Uzumaki Yoko gave birth. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 170, you gain chakra +14, sage body. The next moment, Natsuo felt a wave of heat all over his body. Chapter 78, The Power of the Bloodline. The reward this time is actually so good. Natsuo was shocked. The concept of the sage body corresponds with the Rinnegan. The sage body and eye of six paths is, in the ordinary sense, the sage of six paths who has abandoned the identity of the ten tails Jinchuriki. In the Naruto series, only the sage of six paths, Naruto in the six paths sage mode, Senju Hashirama, Ashura, and a few others possess this physique. The effect of this physique can be simply described as an immense and almost endless amount of chakra, as well as a restorative power that can quickly recover from any injury. In the later stages in the Naruto series, various powerful attacks from experts were unleashed, but with a clap of their hands and a shout, the map changed in various ways, yet there was no sign of chakra depletion, that is its function. As for the restorative power, the reason Six Paths Madara wasn't kicked to death by Emperor Guy was because the sage body was in operation. Of course, at that time, Six Paths Madara had almost become a high-level expert on the level of the Sage of Six Paths, and his recovery was not solely dependent on the sage body. He may have used some other means, but the essence remains the same. After the system prompt, Natsuo almost instantly felt a warm current surging throughout his body. It was as if every cell was emitting a joyful cheer and beginning to grow vigorously and powerfully. If observed using chakra observation methods like the mind's eye of the Kagura, one would discover that Natsuo's chakra had undergone tremendous changes, almost instantly increasing tenfold and continuously growing stronger. It burst forth like a fireball, forming a sea of fire. However, it should be known that he originally possessed a large amount of chakra. This amount was not less than the amount of chakra that the Uzumaki clan possesses. Just a Uzumaki Yoko, and yet she can provide such a strong reward. Natsuo exclaimed in shock. As for this person, Uzumaki Yoko, she is definitely not weak, but she is also not particularly strong. Her emphasis is more on physical healing, and in terms of combat power, she is only at the level of a mere Jonin. Considering her abilities in healing, she can only be regarded as an elite Jonin-level medical kunoichi. At most, she can be considered a very durable medical kunoichi, surpassing the limits of an elite Jonin, capable of treating a large number of patients. But if we consider that Uzumaki Yoko is not a grandmaster in medical ninjutsu, she can only heal physical injuries and can only prolong life in cases of poison or mental damage. She may not even be worthy of the level of an elite Jonin. However, a child born to such a person can actually provide such a huge reward. No, it may not be so. Natsuo quickly calmed down. Although a child's potential is related to the mother's strength, it is not equivalent. The power of bloodline may have a greater impact on a child's potential than strength. Uzumaki Yoko herself may not be a powerful kunoichi, but her Uzumaki lineage brings tremendous potential to the child. In fact, thinking about it, it is clear that Natsuo represents the Uchiha clan, while the Uzumaki clan is distantly related to the Senju clan, each possessing the two major elements of the sage's body and the sage's eyes. Combining both sides, wouldn't it be equivalent to a complete Sage of Six Paths bloodline? Unfortunately, the Uzumaki clan has been wiped out. Natsuo looks regretful. Not counting the two members of the Uzumaki clan who are already with Natsuo, there are only two more members of the Uzumaki clan left, Naruto and Nagato, and they are both men. If the Uzumaki clan still existed, and Uzushiagakuer still existed, Natsuo might have considered going to Uzushiagakuer to forcibly take women. Now, the only remaining Uzumaki females are Yoko and Karin. And Karin's potential is even stronger than Uzumaki Yoko's. I wonder what her future will be like. Thinking this, Natsuo couldn't help but gently touch Karin's head. Natsuo-sama. Karin raised her head in confusion. It's nothing, you must grow up quickly. Natsuo said with a smile. Yes. Karin nodded happily. When I grow up, I'll marry Natsuo-sama, okay? Natsuo smiled and said, is that so? That would be wonderful. Karin, in the future, you must have many children like your mother. Of course. Karin raised her head proudly. I will definitely have more children than my mother and they will be even more powerful. Natsuo smiled and remained silent. Natsuo believes in science and the power of genetics. So, Karin, you will definitely surpass your mother. You can do it. After Uzumaki Yoko gave birth, several kunoichi in Natsuo's household also gave birth to children. However, this generation did not have particularly exciting rewards. It is worth mentioning that Kazahana Koihoki also gave birth to a child. As an ordinary person, his son is not much different from the children of ordinary Chunin-level kunoichi. Perhaps it's because she also has some ninja talent. Natsuo thought to himself. After all, Kazahana Koihoki's uncle is the strongest ninja of the land of snow. Thinking this way, she should have inherited some talent to some extent. This damn world that judges bloodlines. Natsuo shook his head. But there's nothing he can do, this is the reality of the shinobi world. When one's bloodline possesses power, the fight where the so-called savior who prevents the world crisis will end up becoming a Tsutsuki clan family fight. However, the situation with Uzumaki Yoko did give him a wake-up call. Some ninjas with specific bloodlines may have a greater significance to him. But it's just a wake-up call. Kekii Genkai are already very rare. Among the wives of Natsuo, there are no more than 10 kunoichi with Kekii Genkai. And among them, there are the 2 that Orochimaru sent this time, and Uzumaki Yoko herself. Among these few people, except for Uzumaki Yoko, none of them have a powerful bloodline. Not only among Natsuo's wives, but also when carefully considering the various bloodlines in the shinobi world, if we don't count those who didn't appear in the Naruto series, it seems. Is there only one Tsunade worth waiting for? So Natsuo doesn't bother with such matters. Compared to the wives with insignificant Kekii Genkai, the significance of Kazahana Koihoki having a child may be greater. It represents a deeper integration between the Uchiha clan and the Land of Snow. His birth directly stabilized the political situation in the Land of Snow and made it easier for Natsuo to intervene in the Land of Snow. Some investments can also be increased. Some factories under Natsuo's name can also consider expansion. It has been almost a year since Natsuo took over the Land of Snow, and except for the environmental transformation machine in the Land of Snow that is not yet completed, other projects have been gradually yielding results. Under the efforts of Tno Katasuke, Uchiha Electronics has achieved full development. Nowadays, Uchiha Electronics has become synonymous with high-end products, and profits have become increasingly substantial and considerable. A few more days passed. News about Tsunade has not been obtained. Even if all the Konoha shinobi were mobilized, it would not be easy to find the whereabouts of a cage-level expert. On the other hand, Natsuo is preparing to solve the problem of Kurama Yakumo. Yakumo, are you sure you are ready? Natsuo looked at the fair face in front of him and confirmed once again. Once you take this step, it won't be so easy to turn back. Natsuo never forces kunoichi if he can help it, but if you accept Natsuo's reward and don't obediently follow orders, it won't allow him to leave freely. In fact, during this time, there have been cases of kunoichi running away from the Uchiha clan. After all, once they accept a mission to have a child, the Uchiha clan immediately pays half of the reward to reassure them. There was once a female Jainin spy who, perhaps realizing that Konoha was starting to investigate her, decided to make a final profit before running away. Then, taking advantage of Natsuo's absence at the time and Kakuzu's focus on protecting the Uchiha, he paid more attention to the Uchiha children and the pregnant wives. Other matters were not within his scope of duty. She actually managed to escape. As a result, Natsuo issued a high-level S-rank mission to capture her and put up a huge bounty on the black market. At that time, Kakuzu was still at the Uchiha's house, and without hesitation, he immediately began a long-distance pursuit, eventually returning with her and several Iwagakure shinobi. Yes, this person was a spy for Iwagakure. Then Natsuo took on 10 more S-rank missions, with the objective of destroying Iwagakure's strongholds and causing massive casualties among the Iwagakure shinobi. Since then, no one has dared to accept payment from the Uchiha clan and then run away. Yakumo, who secluded herself in her chamber, was unaware of this matter, but she did not have the intention to take advantage and escape. Lord Natsuo, I am ready. Yakumo took a deep breath. As long as you cure me, I will be a member of the Uchiha clan in life and a ghost of the Uchiha clan in death. Besides what we have agreed upon, I will not do anything else. After saying that, she deeply bowed her body and knocked her head on the ground. Please help me. All hopes of regaining the clan's former glory fell on her, but then the hopes were shattered. This feeling is too painful. Even if she died, she would want to die along the way to fulfill all the expectations they had for her. Not to mention getting married. I understand, let's begin. Natsuo sighed heavily. Upon hearing this, Yakumo immediately put on a solemn expression. But her eyes couldn't help but glance around. She also learned about the existence of Uchiha Itachi from her uncle, Kurama Unkai, and placed her hopes on Uchiha Itachi. But where is Uchiha Itachi? Did he come in through the door behind Natsuo? Yakumo looked over with anticipation. Where are you looking? Natsuo sighed softly. Look at me. Hey! Yakumo turned her head in surprise. The next second, the pattern of the Mangeki Sharingan appeared in Natsuo's pupils. At the same time, a powerful eye power burst out. Chapter 79, Kurama Yakumo's Shock. That was a cold, surging and overwhelming power in his eyes. His gaze seemed to want to drag the entire room into the abyss. Even though it was still summer outside, Yakumo felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave, experiencing bone-chilling cold. This is mental power. Are you kidding? Is Natsuo really this strong? Yakumo's face changed drastically. After all, he was her future husband, and she was quite familiar with Natsuo, in short, a shame for the Jainin. Even Yakumo felt that once her body recovered and she practiced the clan's secret techniques a bit more, she would probably be able to easily defeat Natsuo. Although the male-dominated ideology of the shinobi world and the belief in strength had slightly influenced Yakumo, making her feel that marrying Natsuo was a downgrade, she had no intention of breaking the agreement. If Uchiha Natsuo wasn't strong enough to support the Uchiha clan, then she would do it herself. She could support both the Kurama and the Uchiha clans. With this somewhat youthful ambition, Yakumo did not reveal her thoughts. But she had already prepared herself mentally, and even in her spare time, she had joked about what to do if her husband didn't listen, just give him a beating. However, now, what the hell is this level of mental power? Yakumo's own spiritual power was already close to that of a cage-level expert specializing in mental abilities, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to render Yai Kurane helpless. But now she felt like a small boat, struggling to survive in a tsunami. Is this person weak? Are you kidding me? Yakumo's face turned pale. Natsuo, however, continued to gaze at her indifferently, his incredibly powerful eyes pressing down like a mountain. Suddenly, perhaps due to the overwhelming power of his eyes, it triggered Yakumo's instinctive counterattack. A monster appeared. It was an ugly black monster, dressed similarly to Yakumo, but its appearance resembled a demon from hell. Two fangs protruded. Two horns grew horizontally, adding up to a cross shape with its head. This is... Yakumo's pupils contracted. How could there be such a monster inside my body? No. Wait a minute. I think I've seen him before. Yakumo's gaze became vacant as she remembered when she had seen this monster. It was when her parents died. To be precise, this monster K*LLED my parents. He's here. Natsuo said calmly. It seems like you've remembered. Yes, it was you who K*LLED your parents. Kurama Unkai was right. You had forgotten this fact and pushed the blame onto the third Hokage. It's called Ito, and it is a part of you, like your inner demon. Yakumo opened her mouth in shock. So, I K*LLED my parents? Ito roared angrily, its sharp fangs and ferocious appearance causing Yakumo's heart to tremble. However, Natsuo remained calm. Well, then I'll figure it out now. As he spoke, he slowly reached out his hand. An overwhelming power emanated from his eyes, as if a violent hurricane was blowing towards them. Ito let out an angry roar, but the earth-shattering howl carried a hint of desolation. The entire monster was forced to retreat step by step under the pressure of Natsuo's eyes, as if it couldn't bear the immense weight. This monster is no match for him. Yakumo widened her eyes, and she could even sense the deepest fear emanating from the monster. Even as she watched the monster named Ito retreat and let out a desolate roar, a complex feeling emerged in Yakumo's heart. She wants Ito to be stronger. Ito represents herself, the embodiment of her talent, her inner demon. If Ito is easily crushed by Natsuo, doesn't that mean she herself is also easily crushed by Natsuo? How is this possible? My talent should be the strongest, right? The entire Kurama clan, no. No one in Konoha can surpass me in mental power. Not only can I support the Kurama clan, but I can also support the Uchiha clan. The reason I can't become a kunoichi is because my talent is too strong, so strong that my body can't handle it. Someone like me, shouldn't be easily crushed like this. Even though he knows it shouldn't be like this, it's safer for Natsuo to crush Ito. But Yakumo inexplicably had this thought. Ito is the embodiment of her inner demon, and when Yakumo subconsciously wants to strengthen it, it actually becomes stronger to some extent. The roar becomes louder, and the limbs become more powerful. And then, Natsuo clenched his hand. Crack! As if an immense pressure came from all around, Ito let out a howl and was forcibly crushed into pieces. It was forcibly blasted apart. Natsuo blinked lightly, and the Mangeki Sharingan disappeared without a trace. The powerful mental pressure emanating from his eyes also dissipated in an instant. The sunlight outside shone in, as if this room had just welcomed the morning sun, dispelling the coldness within. All right, for a short period of time, you don't need to worry about the pressure of mental power oppressing your body. Natsuo revealed his signature warm smile. Normally, mental power needs to be sealed, but in Natsuo's case, he directly shattered it. Before the mental power reassembled, there was no need to worry about the pressure on the body. These mental powers dissipated within Yakumo's body, equivalent to nourishing his cells with mental energy for a long time. If there is any benefit, Natsuo doesn't know, but there could be unexpected gains. From now on, I will disperse your mental power every month until your body grows enough to bear your mental power. Natsuo smiled. All right, the treatment is over. This matter is our secret, don't tell anyone else, okay? The treatment is done, but having a child is still not possible. Yakumo still needs to take care of his body. A weak body is prone to difficult childbirth. Anyway, she already lives in the Uchiha clan, for now, Natsuo is in no hurry. Oh. Yakumo replied dazedly, his eyes still lifeless. Clearly, she now felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, as if she had unloaded some burden. She will no longer be out of breath after running a few steps and being unable to perform basic shinobi training. This was clearly the state she had longed for, the feeling she had dreamed of experiencing. But for some reason, he seemed to have forgotten the words "you can start training" and even his own desire to train as a shinobi. All that came to mind was the image of Natsuo effortlessly crushing Ito. People often say that my talent in genjutsu is the strongest in Konoha, that I am the first person in the 1000-year history of the Kurama clan to have such a strong talent. There is no shinobi in Konoha with stronger mental power than mine. But what is Natsuo anyway? This man is so terrifying. Kurama Yakumo was left stunned and as if her soul had abandoned her. After healing Yakumo, Natsuo put her aside. After all, he also saw Yakumo's absent-mindedness. It's probably because she suddenly learned the truth about her parents' death and found it hard to accept. Natsuo thought to himself, it's okay, time is the best medicine. Besides, this isn't her responsibility. Natsuo felt that he should give Yakumo some time. Time has proven to be the best remedy for everything. After a few days, Yakumo finally let go of the bitterness in her heart and started exercising regularly. The feeling of freedom in this exercise indeed fascinated her. But for some reason, every time she saw Natsuo, she would magically enter a blank expression, then turn her head as if unable to bear looking back. Is it because she sees my face and remembers her parents' situation? Natsuo could only seek help from a few psychologists at Konoha Hospital. And Kurama Unkai heard that Yakumo's health had improved, so she came to visit a few times, instantly overjoyed and said they could hold the wedding immediately. Natsuo did not refuse, but considering Yakumo's body was not fully recovered and still weak, he did not let her share his bed temporarily except on the day of the wedding. After all, it would not be good news if she got pregnant. It might even lead to 2 deaths. Of course, Natsuo could choose safe periods or take preventive measures. But Natsuo was very busy, with numerous wives waiting for his favor, many of whom had not gotten pregnant. How could he do something that would delay the resurgence of the Uchiha clan? Of course, Yakumo's weak body was also a factor. Maybe the last factor is even more important. 2 months later. Some wives have finally recovered their health and become pregnant again. There is also a group of wives who have given birth to their children, including Yukino, Uzuki Ijeo, and several female genin. Therefore, the rewards this time are also very good, with several children showing great potential. However, unfortunately, Uzuki Ijeo is no longer the most talented among Natsuo's wives. Therefore, although the potential of these children is good, they did not bring much surprise to Natsuo. I don't lack quantity now, so I should set my sights higher. Natsuo thought to himself. Since making a deal with Orochimaru to send him Genin-level kunoichi, Natsuo has also raised his requirements for his wives. Now he does not plan to accept kunoichi without Kekii Genkai, and those who do not possess it have to be of Genin level to be accepted. Of course, the reward for the mission should also be increased. On the other hand, the long-awaited news has finally arrived. Have they finally found Tsunade's location? Then let's go out. Chapter 80, Shizun's Hard Life. In reality, the mission given by Natsuo was to take Tsunade to the Uchiha clan residence to treat Ringo Aimeirai. Although Tsunade's location was a bit difficult to find, she was eventually discovered by the Konoha shinobi. In order to complete this mission, they tried various methods to persuade Tsunade to return to the village. And then, they were beaten so brutally that not even their own mothers could recognize them. Tsunade didn't return to Konoha because she didn't want to see that place of sadness again. Did they think they could influence the decision of a cage-level kunoichi? How is that possible? Provoked, Tsunade directly threw a punch. No one died, after all, they were all colleagues from Konoha. But in the end, Shizune had to run over with a bitter smile to save them, otherwise there might be some lingering effects. The Konoha shinobi tried many times, and the third Hokage secretly supported Natsuo's mission. Although he didn't directly provide money, he gave a lot of subsidies and created many conveniences. After all, the ninja world is in turmoil now, and as a cage-level force, he didn't want to let Tsunade wander outside freely. But if she didn't want to, who could force a cage-level shinobi? In the end, all the missions failed, only the mission regarding Tsunade's location was completed by the shinobis. Natsuo looked at the incompetence of the Konoha shinobi and could only directly go to seek medical treatment with Ringo Aimeirai. Ninokoro Town. It is a small commercial town located at the intersection of several main roads, where merchants come and go to make money. Such a commercial town naturally has places for merchants and their entourages to spend money. A casino. So, the rumors were true after all. The legendary Sunin is actually here in this place. Ringo Aimeirei's expression was strange. Is she really the kunoichi from the legends? The fame of the Sunin is even more formidable than that of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist that she aspired to become. That's right, the strongest medical nin in the shinobi world is right here. Natsuo narrowed his eyes, feeling the chakra inside the casino. Let's go in. Saying that, the two of them walked into the casino. Perhaps because the legendary sucker is here, the casino is crowded with people, but almost everyone is gathered around one place, holding up chips and cash, shouting continuously, their eyes bloodshot. And at the center of the gamblers, there is a very beautiful woman. She has light yellow twin tails, hanging down behind her, faintly outlining her exquisite figure. Her skin is flawless and white. Her delicate face is now filled with excitement. And the most attractive thing is her slender figure with a curvy build, above average height and noticeably large breasts. Even Natsuo, a man who has seen a lot, couldn't help but take another look, mainly because he is too big. Surprisingly big. Belonging to the level where you can't see your own feet when you lower your head. As a cage-level powerhouse, Ringo Aimeirai noticed Natsuo's gaze the first time. Then she couldn't help but lower her head and take a glance at herself. How should I put it? Lowering her head, she can see everything, without any obstruction in her line of sight. What are you looking at? Ringo Aimeirai couldn't help but grit her teeth, one hand pinching Natsuo's waist. Although she didn't fall in love with Natsuo, she is still a woman after all. And she is his wife, carrying his child. Why are you staring at her all the time? Of course, just for a glimpse Ringo Aimeirai wouldn't get jealous. But why are you only staring at other people's big things? What's the point of being big? It's not more satisfying to be like me. On the other hand, being small can reduce obstacles, increase speed and decrease the enemy's attack range, among other benefits. Clearly, being small is the most appropriate appearance for a shinobi. A truly strong kunoichi should be like me. That cow's fame must be exaggerated, she's definitely not a master, those two things are really affecting the battle. Cough, cough. Natsuo coughed. There's no way, big things always attract more attention from others. The two of them walked forward, although it was crowded here, with the strength of the two cage-level individuals, they easily walked to the front. Tsunade looked at Natsuo and Ringo Aimeirai, as a cage-level expert, she noticed something. But she didn't care. Come on, I'm going to bet big, hurry up. Tsunade was full of enthusiasm. If it weren't for the bitter expression on Shizune's face next to her, people who didn't know would probably think she was the big winner. The next second after Tsunade spoke, numerous gamblers shouted without hesitation. I'll bet small. I'll bet small too. I've bet my entire net worth here. Mako, once I win this bet, we'll have enough money to get married. Great, my gambling debt has been cleared, everything left is profit. Clink. Click. Clink! Countless chips were piled up on the small table, quickly forming a small mountain. Natsuo smiled faintly and casually took out some chips, placing them on the table. Natsuo. Aimei frowned. In fact, this kind of gambling doesn't earn much money. With Tsunade, the legendary sucker, the house doesn't play with high stakes anymore. It's a direct mutual bet between the two sides. Otherwise, the house would lose everything. Although the gamblers were in high spirits and could indeed make some money, this money shouldn't matter to Natsuo. However, Natsuo didn't answer. He just smiled lightly. It's about to start. The dealer shouted. 1, 1, 4. The gamblers laughed loudly. Haha. We're making a fortune. No wonder she's the legendary sucker. This is heaven's way of making me rich. Damn it. Did I lose again? Tsunade gritted her teeth, then regained her spirit. It's okay, I'll turn the tables in the next 10 rounds. Hurry up, hurry up. Aimei. So, is this guy really the strongest medical nin in the shinobi world? Well, if we describe Tsunade's current state with different adjectives, such as unaffected, firm belief, perseverance, maybe it does have some meaning. But she doesn't really look like a master. Shizuan cried, "Woo-woo." The little pig in her arms kept whimpering, oink. And it went on for a few more rounds. The money in Tsunade's box is decreasing at a visible speed. After a few more rounds. Finally, it's all gone. Damn, there's no more money. Tsunade pouted. Alright, let's stop playing for today. Shizuan, what about? Tsunade-sama, are you not going to play anymore? Natsuo suddenly spoke up after remaining silent until now. I understand, it's too small of a game, not very interesting. How about we bet big? As he said that, he lightly kicked the box at his feet. The poorly locked iron box immediately fell over, revealing stacks of banknotes. There was a lot of money. Countless gamblers' eyes lit up. Looking at these piles of money, it's probably worth $1 billion, right? Tsunade frowned. Kid, I don't have any money now. It's okay, I'll give you some. Natsuo smiled. Tsunade-sama seems to be in a hurry to leave, probably has something urgent, and I have disturbed Tsunade-sama now, delaying Tsunade-sama's time. I should make it up to you. Saying that, he moved his foot and handed the money box to Tsunade. The money here will be considered as compensation for Tsunade-sama playing with me. I just hope you can play with me for an hour, is that all right? Natsuo smiled, looking sincere. Tsunade's eyes lit up. Okay. She instinctively reached out her hand to stop him, but halfway through, she pulled it back. $1 billion for an hour of play. Looks like this wave is not a loss. Anyway, even if it's Tsunade-sama, it's impossible for her to lose $1 billion in just 1 hour, right? Shizuan thought to herself, feeling delighted. It looks like I can have something good to eat today, and I can also pay off the debt to the innkeeper. 20 minutes later. Shizuan and Aimei were dumbfounded. 20 minutes. 1 billion. How did you lose like this? Damn it. The money is gone just like that. Tsunade said, looking displeased. This 1 billion isn't much at all. Natsuo smiled faintly. Money is just a number. As long as you gamble big, you can even lose it all in one go. Alright. Tsunade nonchalantly threw the empty money box towards Natsuo. Since the money is gone, I won't play anymore. However, Natsuo just smiled. Tsunade-sama, you're not playing anymore. But I've already paid for an hour of your time. I don't have any money. Tsunade squinted her eyes. If this guy tried to force her, she would immediately show him the strength of a cage-level powerhouse. Natsuo said, it's okay, I'll lend you. Give me 10,000, consider it the interest for borrowing 1 billion from me, but you have to give me the interest right now. Saying that, he stuffed all the money Tsunade had just lost into the money box and handed it over. Tsunade's eyes lit up upon hearing this. In that case, I can play a little longer. Shizuan, get the money. She would consider herself lucky if she could borrow money normally. An interest of 10,000? Such a thing would never happen even in dreams. Besides, she still had 10,000 in small coins reserved for meals. Yes, Shizuan had saved them. Tsunade-sama. Shizuan suddenly panicked. If they lost this, they wouldn't be able to eat. Don't worry, Shizuan. I'm definitely going to win this round. Ameirai, who was beside them, said nothing. Shizuan tried to stop it, but in the end, Tsunade still got the money. After all, there is a huge gap in strength between the two sides. And after all, it's only 10,000. Shizuan tried to comfort herself. It's okay, we still have over 30,000 in our hands. We can still afford to eat and stay in a good hotel. 10 minutes later. Damn it, how come we're out of money again? This 1 billion is not enough. Okay, I will lend you another billion with an interest of 10,000. Shizuan. Tsunade, think twice. Shizuan panicked and desperately held onto the money bag. This is our last meal money. Don't worry. I'll get it all back. Tsunade confidently said, you have to believe in my abilities. I believe in your abilities too much, so I absolutely can't give it to you. However, that was useless. 5 minutes later. We're out of money again. I'll lend you, also with 10,000 of interest. Shizuan looked desperate. Daimyo. Tsunade-sama. 1 hour later. Tsunade couldn't produce a single penny anymore. Even when Natsuo gradually lowered the interest to 1,000, 100, and even 1. She still couldn't come up with it. Truly drained to the last drop. Tisk, such a rare opportunity. Tsunade bit her fingernail, her face filled with unwillingness. Such low interest rates, as long as I win the gamble, it will be a complete turnaround. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on my side, I didn't win a single time. Never mind, let's go since we don't have any money. Shizuan, let's go. Shizuan. Tsunade looked at Shizuan, whose soul seemed to be floating beside her mouth, and shook her shoulder. Finally, the soul returned to its own body. Tsunade, Shizuan, we should leave. Shizuan's face was blank, it's gone. What's gone? Tsunade frowned. We should leave, I'm starting to get hungry. We don't have any money. Shizuan's voice was ethereal, as if she had lost her spirit. Tsunade casually said, just to eat something, we must have some money, right? We don't have any, we really don't have a single penny left, you've lost all the money. Shizuan burst into tears. Before this, there were times when Tsunade lost all her money as well. But at least they still had some spare change for meals, after all, just taking out 1 or 2 bills from the gambling capital would be enough. Tsunade wouldn't mind. Tsunade still respected ordinary people. Because despite being a powerful shinobi she never cheated, which many casino owners liked. And now? They were truly penniless. Woo. What are we going to do for dinner today? Both of us and Taunton will go hungry, and also the innkeeper, I promise to pay the owed room fee today. And the restaurant where we had credit yesterday, and the one the day before. Shizuan cried, sobbing loudly. Chapter 81, The Uchiha clan is inherently evil. Shizuan burst into tears, unable to contain her sadness. Tsunade also realized what had happened and felt a bit embarrassed. Mainly because Natsuo is so generous, I've never seen such a small amount of interest on a loan before. It was also the first time she had seen it, so it was inevitable that she would get excited and borrow a few more times. Ahem. It's okay, even though the money is gone, we are shinobi, we can hunt for our own food. Tsunade said seriously. Shizuan, I just wanted to train your wilderness survival *LLS. And at this moment. But don't forget the money you owe me. Natsuo walked over slowly. A total of 6 billion, thank you. Although Hayato only brought 1 billion. But he forcibly lent Tsunade 6 billion. That's the benefit of gambling with Tsunade. No wonder the Senjo clan gradually disappeared. With a clan leader like her, there wouldn't be enough family assets for her to spend. Don't worry, I will pay it back. Tsunade waved her hand nonchalantly. You have to believe in my reputation as a Sunin. Well, she will definitely pay it back. Tsunade is not the kind of person who bullies ordinary people with her strength. But when will she pay it back? In the next life? If you help me treat the young lady next to me, our debt will be cancelled, and I can treat you both to a big meal. Natsuo made his request. Oh? Treating an illness, sure, let me take a look. Tsunade didn't care and directly walked over to examine her. As the strongest medical nin in the shinobi world, she has seen thousands of patients, and they are all wealthy people. This is also her source of income, especially when she just cured a patient, it's the easiest time to borrow money from those wealthy people. So even though Tsunade has a reputation for not paying debts, many people still lend her money because of this. Of course, it is Shizun who actually takes action. Tsunade only does some examinations and judgments, at most giving a few instructions. Upon hearing this, Shizun's eyes filled with hope again. Yes, this person came specifically to lend money to Lady Tsunade, probably hoping that Lady Tsunade could treat a patient. Could it be that we can have a good meal? However, before Shizun could be happy for long, Tsunade's expression suddenly became serious. She had a solemn expression, chakra surged in her hands, and she began to carefully examine Ringo Aimeirai. After a long time, she finally sighed. Sorry, I can't cure her illness. Shizun, let's go. Saying that, she directly pulled Shizun away. Ringo Aimeirai stood there dumbfounded, then let out a bitter smile. The problem that even the strongest medical nin in the shinobi world cannot solve seems to be truly unsolvable. Such is fate. Aimeirai sighed deeply. After years of hard training to reach this level of strength, it will now only take him a few years to obtain Natsuo's lightning blades and become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, which has been Aimeirei's dream since childhood. Unfortunately, is it all just a dream in the end? Don't worry. Natsuo suddenly spoke, squinting his eyes. There may still be a turning point in this situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tsunade directly grabbed Shizun and started wilderness survival training. Luckily, both of them are SK*LLED kunoichi, so they easily caught 3 rabbits and started roasting them over the fire. These tastes awful. Shizun tearfully gnawed on the rabbit. They don't have money on them, and they can't even buy seasonings for roast meat, they can't even afford basic salt. How could it taste good under these circumstances? As long as we have something to eat, it's fine. Shinobis should be accustomed to endurance. I spent all my money on purpose, just to train your willpower. Tsunade casually made up an excuse and took a bite of the rabbit meat, then immediately spat it out. It's really disgusting. Shizun pursed her lips. She wouldn't believe a single word Tsunade said, not even a punctuation mark. Lady Tsunade, is this person's illness really that severe? Even you can't solve it. Shizun couldn't help but say, if we help them, with their wealth, we can definitely have a big feast tonight. Tsunade sighed softly. Yes, it is indeed unsolvable. It requires surgery. Even if you command and I perform the operation. Shizun was puzzled. Tsunade suffers from hemophobia and is unable to perform surgery. That's why when they encounter patients who need surgery during their travels, Shizun performs the operation while Tsunade only plans and conducts some examinations before the surgery. Shizun's medical SK*LLS are also not weak, and with Tsunade's guidance, they can almost solve all the patient's problems. This patient's condition is complicated and you will not be able to perform the surgery alone. Tsunade sighed. She has a terminal illness, there is a problem with her hematopoietic tissue. It needs to be cleared at the cellular level, removing all the diseased cells. You can't do this delicate work at all, no one in the entire shinobi world can do it to this extent, unless I do it myself. However, the problem is that Tsunade cannot perform the surgery. Upon hearing this, Shizun fell silent. Tsunade made this decision based on all these factors. And at this moment... What? It's clearly treatable, isn't it? A voice with a hint of impatience sounded. Ringo Aimeirai gritted her teeth, looking displeased. If you can solve the problem by using a knife, why don't you use it? Tsunade and Shizun were both startled, they were actually heard? The next second, Shizun's expression changed instantly. No. This person's strength is not right. She can actually hide from Lady Tsunade's perception. No. There's another person. Tsunade's voice was low, she suddenly turned her head, a hint of seriousness flashed in her eyes. Natsuo was right behind them. These two are both experts. Since when does the shinobi world have 2 new cage-level powerhouses? I've never heard of your names. Tsunade sneered, but a hint of seriousness flashed in her eyes. Afflicted with hemophobia and carrying Shizun, if I had to fight them. We are just insignificant people, not as famous as the legendary Sunin. Natsuo chuckled and said, but since you have a solution and owe me money, I can only persistently pester you and ask you to cure my wife's illness. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and snorted coldly. There was no actual fight between the two sides. Tsunade simply rejected the request for treatment once again, and then left with Shizuan. They didn't even eat the roasted rabbit, the scent of grilled meat wafted through the simple campsite. Damn it! Ame Arai cursed angrily. She clearly has the ability to heal me, and I'm willing to pay. Why won't she do it? Did she find out that I'm from Kirigakure? Natsuo, if it weren't for you stopping me, I would have seriously injured her little lackey and used her as a hostage to force her to treat me. What are you thinking? Ame Arai's heart was in turmoil, sometimes thinking she could be cured, sometimes thinking there was no hope, making her itch to give Tsunade a stab. But her cage-level self-control allowed her to restrain herself, and in the end, she listened to Natsuo and didn't take action. But she still couldn't understand. It's useless to do something like this. Natsuo smiled and said, but it's okay. With sincerity, even a stone can be moved. I believe that as long as you try your best to plead with her, she will eventually lend you a helping hand. What if she refuses? Ringo Ame Arai replied sarcastically. Then I'll have to do what an Uchiha should do. Natsuo said, suddenly laughing. By the way, do you know how Tsunade's grandfather, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, evaluated our Uchiha clan? How did he evaluate them? Ame Arai asked curiously. He said that we Uchiha are a naturally evil clan. Tsunade and Shizuan went far away. Perhaps they were worried that Natsuo and the other cage-level expert would follow them. They traveled day and night, shuttling through deep mountains and old forests for a long time, and finally arrived at a commercial town. Damn it, just because I ran into them, I haven't had a decent meal in days. Tsunade complained, patting her somewhat disheveled face. This time, I will definitely eat delicious food. And alcohol, I want to drink 3 bottles in a row. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizuan said eagerly. I want to eat something delicious too. Previously, both of them had lost all their money gambling, but with their SK*LLS, they could easily make a fortune by casually enforcing the law or taking down some thugs. As long as Tsunade didn't gamble, they wouldn't go hungry. They had been running around in the mountains for 3 days, eating nothing but plain grilled meat without any seasoning. Now, both of them were craving normal food like regular people. So, they quickly entered a hotel and got a room. But as soon as they went down to the lobby after dropping off their luggage in their rooms, Tsunade and Shizuan were stunned. Because the originally quiet hotel lobby had now turned into a gambling scene. The sound of dice rolling was incessant. Gamblers were shouting loudly. At the same time, a very familiar person appeared in front of them. Natsuo smiled and asked, Lady Tsunade, long time no see. How about it, want to play a game? As he spoke, he shook the dice cup in his hand. Tsunade subconsciously salivated. Come to think of it, she hadn't gambled in 3 days. Should she play a game first? Shizuan, seeing Tsunade's expression, had a drastic change in her face. Lady Tsunade. Be rational. We don't have much money left, we can't afford to play. This money is only enough for food and accommodation. Don't you want to sleep on a soft bed and eat normal food like regular people? How can this little money satisfy your desires? Shizuan looked anxious and tightly held Tsunade's hand. Tsunade, upon hearing this, gradually lost interest. With so little money, it really wasn't that exciting to play. Natsuo said, it's okay, if you're short on money, I can lend you some. The interest is only 10,000. Shizuan looked at Tsunade's changing expression and a look of despair gradually appeared on her face. Ame Arai looked at Natsuo, then at the excited Tsunade and the despairing Shizuan, and sighed in her heart. The second Hokage was right. The Uchiha clan is inherently evil. Chapter 82, You've squeezed me dry. After a series of intense gambling, Tsunade ended up losing all the money she had on her, not a single cent left. Shizuan, who was standing next to him, had completely lost the sparkle in her eyes. In the past, when Tsunade lost money, it was always large sums, several million or several 100,000. Naturally, she could leave behind a few thousand or a few hundred for daily expenses like food and accommodation. After all, it wouldn't make much of a difference with such a small amount of money. However, this demon. He actually accepted such a small interest rate. And he only asked for the interest, completely disregarding the borrowed money. As a result, she and Tsunade were left penniless. To make matters worse, Natsuo had a gentle smile on his face as he reminded the innkeeper that they had no money at all. After confirming this, the innkeeper directly kicked Tsunade and Shizuan out. No money? How can they stay in a hotel without money? Shizuan and Tsunade couldn't even argue back. Although either of them could easily knock out 10 innkeepers with a single punch, wouldn't it be easier to cheat at the game instead of resorting to violence? They would even pretend to be weak and helpless when dealing with thugs, attracting them like a trap set for fish, and then apprehending them. They would rather be chased by debt collectors all over the shinobi world than rely on their strength to deceive others. This was their principle. How about it, both of you, are you willing to help cure my wife? Natsuo smiled and said, not only will all debts be forgiven, but you will also have a complimentary luxury meal and luxury suite. We're not going to cure anything. Tsunade gritted her teeth and left with Shizuan. Having no money and being chased by 2 cage-level individuals, it's better to stay away from the town just in case. Natsuo didn't chase after them, he just smiled and watched them leave. Then he began to disperse the gamblers in the inn, all of whom were attracted by his words. Tonight's expenses will be paid by young Master Natsuo. Of course, it didn't matter if there weren't enough people, he could also act with his clones. The main thing was to create an atmosphere that would make Tsunade itch. With sincerity, you can achieve anything. Come on, Ameirai, let's follow them. Ameirai. You really are a demon. Tsunade rushed all the way and wandered through the mountains for a long time. Finally, they entered a small town. Just like before. As soon as they entered the inn, Natsuo appeared with a smile on his face. Tsunade, would you like to place a bet? As he spoke, he even showed a pair of dice. Tsunade silently swallowed her saliva. You can't do it, Lady Tsunade. If I don't eat some normal food soon, I'll die. Shizuan's tears started flowing. But how could they have accumulated so much debt if she could persuade Tsunade to stop? So as soon as they entered the town, they smelled the aroma of various delicious foods in the town. Then they had to enter the deep mountains and old forests again. Lady Tsunade, you must resist. Shizuan said with a bitter expression. I haven't had a bite of rice for several days. Don't worry. Shizuan, I've learned my lesson this time. Tsunade patted her chest and said, let's go eat first. We can go to the inn later. She couldn't resist gambling, but as long as they could eat their fill first, half of their current predicament would be solved. Then they could buy some clothes, go to the inn, and take a bath. When they came out, even if they really encountered Natsuo inviting her, she wouldn't be afraid anymore. The two soon arrived at the snack street. Although they were just cheap snacks, for the two who hadn't had a proper meal for several days, they were like exquisite delicacies, attracting them. Tsunade swallowed her saliva, took big steps, and was about to buy some food. But in the next second, Natsuo pushed a small cart and walked over. He greeted happily, hey, we meet again. How about playing a game? As he spoke, he unfolded the small cart, which turned into a classic gambling roulette. Tsunade. Shizuan. People usually have mobile food stalls, why did you turn it into a mobile casino? It really attracted Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Shizuan once again let out a desperate voice. The next period of time was a repetition of this history. Almost every time Tsunade and the others just got some money, Natsuo would appear in front of them the next second. Tsunade, want to play a game? And obviously, if Tsunade had the willpower to resist gambling, they wouldn't have to live like this. The result is... Shizuan cried even louder. After so many days, their clothes were torn and couldn't be changed, there was no hot water for bathing, and they couldn't eat normal food. Now she looked at the passers-by holding snacks, her eyes were red. If it weren't for her moral bottom line, she would want to snatch the food. This life was really unbearable. But Tsunade couldn't do anything either. Two cage-level individuals were following them, and it was difficult to shake them off. She herself was fine, she might have a chance if she tried a few times. But Shizuan didn't have the ability to shake off Natsuo and Ameirai. As a result, her own itinerary was almost completely controlled by the other party, and every time it aroused her gambling desire. After several consecutive times, when Natsuo appeared in front of Tsunade for the nth time, he still had that faint smile. Hey, Tsunade, long time no see, want to play? But Tsunade had reached her limit. That's enough. Tsunade shouted angrily. I told you, I do have the ability to save her, but I can't save her. I am no longer suitable to be a medical nin. Don't waste any more time on me. It's useless. She angrily revealed her situation. In the end, she still refused to admit the fact that she, as a medical nin, was afraid of blood. Clearly, if she just spoke up, the problem could be solved. But she subconsciously hid herself, as if she were still a highly SK*LLED medical nin. And now, she couldn't keep it a secret anymore. Upon hearing this, Arai was indeed shocked. Hemophobia? You, a prestigious medical nin, actually have hemophobia. Doctors fainting at the sight of blood? This was simply a huge joke. Now do you understand? Tsunade endured the humiliation, gritting her teeth. It's not that I don't want to save you, it's that I can't save you. Enough. I've finished telling you everything, stop following me. With that, she turned and walked away. Arai stood there, powerless and hopeless. However, Natsuo followed Tsunade's footsteps and grabbed her wrist. Tsunade, stop. What else do you want? Tsunade angrily exclaimed. Let go of me. With that, she forcefully broke free from Natsuo's grip. Being forced to admit her own weaknesses infuriated her. But after struggling a few times, she couldn't break free. Calm down a bit. Natsuo smiled and said, some things do have solutions. I think we can discuss it. I don't care what you think, I care about what I think. Tsunade sneered. I don't need any solutions. If you don't let go, don't blame me for being impolite to you. She had also considered treating her hemophobia. As a medical nin, she was also a grandmaster in mental therapy. She had tried so many methods on herself, but none of them worked. As the strongest medical nin, she couldn't do it herself, and she needed Natsuo to discuss it. Let me go. Tsunade angrily demanded. Are you so difficult to communicate with because of menopause? Natsuo sighed helplessly. If you continue like this, don't blame me for being impolite. Fine. I want to see how you can be impolite to me. Tsunade became even angrier. She was already on the verge of exploding, like a balloon that would burst with a touch. Alright, you forced me to do this. Natsuo sighed helplessly, and the next sentence made Tsunade widen her eyes. While Natsuo was struggling with Tsunade, he shouted loudly. Wife, please spare me. You want it 8 times a day, 8 times. I haven't had a day off since you started menstruating. How else do you want me to work hard? You've already drained me dry. The next second, everyone passing by turned to look. Regardless of gender, their eyes were filled with shock. Women looked at Natsuo, gazing at his handsome face and his strength that had been tested 8 times, feeling a pang in their hearts. Men looked at Tsunade as if they had encountered a formidable beast, their eyes filled with awe, their legs tightening. Too brutal. Just how strong is this woman's desire? She's like a flood and a fierce beast. Tsunade. She widened her eyes filled with disbelief. As a cage level, he immediately felt the gaze of the people around him and heard the whispers saying, this woman is so terrifying. Although she was not young, she was still unmarried. How could she bear such scrutiny? Tsunade instantly panicked and quickly said, no. I didn't. I didn't demand so much. No. That's not right. We have no relationship. We're not even married. Don't look at me like that. She shouted twice, but the people's looks remained the same. This made Tsunade feel both embarrassed and angry, her face turning red. Unable to defend herself, she looked at Natsuo and directly attacked in anger. Kid, go to hell. Natsuo reached out and blocked Tsunade's punch. Bam! A muffled sound, and the ground beneath their feet trembled, showing the strength of Tsunade's attack. But Natsuo just smiled lightly, grabbed Tsunade's fist firmly with his palm. Stop making a scene, wife, listen to me. Natsuo smiled and said, I have a way to cure your hemophobia, at least it won't delay this treatment. A way? What kind of way can you have? Tsunade angrily said, even with countless methods I've thought of, I couldn't achieve it. What solution can you come up with? It's simple. Natsuo smiled and said, I'll use illusion to cover your vision, blocking the sight of blood, so you won't see it, and then you'll be fine. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh in anger and disdainfully said, Hey, kid, do you know who I am? You want to hypnotize me? Do you think you're Uchiha Madara with the Mangeki? The next second, Tsunade stopped speaking, her pupils suddenly contracted. Because Natsuo's pupils changed into a pinwheel-like shape. Mangeki Sharingan. Chapter 83, Drug Natsuo. Mangeki Sharingan. This is definitely the Mangeki Sharingan. Tsunade's pupils contracted. It's not just a matter of the symbol in the eyes, but also the incredibly cold power of the pupils. Although Tsunade had only seen Uchiha Madara's eyes in her childhood, she could still be 100% certain. This is definitely the Mangeki Sharingan. Who are you? Tsunade immediately became alert, took 3 steps back, and stared at Natsuo with a serious expression. The Uchiha clan should have been wiped out. Who are you? Well, you can call me Uchiha Natsuo. Natsuo said with a smile. Natsuo? Isn't that the name of the current Uchiha clan head? Are you kidding me? Tsunade snorted angrily. Since when can someone who is dedicated to having children be the possessor of the Mangeki Sharingan? She remembered meeting Jiraiya last year, and he specifically mentioned the news from Konoha, including the existence of Natsuo. Of course, when Jiraiya talked to Tsunade about Natsuo, it was mainly to imply, look, even the Uchiha, who are equal to your Senju clan, have started a harem for the revival of their clan. Haven't you thought about considering your clan? Tsunade took it as a mockery and gave Jiraiya a hard punch. But she remembered Natsuo's name. Humph. Indulging in lust, the reputation of the Uchiha clan has been ruined by him. Tsunade commented. Now you're telling me that Natsuo has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Is that possible? Natsuo looked helpless. He rarely reveals his true identity. This is his special treatment for her. But he also understood Tsunade's feelings. After all, a person's energy is limited. The continuous emergence of newborn Uchiha babies fully demonstrates where Natsuo's main focus lies. Who can believe they have cage-level strength? Well, the name is not important. What is your relationship with the Uchiha who attacked the 4th Hokage back then? Tsunade's face was serious, her fist clenched tightly. Based on your answer, I don't mind getting physical. The cage-level K*ling intent surged like waves, layer upon layer. Natsuo just smiled and said, Hey, think about your age. How old was I back then? How could I have any relationship with him when I was only 11? We are both Uchiha, that's all. Sasuke had just been born when the Nine Tails attacked. That was 10 years ago. Natsuo was only 11 at that time. It's hard to see any connection between him and that incident. Tsunade also thought of this and frowned. Although the Nine Tails attack had nothing to do with Natsuo, it didn't mean that this person claiming to be Natsuo was on Konoha's side. But that's not a problem. Tsunade is just a doctor, and the people she treats are not limited to Konoha alone. Last year, Raikage asked her to help their own ninja, and it was Shizune who went. Tsunade can save even shinobi from the hostile Kumigakure in peacetime, let alone Natsuo, who may not even be an enemy. Let's go back. Tsunade slowly calmed down the K*ling intent in her heart. If you have the Mangeki Sharingan, maybe we can really give it a try. In order to perform the surgery, Natsuo directly booked the most high-end hotel in the commercial district and brought out all the prepared surgical facilities and various medicines that might be needed. These are the things he packed in a storage scroll, just for this moment. You've prepared quite a lot. Tsunade looked at it with a strange expression. These things are not cheap. Could this guy really be the Uchiha clan leader? When they leave, I can consider investigating. It's better to be prepared. Natsuo smiled. So, how can I help next? Just filter out the blood for me. Tsunade said, flipping her ponytail. As long as you filter out all the blood, I can handle the rest myself. Just to ensure it doesn't affect me, there must not be a single flaw, do you understand? If the genjutsu is unstable, it would be fine if only Tsunade sees through the flaw, but I'm afraid it would affect Tsunade's diagnosis and make her think that something is wrong with Ringo Aimeirai, leading to incorrect actions. That would be troublesome. That's also why Tsunade directly requested the Mangeki Sharingan before. Only Mangeki-level genjutsu can closely follow reality without leaving any traces. You have the Mangeki Sharingan, so as long as I don't deliberately dispel the genjutsu, you should be able to do this. But maintaining the genjutsu throughout the entire surgery with the Mangeki Sharingan activated consumes a lot of chakra. Can you do it. Tsunade looked at Natsuo. Don't worry. Natsuo smiled faintly. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Whether it's chakra or visual prowess, he's not lacking. Especially since he just obtained the sage body, even if he uses powerful techniques to his heart's content, he won't be depleted. And although his visual prowess isn't as exaggerated. But as more and more children come, Natsuo faintly feels that his mental power is undergoing peculiar changes. If his perception isn't wrong, it should be that his eyes are about to level up again. Moreover, the sage body has a considerable alleviating effect on the Manjiki Sharingan. Both of these are not a problem. Then get ready, I'll finish the surgery as soon as possible. Tsunade sighed lightly. The surgery begins. Tsunade's eyes flickered as she picked up the surgical knife. She, who originally had the appearance of a weary older sister, seemed to have pressed some kind of switch and immediately entered a state of complete concentration. And Natsuo also didn't hesitate to activate the Manjiki Sharingan. Genjutsu, Manjiki Sharingan. Tsunade frowned, feeling the intrusion of the Genjutsu. However, she still proceeded with a steady hand, lightly cutting into Amayuri's body that was still under the effects of anesthesia. Blood gushed out. Tsunade frowned. You changed the blood to green. Yeah, I added a green filter. Natsuo smiled. Tsunade asked. Why green? Green blood doesn't look good at all, it's like cutting worms, it feels strange. Natsuo replied. So, it doesn't look bloody and violent, right? During intense battles, many games change the color of blood to green. This is based on research from his previous life. Tsunade said, honestly, this genjutsu is not easy to control. During surgery, no one knows when the blood will flow, and Natsuo must replace the color of the blood in that instant, without affecting anything else besides the blood color. And completely deceive Tsunade, a cage-level powerhouse. It wouldn't be possible without the Manjiki Sharingan. On the other hand, Tsunade became more and more relaxed as she operated, as if she had regained the feeling of being the main surgeon in the past. As she continued, she even gave Shizun an impromptu surgical teaching session. This made Shizun tearful with excitement. Who would have thought that Tsunade, who was afraid of blood, would have performed the surgery herself? That's really hard to imagine. And now, thanks to Natsuo, she can finally receive guidance from Tsunade like a normal student again. If she didn't know how hard Natsuo was supporting the genjutsu, she would have wanted to extend this time a little longer. An hour passed. All right, Shizun, close up. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. After not performing surgery for many years, the feeling of excitement came instantly when she started today. That kind of pleasure of holding a scalpel and performing an operation, I had not experienced in many years. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizun happily agreed. All right, you can release the genjutsu now. Tsunade said as she threw away the surgical knife and looked at Natsuo. It's okay, I can hold on a little longer. Natsuo smiled and said, you should change your clothes first. This surgical gown is already stained with blood. Tsunade paused and couldn't help but glance at Natsuo. Originally, she wanted to minimize Natsuo's use of the Sharingan. After all, once the surgery was done, she herself could bear it and tremble quietly outside. But this boy, he's actually quite meticulous. She didn't say much, just tore off the surgical gown and took off her gloves. She carefully checked her body for any blood stains and then strode out of the operating room. Natsuo smiled slightly and released the genjutsu. Suddenly, a feeling of exhaustion surged over him. The time was still too long. I actually feel a bit tired. As if staying up late watching dramas and playing games, his eyes were sore, and his body was tired. Natsuo obediently closed his eyes and rested. The surgery was very successful. Almost as soon as the effects of the medicine wore off, Ringo Amayuri woke up. Chakra greatly enhances the human body, and Amayuri's strength should not be underestimated. Natsuo saw Amayuri wake up, chatted with her for a while, and then left, wanting her to rest well. Shizun obediently tidied up the things on the side. In a normal surgery, the doctor needs to see the patient successfully wake up from anesthesia, regain normal perception, and confirm that there are no problems before leaving. This kind of rough and tiring work is obviously not Tsunade's responsibility. And now that Amayuri is awake, she also needs to put away the various medicines and equipment that were prepared just in case. So many things. Ringo Aimeirai looked at Shizuan ordering and asked with some curiosity. Do you always carry these medications with you? Of course. Shizuan said without hesitation. Lady Tsunade is a medical nin, so naturally she has to carry these things with her, just in case. Very professional. Aimeirai praised. Cough, cough, actually not all of them are used for medical purposes. Shizuan's face turned slightly red as she pointed to a reagent. For example, this one was personally prepared by Lady Tsunade to teach those troublemakers a lesson. Teach them a lesson? Yes, some troublemakers are particularly infuriating, so we tie them up and make them drink this. What does it do? Aimeirai became interested, wondering if it was some kind of interrogation drug. Shizuan, it's a drug that makes men uncontrollably excited. Ringo. Well, from a certain perspective, the punishment effect of this is more obvious. Clearly, this aphrodisiac is specifically used to teach a lesson to those disrespectful troublemakers who are driven by their lust for Shizuan and Lady Tsunade. As the world's top medical nin, she can guarantee that the drug is outstanding. Colorless, tasteless, fast-acting, long-lasting, with a strong effect and no side effects. If it weren't for the complex preparation process and difficulty in mass production, it could be sold. Speaking of which, where is Tsunade? Aimeirai leaned back on the bed and asked. She's outside. Shizuan smiled and said, Lady Tsunade is a heavy drinker. She insisted on dragging Natsuo to drink, but Natsuo kept refusing because he thought you were still unconscious. They're probably drinking now, right? In reality, if it weren't for accompanying the patient, she would also be enjoying food and drinks. And as a patient's family member, Natsuo naturally had to take care of the doctor. Aimeirai expressed understanding. After a while, as the anesthesia gradually wore off, Aimeirai even faintly heard the voices of Tsunade and Natsuo outside the room. Tsunade, ha! It's definitely twice as enjoyable after hard work. Natsuo, if it tastes good, drink more and have some meat. You've worked hard, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade, no problem, it's a small issue. But aren't you tired? Maintaining the Mangeki Sharingan's genjutsu is not easy. Natsuo, I'm fine, I've recovered a bit. Aimeirai listened to the voices of the two people and bit her lip slightly. She didn't know that using the Mangeki Sharingan for a long time carried the risk of blindness. But she knew that a genjutsu that could deceive a cage level, even if this cage level wasn't fully focused on breaking it, would definitely not be so easy. Considering the duration of the genjutsu, even with Natsuo's exaggerated chakra, he should be tired. Even though she was just their captive, they had only agreed that she would have his children in exchange for the lightning blades. It was just a normal transaction. But how much effort did he put in to cure her? This guy. Aimeirai couldn't help but feel a hint of sweetness in her heart. And at this moment, a voice came from outside the door. Tsunade, hey, that little girl seems pretty strong. How did you seduce her? Natsuo, oh, it's nothing. Just spank her a few times. Spank her? Yeah, this little girl is too disobedient. Every time she doesn't listen, I spank her. If she still doesn't listen, I spank her again. Slowly, she becomes obedient. I remember the first time I met her, I spanked her 7 or 8 times in one day. Aimeirai. She suddenly became expressionless. What's wrong with you? Shizuan looked over. It's nothing. Aimeirai paused and said, you go eat, aren't you hungry too? Yeah, I am hungry. Then I'll go. Shizuan said excitedly and ran out. She had been living a wild life with Tsunade for several days. If it weren't for the patient in front of her, she would have wanted to go eat and drink to her heart's content. Now that Aimeirai body was fine, she could naturally go and enjoy delicious food. In order to thank them, Natsuo prepared a table full of delicious food. After waiting for a while, Aimeirai slowly got up. After a normal surgery, one should rest, but she is not an ordinary person. Although she felt a bit weak and lacked strength, her normal activities were not affected. She walked to Shizuan's bag and silently took out the drug that Shizuan had introduced earlier. Then she walked out of the room's door. Oh, you're here. Tsunade glanced at Aimeirai and said with a hint of alcohol, you're a patient, you should rest properly. Well, I just came to thank you and I'll go back soon. Aimeirai smiled slightly, with an extremely obedient smile. Here, I'll toast you. As she said that, she poured a glass of wine for Tsunade and prepared another one for herself. Without waiting for Tsunade to respond, she directly drank the wine. Wait, you just had surgery, can you drink? Natsuo curiously asked. The physical fitness of a ninja cannot be compared to that of a normal person in the previous life, but after a serious illness, shouldn't it be unsuitable to drink? But the next second, Ameirai directly handed the glass to Natsuo. The wine was finished. You're right, so you drink this glass for me. After Ameirai finished speaking, she lightly hummed and wiped her lips. Natsuo. He didn't object to this. But is Ameirai such a person who understands this kind of atmosphere? Isn't this kind of ambience usually played by Anko, Kurane, and Yukino? But he didn't see the satisfaction in Ameirai's eyes. You spanked me until I was obedient, didn't you? Okay, I'll see who you can spank now. Chapter 84, Niji's Proposal. Natsuo, Natsuo, there are no wives of yours nearby, and my body is not in good condition to serve you. I wonder who you will fight this time. Ameirai hummed to herself, full of satisfaction. Dare to mention that you spanked me until I became obedient to outsiders. If it weren't for just having had surgery and lacking strength in her body, she would have personally beaten her husband. But now, it's time to teach you a lesson. Of course, this lesson is not significant. This place is also a commercial street, and there is a club nearby where you can pay to enter. There are plenty of young ladies inside. Natsuo can definitely go in and have some fun. Anyway, Lady Ameirai is open-minded, so she won't be angry. As for the photos she secretly took and sent to Natsuo's other wives, let them see how their own husband does not contribute to the support of the family, but spends money having fun. Humph! Let's see how you get squeezed. Ameirai's eyes were filled with excitement. After exchanging a few words with Tsunade and the others, she returned to her room. Then she quietly slipped out of the room. Although her body was not right, with her cage-level strength, it was easier for her to move than if she had been an ordinary person. Leaving aside everything else, taking a few photos was still possible. Natsuo, however, was completely unaware of this. Tsunade's medicine was indeed very potent. It may be an exaggeration to say it was colorless and tasteless, but the taste was not strong. Although he did feel a slight change in taste, he didn't pay much attention to it. And his body was strong enough to withstand the immediate effects of the drug that could ignite an ordinary person, but for now, he didn't feel anything special. At most, Tsunade, with her imposing bosom, was just a little tempting to Natsuo in secret. But this is normal. After all, who wouldn't react like this when seeing something so big? However, after accompanying Tsunade for a while and drinking, Natsuo finally felt that something was wrong. Something's not right, have I been drugged? He suddenly woke up and immediately thought of Ameirai's strange movements and that scent. Wow, are you trying to drug me big time? Natsuo was speechless. This girl, isn't he afraid of playing with fire and getting burned? You just had surgery, what if I couldn't control myself? Although the probability is very low, what if? She truly is a woman from Kirigakure, so fearless. Natsuo felt dry in the mouth. The drug Tsunade prepared was very powerful. Coupled with the fact that he himself had also drunk a bit and was a bit dazed, it triggered a chain reaction. He wanted to ask Tsunade or Shizune for an antidote. Shizune had already passed out, her alcohol tolerance was very poor. Although Tsunade's alcohol tolerance was good, she had started drinking the earliest and drank the most. At this point, she was about to collapse. I can't just sit here, I have to do something. Natsuo tried to get up, just as Ameirai had expected. He plans to go to the nearby club to investigate and release the drug's effects. However, just as he was getting up, a hand suddenly pulled Natsuo over. Why are you running? Let's continue drinking. Tsunade shouted loudly, pressing Natsuo in front of her. A huge figure swayed in front of Natsuo's nose. The smell of alcohol mixed with body fragrance invaded his nose, making him feel dizzy. Tsunade's exquisite face seemed to act as a catalyst, enhancing the already potent effects of the drug even more. Natsuo tried hard to get up, but Tsunade held him back. His weak body swayed and fell directly onto Tsunade. He made one last effort, which was to close the room to prevent anyone from seeing. Then he reluctantly bowed to reality. Ameirai, you did a great job. Meanwhile, Ameirai, who was waiting near the club to take photos of Natsuo, suddenly sneezed. Why hasn't he come yet? Could it be that I gave him fake medicine? The next day. Boom. Bastard. Stop right there. Tsunade was filled with anger, her delicate face was turning red, and her fists were clenched tightly. The entire hotel was turned into ruins by her. This really isn't my fault. I tried my best to avoid this outcome. Natsuo sighed helplessly, running and speaking at the same time. Stop talking. Just die. But Tsunade didn't listen to his explanation at all. A raging fire burned in her chest, filling her with anger. Her heavy breathing made her breasts rise and fall like angry waves. Helpless, Natsuo grabbed a Mayuri and desperately tried to escape. By now, the effects of alcohol and drugs had worn off, and if they were to really fight, Natsuo would defeat Tsunade. A Mayuri, being held by Natsuo, could only chuckle. You dare to laugh? Natsuo was so angry. If it weren't for you, would I have to run away like this? This was the first time since Natsuo's debut that he had run away. Is it all my fault? A Mayuri sneered. I thought you would go to the nearby club, who would have thought, that you already had some thoughts about Tsunade, and my presence just gave you an excuse. She had waited in the nearby club for a long time, only to discover when she returned to the hotel that the two had already started a battle. What excuse? I did want to go, but she caught me. Natsuo said helplessly. A Mayuri, so you're not denying that you have feelings for Tsunade. Natsuo. He was actually speechless. After all, who wouldn't like someone with a big presence? I see, you thought that because you were injured, I wouldn't do anything to you, so you started acting mischievous, right? Natsuo's face turned cold. Believe it or not, once you're healed, I'll teach you how to behave 8 times a day. A Mayuri, I don't believe you. I'm still pregnant. Natsuo. Okay, I won't lay a hand on a pregnant woman. This time, I guess I'm just unlucky, right? Meanwhile, Tsunade continued to chase him with an enraged expression. Bastard! Stop right there! You have the guts to bully me, but not the guts to stand still. Don't run! This time, it really was an accident. Although Natsuo paid a high price to have a child and bought people from Orochimaru, he bullied Ringo A Mayuri. But he still has a bottom line. He would never lay a hand on a woman who resists being with him. It was really the first time he laid a hand on a girl who really didn't want to be with him. It was purely an accident. In the end, Natsuo could only take Ringo A Mayuri back home. Fortunately, A Mayuri is also a cage-level expert. Otherwise, after the surgery, there might have been some problems with such a long journey. You can only say that this woman has a lot of courage, daring to do anything, not afraid of death. But if you have such courage, why can't you accept it when I try something a little different? Natsuo then began diligently collecting his portraits, hoping that Tsunade wouldn't see them and would come straight to Konoha to capture him and teach him a lesson. That would be a big problem. Luckily, Natsuo is not like Uchiha Itachi, who is wanted and posted everywhere. With Tsunade and her disciples' way of doing things, if they can't find me for a while, they should give up, right? Perhaps they don't even believe that the Uchiha clan leader, known as the Shame of the Genin, Natsuo, has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. After all, there is a big difference between clan leader Natsuo and Natsuo with the Manjiki Sharingan in terms of perception. Natsuo returned home and began again with the arduous task of reviving the Uchiha clan. In order to force Tsunade to yield, he spent nearly half a month's time for Ringo A Mayuri. Even though Natsuo made multiple trips back to Konoha during this half-month, striving to revive the Uchiha clan, it still couldn't compare to the effect of constant effort. Life had to go on, so Natsuo could only make up for lost time after returning. Time slowly passed. 2 months later. Yai Kurane had become more and more accustomed to Natsuo's presence in her life. There were even rumors circulating in the village, but she seemed to have ignored those words. After all, the power of habit is significant. When surrounded by Natsuo's wives, she naturally wouldn't care so much. By the way, the potential of the child Yai Kurane gave birth to this time is quite good. Although it can't compare to Uzumaki Yoko's firstborn, it still belongs to the top tier of talent. And now, the first child Natsuo had with Yukino has already reached the age of 3. Various medicines and secret techniques of the Uchiha clan were used to strengthen it. Although it is difficult to see any talent, with the resources of the Uchiha clan, reaching the strength of a Chunin is a sure thing. Getting to have the strength of a special Jainin would not be impossible either. I remember his potential seems to be only 32. If someone with a potential of 32 can become a special Jainin, then what level of ninja can those children with potentials of over 100, or even close to 200, become? Cage level? Super cage level? I don't think so. Natsuo didn't have much to say either. After all, the growth of a ninja's strength is greatly influenced by the resources invested in him. Take the Uchiha clan as an example. Even Natsuo, who was an orphan at the time, enjoyed various medicinal baths from a young age. Someone from a large shinobi clan would have a medical ninja perform massages and stimulate their chakra pathway system to ensure that the next day's training volume can be maintained while subtly improving physical endurance. Now that the resources of the Uchiha clan are concentrated in Natsuo, of course all his children will enjoy the treatment of an heir to a great shinobi clan. Not only will their potential be fully realized, but they may even gain stronger abilities than their potential suggests. Assessing your own children's future in this way is not entirely accurate. In addition, there are factors such as the personal preferences of the children themselves and the influence of their mothers. However, it can be imagined that as these geniuses with potential over 100 grow up, the Uchiha clan's influence in Konoha will become even stronger. It is even possible that with Natsuo's growing strength, and the strength of his own children, the shinobi world will become the domain of the Uchiha clan. On the other hand, it would be better to see how to increase the strength and potential of my children for when the Tsutsuki clan arrives in the shinobi world in the future, otherwise there might be some accident if they are too weak. A few days later, an unexpected visitor arrived. Natsuo, he insisted on coming. It seems like he has something to discuss with you. Suzuki shrugged and stepped aside. Behind him, a young man wearing a kimono and a bandage wrapped around his forehead bowed with a serious expression. Natsuo-sama, it's been a long time. Niji indeed, it has been a long time. Natsuo sighed softly. The person who arrived is, naturally, Niji of the Hyga clan, the most talented individual of the Hyga clan. Initially, before the death of Niji's father, Natsuo intentionally went over to chat with Niji in order to find allies for the Uchiha. After Hyga Hisashi's death, the two conversed a few more times, mainly with the goal of revealing that the third Hokage forced Hyga Hayashi to K*LL his brother. This would facilitate the future alliance between the Hyga and the Uchiha against the third Hokage. Unfortunately, the Uchiha clan was in a sorry state and Natsuo's several plans all failed. When Natsuo gave up on the Uchiha clan and decided to fake his death, he naturally wouldn't bother talking nonsense with Niji anymore. Later, when Natsuo took over the Uchiha clan and began his mad quest to have children, he naturally would have no words for Niji, who was still a child. However, it seems that Niji has always remembered Natsuo's words and took care of Suzuki when they were in ninja school. Niji, why did you come looking for me? Natsuo asked. Niji remained silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. He slowly untied the bandage on his forehead, revealing the green mark of the curse mark, caged bird. I came this time, hoping that Lord Natsuo can remove my curse mark. Hey! Natsuo was taken aback, then immediately shook his head and chuckled. Don't be ridiculous, Niji. I don't have that kind of ability. Besides, you're from the branch house, it's better not to keep mentioning such things. Alright, Niji, I'll pretend I didn't hear what happened today. You can go back. Niji's expression remained calm, as if he hadn't heard Natsuo's words, and he calmly said, if you are willing to help me remove the caged bird and help me gain power, I'm willing to offer the female members of the Hyga clan to you. I remember you seem to be searching for Kunoichi with Kekii Genkai, right? Upon hearing this, Natsuo raised an eyebrow, as if he was seeing Niji for the first time. Chapter 85, Obito's Conspiracy. Natsuo squinted his eyes and quietly watched Niji, a 12-year-old boy who was about to graduate. His expression was calm, and his movements as he lowered his head were very smooth. His gaze was indifferent, as if he himself hadn't just said those words. He seemed incredibly relaxed. From what I can see, you seem to enjoy having children with different kunoichi. However, among your current wives, there don't seem to be any real experts, right? Niji calmly said. Even if there are, I don't think there are many. In the Konoha shinobi clan, there are only a few kunoichi with Kekii Genkai. The Senju clan has declined, and only 2 Uchiha clan members remain. Only the kunoichi of the Hyga clan are worthy of the word excellent. However, as far as I know, Lord Hayashi has prevented the Hyga women from marrying you. A person like him would not allow the bloodline to flow outside of the clan. But I can. He remained calm and his voice showed no fluctuations, as if they were discussing something as common as what to eat tomorrow. I don't mind the bloodline of the Hyga clan flowing outside, nor do I consider the Hyga clan to be the most noble. As long as you help me, I will give you generous rewards. Natsuo narrowed his eyes. What Niji said was true. In fact, when Natsuo first offered a large sum of money to have a child, there was a Hyga kunoichi who was tempted. After all, even the long-standing Hyga clan had poor members. But before she could take action, Hayashi forced her to retreat. At that time, there was a big uproar, and it made Hyga Hayashi, who had intended to mock the Uchiha clan, lose face. This indirectly reduced the mocking voices of the major ninja clans and ultimately did not cause a huge public scandal. This made the Uchiha clan's plan to offer a large sum of money for a child much easier. But little did they know, Natsuo didn't care about any mocking or public opinion. The bloodline of the Hyga clan originated from Tsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths, and inherited the purest blood of the Tsutsuki clan. In terms of bloodline power alone, it is definitely not inferior to the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Natsuo had considered marrying a woman from the Hyga clan, but no matter how he promised benefits in private, he was decisively rejected by Hayashi. We Hyga are not like ordinary ninja clans. If the family's ninja cannot make a living, they can only sell their dignity. Hayashi said bluntly. That was fine. If there were really Hyga women willing to marry, Natsuo didn't mind revealing his strength and giving Hayashi a real lesson. But he couldn't ignore the fact that Hayashi was the head of the Hyga clan and held the lives of all the Hyga clan members in his hands. After he spoke, naturally no woman would dare to act rashly. Natsuo couldn't be bothered to stand up for those women who hadn't decided to marry him yet, so in the end, he chose to let go temporarily. And now, Niji came to him. Your growth has been significant. Natsuo sighed lightly. You once advised me that when looking at people and things, we must see through appearances and look at the essence, and that the essence of any struggle is interests. Hyga Niji said calmly. The third Hokage abandoned the Hyga clan for the sake of interests. The elders of the Hyga clan forced Hayashi to abandon my father, Hyga Hisashi, for the sake of their interests. And now I want to move you, to win your help, and it also requires interests to pave the way. Isn't this what you taught me back then? Then Niji began to explain the situation very seriously. He explained in detail the strength of the Hyga clan, which had become so great that it began to get out of the third Hokage's control. This resulted in the Hyga clan being forced to give up one of its members, damaging its reputation and diminishing internal unity, from which the third Hokage would benefit. He also explained the relationship between Hyga Hayashi and Hyga Hisashi. After Hisashi's death, the family members could obtain benefits from Hayashi, who had lost his right-hand man. He didn't actually say much. The above matters were just a general overview. But there was no doubt that Niji was a genius. He personally discovered the situation of Hayashi being suppressed by the elders of the family after Hisashi's death and found that this uncle was not as cold and strict as he had imagined. He also discovered the arrogance of the Hyga clan in the past, the decline of the Hyga clan after Hisashi was handed over, and the increasingly intense internal struggles between the main and branch houses. Interests are the essence of everything. This caused a huge change in Hyga Niji's heart, no longer becoming the genius who resented the heavens and blamed others as in the Naruto series. Instead, he became a real adult. After all, it is not fate that dictates people's lives. Everything is driven by self-interest. So, you plan to exchange my help for benefits? Natsuo smiled and said, are you so sure that I can solve your problem? I'm not sure. Niji calmly said. But I feel that the chances of success are high. He didn't believe that Natsuo, who could see the cruel nature of fighting in the shinobi world at the beginning, would become someone who only knows how to have children. Intimidation from Uchiha Itachi? Protection from Konoha? The kindness of the third Hokage? Ha, ha. Would someone like Natsuo put his life at stake in such unreliable places? He must have his own reliance. And the only person Niji can rely on is Natsuo, who may support him. His voice was very soft. I'm about to graduate, and I don't want my family to control my destiny after graduation. I need your help to unlock the caged bird, guide me, improve my strength, and let me take control of the Hyga clan. Niji calmly said. When the time comes, I will unlock the caged bird of the other branch houses. For this, I promise that when I take control of the Hyga clan, I will urge the female members of the Hyga clan to marry you and fulfill your long-cherished wish to have children. Natsuo hadn't spoken yet. It was Shizuke next to him who was shocked. He couldn't help but say, "So you betrayed your own clan for your own benefit? I thought you were a good person, but I never expected. Although there are benefits for the branch house, aren't most of the benefits for you? This is completely betraying the clan and seeking personal gain." However, Niji looked at Shizuke and said, "No, my actions are beneficial to the clan. The clan includes many people. If you only look at the main branch, in fact the clan is losing. The Hyga clan has indeed suffered losses. Not only is there a high possibility of internal strife, but also many excellent kunoichi will marry into your Uchiha clan. But you have overlooked the fact that in the eyes of the main family, the Hyga branch house is no different from servants. If it's just sacrificing a few women to make the branch house live like real people, I believe any person in charge of the branch house would make the same decision. In terms of the number of beneficiaries, we are gaining." Shizuke was speechless upon hearing this. He is not Naruto who knows nothing about the situation of the Hyga clan. Shizuke even remembered something his father and brother Itaka mentioned when they talked about the Hyga clan. It was during the war with Iwakagure. One member of the Hyga main family and 17 members of the branch house went into battle. Skipping the details of the battle, when they returned to the camp, 13 members of the branch house had died. And the only member of the main family who went into battle, not to mention injuries, didn't even have a speck of dust on him. What does this mean? Even young Shizuke could see it clearly. You really believe in Natsuo? Natsuo isn't that strong. Shizuke muttered a few words and fell silent. It's not that I believe he can do it, but he's the only one I can trust. In Konoha, I can't find a second trustworthy person. Niji calmly said. Besides, what I need to sacrifice is in the future. There's little I can do in the early stages. Of course, that doesn't mean I can't do anything now. Saying that, he looked at Natsuo. I remember you seemed to have a different opinion of Miss Hinata. If you're willing, I can show my sincerity first. Of course, Niji can't create a situation like the one Kushina experienced, putting her in a life-threatening crisis situation and giving Minato a chance to save her. But simply informing Hinata's location and subtly guiding a few senior classmates to bully Hinata, creating an opportunity for a hero to save her, is still possible. Natsuo squinted his eyes and had to admit that Niji had brought a very good entry point. Leaving Hinata aside for now, by the time she grows up to the adulthood, the Fourth Great Shinobi War will have already ended. But the other Hyga women are still a more immediate option. Niji is also a genius. With only partial support from the Hyga clan, he was able to advance to Jonin at the age of 15 and was not inferior to Hayashi before his death. His talent is not much worse than Kakashi's. If he also gains his own support, there may still be a chance. All right. Natsuo smiled. To be honest, I really can't stand the Hyga clan. If you can turn the Hyga clan upside down, it would be a good thing for me too. He didn't need to confirm Niji's determination repeatedly. After seeing Niji's calm expression, anyone would understand that he had long since made up his mind. Then let's start with the caged bird. Without solving it, you won't be of any use. Shizuke finally left. Before leaving, he glanced deeply at Natsuo, as if sensing something. But he didn't say anything. Niji, on the other hand, stayed behind. Natsuo personally took action to investigate the situation of the caged bird. Why is there natural energy mixed in this caged bird? Natsuo frowned. In other words, this caged bird is a sage technique. No wonder there hasn't been a rebel in the Hyga branch house for so many years, because they simply can't unlock this thing. Even Natsuo found it very difficult and immediately called Yakushi Kabuto. The two of them started researching together. The curse marks of caged bird and Orochimaru are completely different forms, as if they originated from different theories like chemistry and physics, with significant differences. But at a certain level, they also have commonalities. Perhaps we can continue researching the caged bird and develop a way to strengthen ordinary shinobi. Natsuo and Yakushi Kabuto exchanged a glance. Although they didn't say it explicitly, they tacitly agreed to use Niji as a guinea pig. Although Niji didn't see this, he was mentally prepared. Deciphering the caged bird would inevitably require someone to serve as research material. Naturally, it would start with him. During this time, the smoke of war between the major ninja nations grew thicker. Everyone suspected that Konoha would be the first to break the balance. However, it was different from what everyone imagined. Harem, who had recently become the Mizukage of Kirigakure, suddenly issued a warning to Konoha. She hoped that Konohagakure would return the lost lightning blades and the Kunoichi Ringo Aimeirai to the Kirigakure. Otherwise, Kirigakure would spare no effort to take action. When Natsuo and Ringo Aimeirai saw this notice, they were both stunned. How did this involve us? What does Harem mean? Is she deliberately looking for trouble? Natsuo looked confused. Harem is not that kind of person. Ringo Aimeirai pondered for a moment. Although she is someone who cares for her comrades, which is rare in Kirigakure, and our relationship is not bad. But she understands the importance of the bigger picture and shouldn't issue such provocations. However, Ringo Aimeirai hesitated. Her power in Kirigakure is not great, and she is restricted in many ways, such as by the elder mentor and the heads of the major clans. Perhaps some people are acting under her name? Or maybe she is being forced to do so. Harem is one of the few kage with limited authority. Since the beginning of her tenure as Mizukage, there were many clan leaders within Kirigakure who nominally followed the village's orders, but who are similar to local feudal lords. That is, the respected elder Genma and Harem share the same goals, and together they can suppress the disharmony within Kirigakure. Otherwise, the land of water might have erupted into chaos long ago. Is your relationship with her good? Asked Natsuo. Very good, or rather, I am her supporter. Aimeirai said frankly. She also helped me gather information about the lightning blades, but she would never disregard the overall situation because of our personal relationship. I think someone must have falsely transmitted her orders. After all, I am not by her side, and there must be a group of people who do not accept her authority, including high-ranking members of Kirigakure. She is a staunch supporter of Harem. Even Harem's ascension to the position of Mizukage owes something to Aimeirai's contributions. I see. Natsuo stroked his chin. I will contact my former confidants. Aimeirai thought for a moment and stood up. I can't go back to the village right now, but at least I can prove that I'm still alive and that I haven't been captured. Don't worry, I won't reveal my relationship with the Uchiha clan. Originally, she didn't plan to say anything, after all, she didn't expect any Anbu to come and rescue her. That would be suicide. Let's just pretend she's dead for now. After all, once she fulfills her promise with Natsuo, she can return to the village. But now it's clear that she can't continue to be a dead person. She needs to take action. Natsuo didn't really care if Aimeirai leaked information. He stroked his chin and said, this matter may not have much to do with you. After all, you have been pregnant for several months. Kirigakure may just be looking for an excuse to extort the third Hokage. After all, the third Hokage compromises easily. He wouldn't dare to start another shinobi world war. I know, but I still want to report my safety and let them rest assured. Aimeirai nodded and said, otherwise, if the war breaks out, I will be seen as a criminal of the village. Natsuo nodded. Aimeirai went to write a letter. As a kage-level expert, she naturally had her own subordinates in Kirigakure. The communication channels were still intact. Just what she didn't expect was the land of water. An underground base. It was all a mistake. A man wearing a swirl-shaped mask sighed lightly. I thought she was already dead. We even started spreading the news, but then we heard that she's still alive. And now she sends this kind of letter. Beside him, a strange creature looked at him and said, I'm sorry, Obito. I just received news that Ringo Aimeirai was seen with an unknown person, suspected of having the Sharingan, along with Tsunade. She was missing for so long I thought she was dead. What should we do now? Do you want me to take care of it? No need. Obito snorted. Isn't the solution simple enough? As he spoke, he took the letter written by Aimeirai and placed it on the candle flame. The flame ignited and quickly turned the letter into ashes. As long as the war starts, there won't be any problems. Yes, this incident in Kirigakure was caused by Obito's intervention. White Zetsu beside him looked at Obito's expression and sighed slightly. The land of water, your luck is really bad. After all, it was Uchiha Madara who used you to K*LL no Hara-rin back then, right? If Obito didn't K*LL Kirigakure, would he still be Obito? Have you found any trace of that Uchiha clan member? Obito squinted his eyes. Is it a surviving Uchiha or one of Danzo's men? Perhaps it's someone arranged by Uchiha Fugaku early on? After all, he's the head of a large clan, so it's normal to leave a branch member outside to preserve the bloodline. White Zetsu calmly said, "Do you want me to find him?" "Yes, go find him," Obito said without hesitation. "And once you find him, *LL him." Chapter 86, Tsunade is not feeling well today. The land of water, Kirigakure. A graceful and mature woman, exuding a strong aura, looked at the people in front of her, her body filled with *ling intent. "So, you're saying that Kirigakure has already made diplomatic contact with Konohagakure, and now both Kirigakure and Konohagakure are arguing about it, and I, as the Mizukage, am the last person to know. Do you think that if this kind of news spreads, I won't become the joke of the entire shinobi world? Tell me, who came up with this joke?" Harem was filled with anger. Yes, this time Kirigakure's strong diplomacy was actually done without the consent of the Mizukage herself. It was purely done by the people below, using her name to notify Konohagakure. Why don't they just take away my position as Mizukage as well? Harem's face was full of anger, and the seductive look on her face disappeared, replaced by a strong *ling intent. What a joke! The essence of a shinobi village is a military organization that requires ninjas to obey orders from their superiors no matter what happens. And now, as the Mizukage, she can't even control national diplomacy? No one in front of her dared to bear her anger, they could only bow their heads silently. "Mizukage-sama, now is not the time to get angry." Ao took a deep breath. "This is definitely not something our people did. As for those separatist guys, they might not be able to do it either. I actually think it might be the work of certain individuals." Harem's anger subsided slightly, her pupils narrowing. "The man who manipulated the fourth Mizukage." She didn't say these words out loud, but everyone understood. Even though there was severe internal strife within Kirigakure, even if they were political enemies, they would never casually resort to diplomatic aggression. Moreover, they might not even have the capability to do so. Only the man who had secretly manipulated the fourth Mizukage for who knows how many years the opportunity and strength would have to forcefully push for conflict between Konoha and Kirigakure. Of course, Harem was well aware of this issue. The real reason she was angry was, even if he can push for this, why haven't our people discovered it? Harem's face was filled with anger. That's the real problem. Having enemies was normal, political enemies causing trouble was also normal, and even powerful genjutsu ninjas causing trouble was normal. But how could a major ninja village like ours not be able to correct this? Whether it's through early detection or prevention, it could prevent the country from descending into chaos. However, Kirigakure lacked this ability, or rather, Kirigakure that had been embroiled in internal strife for a long time had gradually lost its ability to self-correct. We need to rebuild our ability to self-correct and strike against those who have been allowed to run rampant in this incident. Yes. Mizukage-sama. Everyone responded in unison, their faces showing determination. This time, Kirigakure had truly lost its prestige. To the extent that they were utterly ashamed. "Mizukage-sama, regarding the negotiations with Konoha." Ao hesitated and spoke. Harem pursed her lips and sighed helplessly. "What else can we do? The entire shinobi world now knows that our village has lodged diplomatic accusations against Konoha. Can we really say sorry, it was a mistake by a temporary worker and take back what we've said? We can only accept the consequences." Harem's face was filled with helplessness and anger. But there was nothing they could do. The five great nations were not small countries, they valued their reputation. Iwagakure had lost a Jinkriki, and the suspect, Akatsuki, had blatantly left behind evidence. But Tsuchikage did not hesitate to suppress the news. Because he couldn't afford to let everyone know that his tailed beast had been taken away. The land of Earth couldn't afford to admit it either. Similar situations had occurred in Kirigakure before, when their fourth Mizukage was manipulated by Obito, causing countless internal conflicts among the shinobi of Kirigakure. But even now, with Harem in power, they had not publicly admitted that their Mizukage had been controlled. She couldn't afford to admit it either. Similarly, in this incident, she could only grit her teeth and swallow the bitter fruit. Not only that, but we also need to make a show of force. Harem sighed bitterly. After all, Ringo Amaerai really disappeared in Konoha. We must seek justice for the shinobi of our village. She looked at the window of the Mizukage's office, the evening sun shining on her face, filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. Otherwise, how can we unite the shinobi within the village? How can we maintain the prestige of Kirigakure? Terame didn't want to fight either, but she had to take a stance. She even personally sent Ao to lead a team to Konoha, despite many seeing him as a mockery to Konoha due to his Byakugan. But who could know that the reason he chose Ao was actually because he was worried that others would make mistakes, such as falling under that mysterious person's genjutsu. Of course, the third Hokage didn't know, but he knew that Konoha was in a state of decline. Jiraiya was gone. Tsunade, although her location had been discovered, her hemophobia had not improved, and Kakashi had been in a state of decline for too long, lacking the strength to support the situation. The entire village's cage-level combat power was only him and Danzo. But every time there was a great shinobi war, all four major nations would join forces to attack Konoha. How could they continue to fight like this? But just like Terame couldn't show weakness due to her stance, the third Hokage, as the leader of the strongest village in the shinobi world, had no room for retreat in normal times. But at this point in time, when a major war could break out at any moment in the shinobi world, he couldn't expose any weakness to the outside world. Otherwise, the surrounding wolves would discover Konoha's weakness and pounce on it, tearing at Konoha's flesh. So, he changed his usual weakness, spoke with strong words, had a direct attitude, and his voice was resolute, winning the support of many Konoha shinobi. But in practice, he forcefully suppressed Higa Hayashi's demand for Kirigakure's Byakugan. It is said that Higa Hayashi was so angry that when he returned to the clan compound, he scolded the third Hokage all night. Of course, Terame was also similar. Kirigakure, which had just emerged from internal turmoil, needed recovery, not another war. Before sending Ao on a mission, she even reminded him that at a critical moment, he might need to sacrifice himself for the village. In other words, she had already prepared herself mentally to give the Byakugan to Konoha. It could be forcefully demanded by Konoha, or it could be secretly taken by a Konoha shinobi. But they must exercise restraint. As a result, the third Hokage and Terame were both afraid of the consequences, but the negotiators on both sides were becoming more and more aggressive. Today, you threaten war, and tomorrow, I say I won't hesitate to pay any price. Unfortunately, after all the threats from both sides, the declaration of war remained only on their lips. Even Ameirai, who knew the internal situation of Kirigakure, thought that Terame probably wanted to take advantage of the current situation in the shinobi world and blackmail the third Hokage. After all, her letters had been returned to the village. If she really wanted to find her, she would have contacted her a long time ago. Natsuo of course didn't care about all this and continued with the task of reviving the Uchiha clan. Several wives were pregnant, and several wives gave birth. Another piece of good news was that Nokatasuk had developed a wireless paging system based on the principles of radio already discovered, combined with Land of Snow technology. Actually, it's not difficult. In the Naruto series, when Naruto had just graduated, he used a radio while catching cats with Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi. Now, Nokatasuk has just deepened it a bit. There are many technologies that are slowly developing in the shinobi world, but these technologies are not prominent. Many shinobis seem to ignore them as if they couldn't see them. But does Natsuo still not know the benefits of communication devices, even though others don't know? He immediately ordered the Uchiha Chamber of Commerce to start building communication base stations and asked Nokatasuk to continue the research, hoping to further develop the wireless telephone. Anyone knows how profitable the communication business is. This can create wealth for my Uchiha business empire. Natsuo exclaimed. Money is power. Natsuo believes that if he directly throws 1 trillion to Kakuzu, even if he has to risk his life, he can clean up and send Konan over. On the other hand, Lady Tsunade, we found the appearance of Uchiha Natsuo, and it's exactly the same as the one we saw. Shizune took out 2 portraits and looked up. I think the Natsuo we saw might be the current Uchiha clan leader, Natsuo. But speaking of which, Lady Tsunade, why did you suddenly want to find Natsuo? Are you short of money and want to borrow from him? Tsunade. Although she and Shizune were both drunk, can a cage level and an ordinary ninja sober up at the same speed? She rushed out to chase NK*LL Natsuo, and Shizune hasn't woken up yet. And after waking up, she couldn't possibly tell Shizune about the situation. She can only say that she wants to borrow money from him. Well, after borrowing money, she can K*LL Natsuo. Not only will it ease her anger, but she won't have to pay the money back. After understanding that she only wanted to borrow money, Shizuo's spirits lifted, and she became motivated. That's right, we saved his wife's life, he should lend us more. Then, Tsunade-sama, should we return to Konoha? No, it's probably not Natsuo we ran into. Tsunade hesitated for a moment and said, you also know how promiscuous Uchiha Natsuo's life is. He has so many children, how can he be so strong? He probably just borrowed Natsuo's appearance from Konoha village. Hoping to confuse us. Shizuo nodded in agreement. Children don't lie, and as a medical nin, Shizuo also understood how much effort it takes to conceive a child. With so many children, how could there be time for training? So, he definitely can't be that strong. Then, Tsunade-sama, where should we look for clues? Shizuo frowned. Both of them are cage level, so if they run away, we won't be able to find their trace in a short time. Natsuo and Ameirai were able to follow Tsunade because Shizuo, this weakling, was holding her back. But it would be difficult for Tsunade to chase after Natsuo. Jiraiya chased Orochimaru for many years and never caught up, let alone Natsuo. Then let's start with the woman. Tsunade thought for a moment and said, that woman should be Ringo Ameirai, the kunoichi who disappeared in Konoha village some time ago and caused the conflict with Kirigakuer. Thinking like this, they might be Kirigakuer shinobi. The idea is reasonable and well-founded. Shizuo nodded in agreement. Then, Tsunade-sama, should we go to Kirigakuer? Yes. Tsunade nodded firmly, her eyes filled with anger. She, Tsunade, has never suffered such a loss in her life. Kid, I'll make you know the consequences of offending me. Tsunade clenched her teeth and made a grinding sound, as if she wanted to bite something. And at this moment, suddenly, Tsunade inexplicably felt a bit nauseous and vomited a few times. Tsunade-sama, are you okay? Have you gotten sick? It's nothing, it's probably just a problem with what I ate recently. Come on, let's go to Kirigakuer. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Chapter 87, Yukino's Intervention. In the home of Natsuo, there are a few special individuals. For example, Anko, Kurane, and also Kurama Yakumo. Kurane is very simple. She doesn't actually desire much from Natsuo, but there is a terrifying thing called habit becoming second nature. She got used to being pregnant with Natsuo, got used to Natsuo's company, got used to Natsuo occasionally getting physical, and then slowly got used to being pregnant for the second time. Although Kurane has already gotten used to the life of being Natsuo's wife, at least in name, she has no relationship with the Uchiha clan. Because there is no relationship between the two sides, Kurane can firmly declare, I am an independent and self-reliant woman of the new era. Anko, on the other hand, is very direct. She came to the Uchiha clan in order to trade resources and become stronger. So, except for the first pregnancy, she concentrated all her time on training. There are Orochimaru's forbidden technique, Uchiha's fire release, the genjutsu that Natsuo casually taught her, and the taijutsu she learned from one of Natsuo's wives. The most frequent visitors to the Uchiha clan's training camp are her and Sasuke. However, although she doesn't want to waste time on having children in order to become stronger, it doesn't mean she doesn't think about other things, such as enjoy the flavor. Of course, he took preventative measures each time. Anko won't let herself get pregnant until she reaches her goal. This greatly annoys Sasuke. However, Yukino is very generous. She even bought some contraceptives for Anko recently. But today, Anko suddenly had a bewildered expression on her face when she discovered that she was pregnant. How is this possible? Anko stomped her feet in anger. I took all the necessary precautions. I shouldn't have gotten pregnant. Kurane was also very curious upon hearing this. The two best friends had been investigating for a long time in their ninja way, but still hadn't found any clues. They were both bewildered and finally, one day, when Kurane saw the mischievous smile on Yukino's face, she suddenly had a burst of inspiration. Then she went to look for the contraceptives that Yukino had given to Anko. After investigating, she discovered that each contraceptive was fake. Anko said, I considered you my sister, and yet you betrayed me like this. Fortunately, when Natsuo found out, he promised to make it up to Anko, such as extending her training time and offering a generous reward, so that Anko could hire others to confront Orochimaru together. After all, Anko would have a better chance of winning if she didn't have to face him alone. This calmed Anko's anger a little. After all, now that she was pregnant, what else could Anko do? She could only reduce her training frequency and enter the stage of nurturing the fetus. It's all because of your gluttony. Kurane snorted. You know that Natsuo is busy with the revival of the Uchiha clan every day, yet you keep occupying him. It's normal for Yukino to take some action. Natsuo spends his nights with other women because of the resurgence of the Uchiha clan. But with you, it's just a waste of ammunition. Anko pouted. She had no choice. After all, when you want something, you just want it. Apart from Anko and Kurane, there was another woman in Natsuo's family who had a special situation, and that is Kurama Yakumo. On their wedding night, even though Natsuo held back in every way. But even so, it almost made Yakumo stay in bed for 3 days and 3 nights. The evaluation of her body by Kurane was correct. Her body really isn't fit to be a kunoichi. But now that she has become the embodiment of Ito, who was defeated by Natsuo's mental power, she can train. As soon as she could, she immediately devoted most of her time to training. If it weren't for his weak body, the Uchiha clan's training camp would probably not only have Anko and Suzuki, but also Yakumo. Just as her body was recovering, she immediately threw herself into the next training. Repeatedly pushing herself, she suffered quite a few injuries and returned with her injured body, ultimately having Natsuo personally treat her. Even Natsuo couldn't help but say, Yakumo, aren't you afraid of encountering problems? What happens if you are permanently injured, or an unexpected situation occurs? Death is not a disease, it cannot be cured. Just because you can train now doesn't mean you have to do it all the time. You don't have to worry, I'm here to revive the Uchiha clan and the Kurama clan. I won't die. Natsuo was helpless about this. Yakumo had been in a state where she couldn't train for a long time, so now that she could train her body, it naturally led to some excessive behavior. In the end, he had to hire a medical nin from Konoha Hospital to accompany Yakumo at all times, just in case. By the way, when Natsuo dispersed Yakumo's mental power, causing her mental power to merge with her whole body, it seemed to have brought her some benefits. Although her body had not been trained for a long time and was still weak, she had a sensitive reaction as if she had been training for a long time. It felt as if all the cells in her body had become sharp and sensitive. This sensitivity allowed her to train more deeply and activate all the cells in her body, resulting in surprisingly good training results. With his training attitude and the unique effect of this mental power, he would soon be able to bring his physical condition to an optimal state. Natsuo was very hopeful about this. In the Uchiha clan's laboratory, Natsuo slowly withdrew his hand from Niji's forehead. The purple-blue seal on it remained unchanged. Is it still not working? Yakushi Kabuto rubbed his chin. I originally thought that with your chakra control ability, following our train of thought, we should be able to forcibly break it. It's still not working. Natsuo shook his head. The way natural energy operates is different from what you and I are familiar with. Even I can't forcibly break the caged bird's curse seal. It seems we really need to master the caged bird secret technique itself. Breaking the curse seal is like solving a puzzle. It requires organizing the chaotic lines one by one, selecting the most suitable angle, and ensuring that the lines are not harmed in order to solve it smoothly. Natsuo has strong chakra control ability, not only due to his own accumulation, but also because of the various knowledge bestowed upon him by the system when he was rewarded with ninjutsu. Although it is not direct, it indirectly enhances his control ability. Without any chakra control, ninjutsu cannot be activated. But even with that, Natsuo couldn't solve the caged bird. He tried it once and almost triggered a curse seal rampage, nearly destroying Niji's head. Is it still not working? Niji frowned and slowly stood up. But the caged bird is a secret technique of the main family. Not to mention the technique itself, even the slightest rumor is prohibited from spreading by the main family. How about you, Lord Natsuo, try to forcibly break the curse seal? Natsuo shook his head. There is a high probability that it will blow up your brain. But there is still a small chance to break it, right? Niji said. We can take a gamble. However, Natsuo shook his head. Niji is a qualified genius who is worthy of working with him. Without Niji, there are not many members of the Hyga clan that he finds pleasing. Oh, Hinata is somewhat pleasing, but obviously the pure-hearted Hinata is not suitable for Niji's work. Yakushi Kabuto looked at the conversation between the two. In fact, he knew another method. To use members of other Hyga branch houses as test subjects, sacrificing lives to gradually master the structure of the caged bird and break it in one fell swoop. This is also Orochimaru's most commonly used method. But this method may be acceptable to Niji, but it is not appropriate at the moment. The shinobi world is filled with smoke of gunpowder, and all countries are tense. If at this time, a large-scale death occurs in the Hyuga branch house, the third Hokage will have to take action, at any cost, to investigate, even if he is unwilling. Whether it will trigger a great shinobi war is not the point for now, but it is impossible to keep the news hidden. Even if Natsuo personally takes action to ensure that the information is not exposed, when there are too many cases, analyzing them alone can reveal the truth. That is why he did not speak up. So, there is only one last method left. Natsuo sighed softly. It seems I have to go to Rika Cave. Chapter 88, Visiting the Rika Cave. Rika Cave is a place of inheritance that is renowned alongside Mount Maiboku and the Shikotsu Forest. It is a training ground where Sage Mode can be achieved. Sage Mode is the utilization of natural energy. There are many techniques that use natural energy in Rika Cave. Maybe you can find a technique similar to Caged Bird and understand its structure. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and spoke. However, it is a pity that not even Orochimaru-sama has mastered Sage Mode. If you plan to go, Natsuo-sama, remember to prepare yourself mentally beforehand. Understood. Natsuo nodded. But it's about time I go and take a look. Among the three sacred places, the one Natsuo wanted to visit the most was Rika Cave, not Mount Maiboku or the Shikotsu Forest. As for the reason, Niji, you should rest well for now. Natsuo smiled. When I come back, maybe I can help you solve the problem on your body. Niji slightly bowed upon hearing this. I will make sure to repay you in the future, Natsuo-sama. It will definitely satisfy you. However, a hint of doubt appeared in his pure white pupils. Is it worth risking going to Rika Cave for oneself? Is Natsuo really such a friendly person? On the other hand, Yakushi Kabuto narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression changed. No, it's not possible. But maybe it's not impossible. How could this be? He wouldn't really be thinking. Hiss. Yakushi Kabuto took a sharp breath and looked at Natsuo's figure with awe. Entering Rika Cave is quite simple. Rika Cave exists between reality and illusion, but the entrance is known to many. However, apart from those who visit with sincerity, it is impossible for anyone to enter Rika Cave. Of course, Natsuo doesn't need to worry about that. Anko possesses the Rika Cave summoning scroll inherited from Orochimaru. Natsuo just needs to sign his name on it and let the reverse summoning of the snakes summon him over. Although curious about why Natsuo suddenly became interested in the Rika Cave, Anko still gave a series of instructions and took out the summoning scroll. Learning the summoning jutsu was simple, and Natsuo quickly entered a clearing that resembled a forest of bones. Oh? Isn't this the test of the three great snake princesses? Natsuo looked around. But it doesn't matter, I'll just take my time. The Rika Cave is named cave, but in reality, it is naturally built underground. It is mainly composed of a giant cave that was built by someone unknown, occasionally with some unknown tree roots falling from the sky. There is a strong smell of snakes in the surroundings, and occasionally some small snakes crawl by his feet. They prey on mice, tear apart lizards, and with countless snakes crawling, it is like a paradise for snakes. As Natsuo continued walking, suddenly a dense and extremely thick fog appeared. After walking for a while, a huge castle appeared in front of him. With brightly lit lanterns, a plaque in the center engraved with the words Rika Cave, with old-style windows and wooden pillars. It seems that I have arrived. Natsuo raised his head and looked at the castle before walking inside. Just pushed open the door. A woman with colorful ribbons, dignified and elegant, appeared in front of him. She was a beautiful woman, with long brown-green hair, wearing a golden crown on her head. Her skin was slightly pale, and she was dressed in a classical white kimono, resembling a shrine maiden, exquisite and elegant. Even though she was wearing a kimono that didn't accentuate her figure, her delicate and well-proportioned body was still quite eye-catching. So, you are the new contract holder. Her voice was gentle and kind. Welcome to Rika Cave. I am Tagorium. You must be tired. Would you like to take a rest? This is the place where Rika Cave entertains guests. As a contract holder, you should also have something to eat. We can talk slowly about anything you need. Is that so? Natsuo smiled. I came here this time to witness the magic of Rika Cave. Can Miss Tagorium help me with that? Of course, Rika Cave is here to serve contract holders. It's only natural. Tagorium smiled faintly. Come, Mr. Contract Holder, have something to eat first. What do you need? I will arrange it for you. Arrangements are fine, but there's no need to eat. Natsuo sighed lightly and calmly said, You seem to be very confident in performing genjutsu in front of an Uchiha. Don't you think you are too confident? He revealed the windmill pattern in his eyes and stared coldly at his surroundings. Yes, including the castle, everything is an illusion. This naturally includes the food that Tagorium has been inviting Natsuo to eat. He. It seems that someone from that family is here. It looks like these little tricks are useless. Tagorium smiled faintly. The next second, the huge castle turned into an illusion. The food gradually decayed and eventually turned into flying ashes. The brightly lit castle disappeared, revealing a barren land full of bones. All of this was created by her. The illusionary technique of transformation. This is Tagorium's unique illusionary technique, which can transform an empty land into a castle of Rika Cave, with plenty of food inside. This is used to entice people who come to train. As long as they eat the transformed food, she will devour her opponent's chakra. This is also the test that Rika Cave imposes on outsiders. But even if you eat it, I won't do anything. Tagorium chuckled. After all, unlike those who are being tested, you are the contract holder of Rika Cave. Unfortunately, the Uchiha clan doesn't seem to be very interesting. Having said that, Uchiha clan member, what are you here for? Tagorium giggled, floating in the air. If it's something small, I can help you. It seems that Tagorium completely ignored Natsuo's previous words. Natsuo sighed softly. I have two purposes for coming here. First, I want to witness the techniques of Rika Cave, preferably with some documents or something for me to study. Oh, you want techniques? Tagorium chuckled lightly, flying in front of Natsuo, lips slightly pursed, with a hint of regret. So, you are also a test taker. Unfortunately, you passed my test, so I can't devour your chakra. Tagorium sighed lightly. If you want techniques, continue forward. There is someone waiting for you ahead. If you pass the tests of the three of us consecutively, you can learn the techniques. What is your second purpose? I hope it is something more interesting than techniques. Natsuo smiled faintly. My second purpose is also simple. I heard that the three elders of Rika Cave are all very beautiful. I want to know what conditions it takes for you to bear my child. Upon hearing this, Tagorium's expression froze. She landed on the ground, facing Natsuo, her beautiful eyes calm and cold, looking at him. What did you just say? I didn't understand you. Can you say it again? Natsuo's smile remained. Of course, I want you to have my child. Tagorium's expression changed drastically. Her originally beautiful face suddenly lengthened, with some snake scale-like marks appearing under her eyes, revealing a long forked tongue and fierce snake teeth in his mouth. Kid, if you pass my test, according to the rules, I should let you go. But do you know that disrespecting me like this requires you to pay with your life? Do you dare say it again? Her voice was extremely cold, like the eternal ice that never melts, and waves of K*ling intent burst out from her. Natsuo continued to smile, even sizing up Tagorium. In the end, he shook his head gently. Can you change back? You don't look as good as before. I maybe can't function this way. I still prefer your previous gentle and lovely appearance. Can you please restore it? Yes, Natsuo came to Rika Cave not just for Niji. He wouldn't risk entering Rika Cave for a man. The real reason was that when he thought of Rika Cave, Natsuo suddenly remembered that there seemed to be more than just shinobis as strong women in this world. Rika Cave also had 3 unique women. Are they snakes? Hehe. Natsuo will demonstrate the greatness of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha bloodline will run in all species. Chapter 89, Biting the Female Snake's Neck. Good. 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 Tagorium repeated the word good 3 times, her face becoming increasingly ferocious. The scale-like cracks became more apparent. The snake pupils showed strong K*ling intent. The sharp teeth seemed to be about to bite in the next second. She exuded the cold aura characteristic of cold-blooded animals. However, Natsuo's smile remained unchanged as he lightly asked, may I ask if there is any way for you to help me have a child? Are you asking if there is a way? The answer is simple. Tagorium's voice was icy cold. Just defeat me. When snakes mate, if the female snake is unwilling, the male will bite her neck, forcing her to mate with him. I don't mind reverting back to the characteristics I had when I was still a snake. But only if you can do it. Do you want me to force you? Natsuo asked. Tagorium's mouth slightly opened, her snake-like forked tongue continuously extending and retracting, as if exploring Natsuo's aura. According to snake habits, this was a posture of confirming the enemy and preparing to launch an attack. Oh, so the rules of Rika Cave are so strict. I offended you before with my words, but as long as I can defeat you, you are willing to accept having a child for me. The white snake sage's training of her subordinates is quite good. Natsuo lightly laughed and nodded. Of course, I'm willing. Even if you accidentally k*ll me during the process, it would be my own fault. Is this the sentence you wanted me to say? Then go die. Tagorium suddenly pounced. Her palms joined together, her sharp nails resembling ferocious fangs, fiercely stabbing forward. However, Natsuo just lightly smiled. In the next second, layers of skeletal structures appeared out of thin air, enveloping Natsuo's body. Clang! With a loud sound, Tagorium was directly shaken away. This is Susanoo. Tagorium has lived for a long time, so she knows many things about the shinobi world. Not only had she seen Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, but she had also encountered many Uchiha who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, so she had seen this technique. That's why she reacted quickly. She clasped her hands together. Sage art, inorganic reincarnation. The earth surged instantly, like a freely transforming ocean. Countless stone spikes suddenly appeared on the stone walls in the sky, fiercely stabbing towards Natsuo. At the same time, the ground under Natsuo's feet surged rapidly, causing a great disturbance, attempting to create an unstable footing. But Natsuo just smiled lightly. Susanoo's arm directly grabbed for Tagorium. Tagorium quickly retreated, while countless stone spikes intercepted that skeletal hand. But in the next second, musculature and skin began to be added on the arm that was originally just a skeleton. An armor then manifests that surrounds the entire Susanoo. Almost in an instant, a fully armed warrior appeared above Rika Cave. He stepped on the ground, towering in height. If it weren't for Rika Cave being already tall to accommodate the movements of the giant snake, it might have been crushed by him directly. A normal cave wouldn't be enough for him to stretch his arms. At the same time the giant warrior appeared, his arms continued to extend fiercely towards Tagorium. Countless layers of stone spikes couldn't stop the giant hand for even a moment, as they were crushed instantly. Susanoo doesn't have any special abilities, except for attack is somehow acquiring a bunch of strange equipment. Almost all Uchiha Susanoo only have one ability, strength. That incredible strength, like that of a destructive god, is the one thing Susanoo possesses and is most proud of. Boom! Susanoo grabbed Tagorium's body with one hand. May I ask, Miss Tagorium, is this considered biting your neck? Natsuo chuckled lightly. Damn it! Tagorium's anger surged. But her strength is comparable to that of a cage-level expert. This momentary mistake was simply because they were too close at the beginning. Too close to dodge. But she didn't give up resistance. Her whole body slipped from Susanoo's palm, leaving only her clothes behind. She was left naked, showing faint scales on her skin with some slime covering it. Kid, don't think. Tagorium's words were cut off as her face suddenly changed. Because behind her, a soft voice came. I don't like the sticky look, but since you've taken off your clothes, is it convenient for me to bite your neck now? It was Natsuo's voice. He looked at Tagorium with a smile, and the two of them were even closer than before. Just one step away. Tagorium took a deep breath. Then, the scale-like pattern on her body gradually disappeared. The slime on her body also gradually evaporated and dried up, and she returned to her original elegant and dignified female appearance. Just compared to the beginning, she was missing her clothes. Of course. Although she was forced by force, Tagorium actually smiled. Female snakes do not resist when male snakes bite their necks. Such female snakes who resist are too stupid, they are simply looking for death. Now that you've bitten my neck, I'll let you do as you please. She said with a smile, as if she had no objections at all. After all, I am a snake. Snakes and humans are different. Even if humans submit to violence, there are countless people who still have the will to retaliate in their hearts. But snakes don't. When they are beaten into submission, unless you lose the power that made them submit at that time, they won't resist, and they dare not resist. 7 days later. How did you do it? Tagorium asked weakly. If I remember correctly, humans do not have the ability to mate for several days like we snakes. Are you not human at all? Fun fact, snakes have extremely long mating times, with a minimum of 6 hours required for fertilization. In general, snakes mate for a whole day, or even several days. And the snake sage is even stronger than ordinary snakes. But Natsuo is clearly a human. Can humans last that long? Even I, as a sage, can't handle it. I just have natural talent, plus a little trick. Natsuo laughed lightly. But I have to say, I may end up becoming obsessed with this path. I almost don't want to leave. Of course, Natsuo was able to defeat Tagorium mainly because of his trick. The Manjiki Sharingan technique, Ama no Uzume, is simply a blessing for any man in a harem. The effect is remarkable, and the consumption is extremely low. It is worthy of being the technique of the Manjiki Sharingan, which reflects the soul. It is a perfect match for Natsuo. It is worth having. Tagorium touched her belly and honestly said that she didn't know if she could conceive a human child. After all, in the long history of Rika Cave, there has never been a combination of humans and snakes. But the habits of snakes guarantee that as long as they can conceive, they can definitely give birth to Natsuo's child. Where are you going next? Tagorium's voice was lazy. Are you going to find another woman? Of course. Natsuo smiled. You're such a heartless man. After lingering with me, you're going to find someone else. Tagorium sighed self-pityingly, then immediately burst into laughter. Then remember to go this way. The next one is Ichikashima him. She may not be as obedient as me, but if you bite her neck, she should also submit. You can give it a try. Tagorium instigated. She is a snake, how could she be jealous of a woman? If she has any emotions, it's probably just the pleasure of seeing her companions fall into the same fate as her. Natsuo sighed at the habits of snakes. And without hesitation, he chose to follow Tagorium's advice. Chapter 90, The Ability That Every Man Desires. Ichikashima him can cast a genjutsu that puts her opponent in a cave with multiple colored gems and a wall with holes that match the shapes of those gems, with the genjutsu being breakable only if the victim fills the wall with the proper gems. But a special technique can forcibly consume that victim's chakra, slowly entering a state of chakra depletion. What she prefers to eat chakra that is weak and on the verge of disappearing. But in reality, whether it's a cave, a stone, or a crystal, they are all illusions of Ichikashima him. Which of course cannot be effective against an Uchiha who has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. You Uchihas are so problematic. Ichikashima him pouted, looking dissatisfied. If illusions don't work on you, how can we properly test you? Okay, I'll consider it as you have passed. With deep blue long hair, wearing a golden crown similar to Tagorium, pure white skin like a white snake, wearing blue-green jade-shaped earrings and wearing a kimono similar to a shrine maiden's outfit. She swings her feet like this, floating in the air, like a little girl sitting on a tree branch, looking innocent and cute. Or you could say that the 3 high-level members of the Rika Cave all look good. But by the way, Ichikashima him curiously bends over, almost sticking her face to Natsuo's face. Why did it take you so long to come here? It's not like you were in a standoff with Tagorium for 7 days and 7 nights, right? In that case, hasn't she violated the rules of Rika Cave? Normal tests in Rika Cave, of course, will not be as easy as the ones Boruto faced in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations. Boruto's special boost from his father and teacher makes even the sages of Rika Cave hesitate to bully him. The real test is much more difficult than what Boruto has experienced, increasing the difficulty by more than double. For example, the test of not eating at Tagorium's place is not as easy as Boruto choosing not to eat as soon as he enters the door. Instead, it is a semi-forced way of keeping him in the castle for several days, starving him to the point of near exhaustion, to determine if he has a strong will and will remain vigilant, not eating the food she brings out. During this time, Tagorium will also use her illusions, rhetoric, and various temptations to make him eat. To refuse everything and always maintain enough vigilance is considered passing the test. It's similar with Ichikashima him's situation. The efficiency of chakra absorption is much stronger than what Boruto has experienced. After all, he is the son of the strongest man in the shinobi world and the disciple of the second strongest man. Rikicave had to compromise and accompany him. Of course, there is a certain limit to how strong one can be. Even for a normal person, they would starve to death in 7 days. This obviously exceeds the normal range of the test. No, I actually passed the test a long time ago. It was just that Tagorium helped me with something and that made me fall behind for a while. Natsuo said with a smile. Oh? Helped you? Ichikashima exclaimed. That person actually helps others. Is she that enthusiastic? No, that's not it. That's why I put in a lot of effort to subdue her and eventually succeeded in having her help me have a child. Natsuo smiled and looked at the petite and cute Ichikashima. Can I ask you for the same favor? To be honest, I want to have a child with you. Ichikashima was stunned, then instantly transformed into anger. She showed sharp snake fangs, extended her forked tongue, her eyes turned into vertical pupils, and snake scales appeared on both sides of her cheeks. This style looks similar to Tagorium. However, Natsuo just smiled and said, I heard from her that when your snake species is bitten on the neck, you will obediently submit to the opposite sex. Is that true? Of course, it's true. Ichikashima voice was sharp. But you have to be able to do it. Sage Art, Great Snake. Tsukuyomi. Natsuo launched a genjutsu attack. Countless system rewards had built up his mental strength to an extremely exaggerated level, almost reaching the level of activating the eternal Mangeki Sharingan with pure mental power alone. Natsuo wanted to try to forcefully break the restrictions of the Mangeki Sharingan with pure mental power, and not having to resort to strong emotional stimulation. So, as soon as Ichikashima came face to face with him, she fell into the world of Tsukuyomi. Natsuo didn't impose many restrictions on her, unlike Ataka tormenting Kakashi in the world of Tsukuyomi. But with just a moment of distraction, Natsuo was able to walk up to Ichikashima, embrace her from behind, and gently bite the back of her neck with his teeth. Ichikashima was momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with pure surprise. She instinctively wanted to attack Natsuo, but she immediately froze in place. So, it seems, I have also lost. Ichikashima forced a bitter smile. As a snake, with her neck bitten, she had no room for resistance. It's actually not bad. Natsuo gently nipped at her neck, his teeth lightly tapping against her soft skin, as he said somewhat confusedly, your strength is quite good, but your battle experience is too lacking. Judging by your appearance, it's probably been over 100 years since you've had a real fight with an enemy, right? I took advantage of the opportunity and was able to defeat you easily. Upon hearing this, Ichikashima fell silent. They were all sages, possessing formidable cage-level strength, and were backed by one of the 3 strongest sages in the current world, the White Snake Sage. Aside from dealing with the toads, who could be their opponents? Not only her, even the 3 great sages were the same. Apart from Katsuyu, who could participate in battles with her clones to gain battle experience, both the White Snake Sage and the Great Toad Sage were in a sluggish state of reaction. Even with a huge age gap and a significant difference in accumulation, they were still not a match for Uchiha Madara. Alright, I admit you're impressive. Ichikashima let out a long sigh, then returned to her playful and cute appearance, saying, but can you handle me? I'm very formidable, unlike you humans. Tagorium thought the same, but she probably can't even get up now. Natsuo said with a smile. Ichikashima was taken aback, then revealed the seductive charm unique to snakes. Well then, I'll have to experience it for myself. Konohagakure. Uchiha's training ground. 2 men sat on the edge of the training ground, quietly gazing at the sky. So slow. Niji sighed softly. There's still no news from Natsuo-sama. It's been several days already. Yakushi Kabuto smiled as he looked at Niji. This is the first time I've seen someone as mature as you, who doesn't look like a 12-year-old, showing this expression. Are you worried about him? I am somewhat concerned about Natsuo's safety. Niji sighed. But I am also half worried about my own future. After all, I am just a 12-year-old ninja student about to graduate. I am powerless to change my current predicament. In Konoha, I only trust Natsuo, and only he might be able to help me. He's only 12 years old after all, and he doesn't have any special abilities. To change his own life, it's really not something he can solve. Don't worry, Natsuo's strength is recognized even by Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto said with a light laugh. I don't think he will be defeated by those snakes. Then why haven't we received any news for so long? Niji was puzzled. Yakushi Kabuto fell silent for a moment. As Orochimaru's student and subordinate, he had a deep understanding of snakes, and naturally knew that snakes have a much longer lifespan than humans. Natsuo, maybe, possibly, very probably. Is he spending his time elsewhere? Hey! Wait a minute. Oh my god! Yakushi Kabuto's face changed slightly. Snakes have such a long lifespan, and the sages are even stronger than ordinary snakes. Can Natsuo really withstand the resistance of the sage serpents? Woo. Suddenly, I kind of understand Orochimaru-sama's exaggerated enthusiasm for research. I even have a bit of a desire to study Natsuo-sama's body myself. Yakushi Kabuto suddenly covers his face. After all, he is a man, and it is natural for anyone to subconsciously desire such formidable abilities. For this, some people are even willing to pay any price. Although Yakushi Kabuto hasn't reached that extent, he really wants to obtain this ability. After all, it's a SK*LL that every man wants. Hey, what are you two talking about here? Sasuke walks over with a dissatisfied expression. If you want to chat, can't you go somewhere else? You have to disturb my training. Niji and Yakushi Kabuto exchange a glance and smile slightly. Sorry, we'll change locations right away. Staying at the training ground is just their instinctive reaction. Any exceptional shinobi spends a long time immersed in the training ground. Many times, they are more familiar with the training ground than their own homes. However, just as they were about to leave, Sasuke's eyes light up. No. Wait. Do you guys have some strength? Do you want to fight me? Sasuke's mouth curls up, looking down on the two. In front of him, one is the top student in the 6th grade, Niji, and the other is an ordinary Konoha genin, Yakushi Kabuto. He felt that as the top student in 5th grade, he had the qualifications and strength to challenge them. Or rather, he had the confidence to defeat them. These two guys have been following Natsuo all the time, but they haven't made any contributions. It's better for me to wake them up with my strength, urge them to train hard, and serve Natsuo in the future. Sasuke showed a hint of arrogance in his smile. Niji and Yakushi Kabuto exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat amused and helpless. They naturally understood Sasuke's thoughts. However, not to mention Yakushi Kabuto, who was already an elite Genin level expert. Although Niji was still young, he matured earlier and displayed his true talent. In the Naruto series, he was always resentful and felt that fate had predetermined everything, that everything he did was in vain. Yet, he still became the top student in his grade. Then I'll go. Niji smiled and walked towards the training ground. Yakushi Kabuto had greater strength than him. In such a small situation, it was only natural for him to resolve it. 10 minutes later. Bang! Sasuke was sent flying by Niji for the 7th time and collapsed on the ground. He tried several times to get up but couldn't muster the strength. How is it possible for him to be this strong? Sasuke widened his eyes, unwillingly looking at Niji's figure. Sasuke had a full understanding of his own strength. Although his body didn't develop well and his chakra was very scarce, preventing him from fully utilizing the ninjutsu he learned from Natsuo and his wives, he was still definitely superior to ordinary genin. However, he couldn't even touch the shadow of the man in front of him. This guy definitely had the strength of a genin level or higher. And that smiling man who came over to perform medical ninjutsu on him was even more extraordinary. Although Sasuke didn't see Yakushi Kabuto make a move, he saw Niji, who defeated him, showing a respectful attitude towards Yakushi Kabuto. That was the attitude one would have when they needed someone's help or when there was a huge gap in strength. Of course, this was nothing. Konoha Shinobi had numerous hidden experts. For example, Sister Ame Arai, she was definitely not an ordinary Genin level kunoichi. Sasuke didn't forget Yakushi Kabuto's respectful attitude towards Natsuo. That was a more respectful attitude than Niji's attitude towards Yakushi Kabuto. So, brother Natsuo, how strong are you really? Compared to Ataki, who is stronger and who is weaker?
Thanks for listening.